Okay, we're live. It is 12:27, about 3 o'clock in the morning my time, and we've been hanging out with some flat earthers tonight, learning that they still are dumb and fucks. Really, not much has changed as far as these people that don't have any understanding of even the most basics of science. But anyways, we were talking to Skizmo, and he said that he would like to actually, have a chance to actually have a conversation without actually having 5 or 6 flat earthers throwing in their 2 cents about how misinformation they have. So anyways, I'm opening a room because people would ask me to tonight. I don't know how long I'm going to keep it open. I'd love to put the link out, but unfortunately, since we are going to be talking a little bit about flat earth, we know that they like to come in and snipe. So anyway, can you guys let Spur know to come in here? I've invited him. Bulldog, no, you can. I see Bulldog. No, I can't right now, Bull. I just went on air, Bull. Sorry. By the time, let me get you the link. Ad blocker, I'm getting you link. Oh, as soon as I go on air, people start messaging me left and right. Let's see. Okay, hey, ad blocker. 1 second here. Okay, so she's just okay. Let me give a quick recap, if I may, of that real quick before we get into this. And by the way, can you guys let Spur know? Can you message him? So they wanted to and by the way, science and physics. So please, if I'm saying things wrong, please let me know. But I don't think I am. But anyways, we're trying to explain to them how relativistic speeds will affect decay rates, especially when it comes to muons. And we all know that because muons travel in the speed of light to relativistic speeds, you can use the time dilation formula, which is Lorentz contraction, to determine what decay rate has been changed and by how much. If it's 2 microseconds and it goes to 22 microseconds, we can see what factor is involved in that. Factor actually is exactly what we'd expect modeled by the Lorentz contraction. That's a demonstration that the special theory of relativity works. This chick over there had got to be one of the dumbest people I think I've ever seen in my life. She is a special kind of stupid. Environmental engineer, my ass. This chick can't spell Earth.
I feel I feel almost it's I mean, what a life she's living, man. It's
smoking crack and going on hangouts pretending the Earth is flat. Yeah, I guess so.
No, I sense a feel of sort of a self-disappointment, if you can say, like, yeah, I've heard it all. They've called me pot-smoking hippies, and they say that they know everything and we don't know anything. So I feel like there's definitely that sense of sort of, this this sort of like they've been insulted to the point that they feel disappointed or something like it. Maybe I'm just pulling something on my ass, but I sort of sense that in that hangout. If you could sort of like read between the lines or something. But yeah, it was, I am never doing that again.
Yeah, well, I mean, we come on, let's be realistic. We weren't expecting much, right? But
Right.
the fact remains, we went in there, and we're able to articulate these points lost upon them. But other people I don't do this for them, right? The people in the live feed were getting informed. They were like, "Hey, this is making sense. Let them talk." But, those people in there, obviously, they're not in a level where they're going to understand very simple concepts.
Right.
So
I mean, it's between centripetal and centrifugal angular size.
They got confused shit on that, didn't they?
Twist your words, start shouting over you, then kick you. It was disgusting.
Yeah, I don't understand the real problem with how do you not really grasp the difference between centripetal and centrifugal?
Right.
You can go to Google, look at the difference. You can see that it's basically 180 degrees force. You can look at the path of the inertia, which is tangential to the force applied. You can it's not that complicated. But no, what was she saying? Magnetism was inertia?
Yeah.
Okay, wrap my head around that one for me, please.
I don't know. It's something lack of inertia. It's probably magnetism pushes something that's inertia. I don't know. I just don't care anymore. It's like 3:15 a.m. in my area, and I'm just I try to explain it the best I can.
I'm you know I'm not even going to get a video about it because there's just so much dumb fuckery. But I mean, yeah. Anyways, but I hope Spurs come in. I mean, I've been telling Spurs he's been welcome to come in. He can run his little argument. I'll keep the hangout open if he wants to do it because he said go ahead, and Tony can come in too. But the other two, they're just stoned beyond belief and just
Right.
I mean, I hope the chick is good in bed because she is just goddamn stupid. I even said, she said, I'm a model. And I'm like, well, I'm a sapiosexual. So, I'm not attracted to you. And she's like, what's that? I'm like, exactly. Dan knew, but,
I feel like Dan is much more sane than that bitch. It's Dan. In the beginning, you could sense that he's actually trying to hear you out and he's trying to be fair, of course. Then, once you started articulating your points, he just got all really angry. But I feel like if you approach Dan in a specific way, he can actually not be as lost of a cause, if you know what I mean. I just feel like he was a little more sane than Felix. And Felix, I mean, wow. I mean, your ass must be really sore from all the spankings you get from your drug dealers. I mean, it's wow.
Is he just is he just a burnout or something? Is he a burnout?
I'm not sure, but
well, I mean, the funniest thing is, when they say, okay, let me ask you this. Okay, well, I can answer that. I can answer that. And if not, somebody else can. And then they just interrupt you every 2 seconds. I got muted actually twice in there. After I got asked a question, I'm like, okay, weird.
If they seem upset with their particular place in life, it's probably because you need to be a little bit smarter to get above a certain point in your life. Like to be somebody more than like a $2 stripper or whatever the fuck, like a burger flipper. At some point you just need to be a little bit smarter,
Right. Hey, Steve, have you ever heard of George Hetnick?
Of course. I divergenized him. I popped his cherry.
Yeah, shit.
First
time
we
were in the same hangout. Oh my god, it's very late for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were just there in Earth debate. There's Earth discussions.
Yeah. I swear I'm just
I know it's late, but I'm going to put this hangout. I am going to put the link out there, but only in the Great Debate community, so no, they can't get it unless you're a member. So,
he just posted this really interesting calculation and read of what's the most fundamental forces in nature. I mean, if you're into this kind of stuff, I mean, you can give it a read.
Yeah, well, it's a strong nuclear action, weak nuclear actions, electromagnetism, and then gravity. But the problem with the 4 fundamental forces is that in the theory of relativity, gravity is not a force, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, they still call it they call it a fundamental force, but in reality, it's not a force. It's a force. It's a curvature of space time, and then whatever's going through there is just following the natural path, and that's why it curves.
Mm-hmm.
Get this link out there in case anybody wants to join, so they don't bother me. Okay.
He does this really interesting calculation, over long distances. The gravitational force exceeds that of the electric force by 6 orders of magnitude. The ratio is in favor of gravity being the dominant force. Since the atmosphere is not continuously breaking down, the actual unbalanced charge should be less than that used in computation above, resulting in an even larger ratio, QED. Yeah. It's basically explaining how there's no way electricity or diamagnetism can possibly replace gravity. It's ridiculous.
No, I mean, okay, here's the problem with that. Gravity affects anything that's in that space-time continuum. Again, it's not a real force. And so a photon, right? Light itself is affected by gravity, right? Mm-hmm. Yes, there's an electromagnetic component to light, but it's electrically and magnetically neutral.
Right.
So there's nothing that affects it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's late, but it was something like light still has momentum, therefore momentum or energy, and the object will still be affected by gravity, meaning light would still be affected by gravity according to quantum mechanics.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but when I hear did you hear say, well, I'm a pilot, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, fine.
Yeah, at the very end.
Yeah, and your point being, I mean, that and what? I have a feeling if I would have asked her about, okay, what does an aileron do? What does a flap do? What, I'm not a pilot, but I do play Microsoft Simulator. I don't think what's pitch, what's yaw. I don't think she would have a fucking clue.
I'm actually planning to get my pilot's license soon. I'm joining a flying club and actually get it. It seems to be incredibly fun.
Yeah, so you've got to learn about those things.
Yeah.
What I hate is sit like, okay, what's the difference between the attack angle and the angle of what is it? There's the attack angle and then the
Angle of attack, and then there's
what's the other one though? There's two parts. One has to do with the shape of the way the wing is based upon the position of the plane.
Oh shit!
When
Yeah.
it's moving through the wind. And it's called the incident of attack vice the something else. I can't remember.
Yeah.
And I always got confused. I gotta look it up. Now you're bugging me.
I'm actually doing a project on. It's like this small like school project thing about. It's about this like, yeah, I'm trying to get into states for this science thing, and I'm doing a project on fluid flow around a wing. I'm trying to get
Bernoulli's equation.
Hmm?
Bernoulli's equation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to reduce the amount of turbulent fluid flow around like a wing design. I thought of using the I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's like schizorin imaging. It's like when you use a camera and you use like a specific light angle, and it can kind of visualize the flow just by having like a mirror in the back. But anyway,
well, I was thinking. Okay, I was thinking of the angle of attack versus the angle of incidence, and they're hard for me to keep in my mind which one's which. But I do know you have what's called Bernoulli's equation, which has to do with laminar flow next to the wing, right? You have a pressure area and you have a high pressure area. And as you said, you're going to have turbulent flow. So the difference, because the shape of the wing causes a low pressure area underneath, that's going to create lift. I never had to use Bernoulli's equation in reference to aerodynamics that much, but I had to use it very, very much in fluid dynamics in piping systems. You have a change of diameter of the pipe, you have a change of elevation, change your potential energy, you have a change of your flow for kinetic energy. These are all factored in when it comes to the Bernoulli's equation, right? Because your kinetic energy and potential energy initial has to equal to your kinetic energy and potential on the final. So I am familiar with it. I did take fluid theory, but she wouldn't have known any about this stuff, man.
No, she wouldn't.
I mean,
yeah, they love to pretend, but yeah.
Yeah, but you can't pretend this shit, right? I mean, yeah, I may get some things wrong because I haven't looked at it in years, but nobody would ever say, "Oh, Steve never took a course in this," or "Steve never studied this."
Exactly.
Of course I fucking did. I graduated from nuke school. I mean, you can go look at the curriculum. It was heat transfer and fluid theory, for God's sake. But But anyways.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm trying to make a project on like reducing the amount of turbulent flow around a wing. I need to get the proper materials and everything to calculate Reynolds number. Just do all that good stuff. Hopefully,
I remember Reynolds number. You could use Reynolds number to determine the point from which you have laminar to turbulent flow.
Yeah, it's laminar turbulent. I think it's about 2,000 to something. Yeah, I don't know. It's like there was this one.
Now, do you think I could look? I mean, again? I mean, people think I never studied this stuff, and I don't think I have time to go look this shit up every time people
exactly
crap up.
I mean, I don't know the exact number of the inequality from laminar to turbulent, but I know it's something about 2,000 to x is greater or equal to x and greater than something else. I don't know.
Oh, I don't remember the formula. Last time I looked at those formula, I was actually helping a nurse. She had to learn that stuff in Reynolds number in far as pressure gradients and for the pressure inside of a vein. And so I kind of looked it over again to refresh myself, so I could kind of help her explain to her that what a laminar flow even is. She couldn't grasp the concept of how a flow would be linear on the walls of a vessel, and then all of a sudden become turbulent. And that was based upon the Reynolds number, and she just was conceptually lost.
Right.
But anyways,
yeah. I mean, I'm still in school, and I'm trying to get into states with science fair thing. But I mean, I guess that's only why I know a little more about fluid flow and stuff, because I do take notes and research it on my own, just so I could get like a good project going on. But
yeah, it sounds interesting, man. I kind of envy you that you're still in school. But hey, ad blocker, I want to say hi to you, my friend. I'm sorry, kind of like Earth discussions died out tonight. I had to go over there and those guys were just like, okay, hey, come on in, we'll take anybody. Okay, fine. Yeah, whatever. I knew they weren't seriously, interested in conversation.
Yeah.
Who in Earth discussions?
Yeah.
Why
No,
not?
no, no. Not Earth Constructions. I love that channel. No,
Oh.
the channel that we went over.
Oh, okay.
What I don't what the guy's name.
Yeah,
Dan
the Dan
Finkelstein.
guy, Flat Earth Dan.
Yeah. Flat Earth
Yeah.
Dan. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Spurs Chemo decided to go to the debate, Flat Earth debate channel, and talk to himself instead of coming here. So,
Yeah.
like,
Well, he went over the Flat Earth channel. No, I mean he may not got my message. I messaged him, but he may not have got it. So somebody might want to let him know. I'll change the name if he doesn't show
I'm
up.
sure he knows.
No, I don't think he does. He's been asking, "Hey, Steve, let me into your hangout so we can talk." And I'm like, "Okay." So can you make a message to him if he's over in Flat Earth debates? I mean, if you know which one's in,
I sent a message. I'm pretty sure he's looking at it. I'm pretty sure he's still over there.
I'll look in a second here. Flat Earth Alaska. Flat means shit in theory of gravity. Move on. You just talk in circles. So let me give it the straight. Flat Earth Alaska. If math means shit in the theory of gravity, then can you explain to me why they have the field equation and why the field equation it demonstrates exactly how things move through a matrix space, and that's math. So if you have a matrix formula, right, like the field tensor equation used in theory of gravity, how is that shit when that is the fundamental formula used for general relativity? Go ahead, Flat Earth. I'd love to have you explain that to us. I'll listen.
Yeah, he wouldn't grasp like 3/4 of the thing that he just said. So there's no
It's
point.
Chinese to them, isn't it?
Yeah.
And people are like, oh, well, Steve's word salad. No, I can guarantee it. I know a lot of physicists, and any one of them could understand exactly what I just said.
Right. Well, I mean, I can go over to debates and tell Spurs Scheme that you have your hangout on, and then after that, I need to go to bed. I mean, it's
Yeah,
like
please do.
3:30. So, yeah, Steve, pleasure talking to you.
Thank you.
I'll see you
Yeah,
later.
it's always fun. Yes,
Yeah,
thank you, sir.
always. Yeah. All right. So see you later, Ed. Till next time, Steve.
Yep, you too, man. We'll be here.
Right, take care.
The link to get in is in the Great Debate community. So if you're a member, you can get it. If not, well, you have to ask for it.
I think you sent me a link, but I can message you again. I can try to be a member. However, you do that.
Okay, one sec. Here, just click link I put in the group chat there. There you go.
Okay, great. All right then.
You would have liked to hang out right earlier with Arn. It was really good.
Yeah, I should have. All right. I just requested you to join.
Okay,
all right then. You guys later.
All right, good night.
Good
night. Time delay. Sometimes people request to join it. Oh, there it is. I got him. Approved. Okay.
So what is it that you want to talk to Spurs Chemo about?
I don't know. Okay. See, Schemo's position for a flat earther is like, okay, there's no real evidence for around a spheroid Earth, and it's like, well, I mean, even in there, we explained to them, look here's what an angular diameter would do if something was receding from us or coming closer to us. Explain to us on a flat Earth model how that happens. With our model, you don't have that happen because we're constantly the same distance from the sun, for relatively speaking. I mean, obviously we're closer during summer and further away during winter. And yes, by the way, that is right. We actually are closer during summer. People think that we're closer during winter, but no, in America, we are actually closer to the sun during summer. I mean, no, during winter, and then further away during summer. But anyways, but in our model, we can explain the observations. When I was trying to explain to them about the Gibbous thing of the Venus, which is the thing Kaiser did a really good job on, it shows that, okay, here's the different phases of Venus. Here's what it would look from a heliocentric model, and here's what it would look from a Ptolemaic model. We don't see it from the Ptolemaic model. So Flat Earth Alaska says, math describes itself, its mean, its end. Yeah, that's a bunch of nonsense. If math is real, how come Ronnie doesn't understand it? Happy Jesus, I don't know. Yeah, I don't. Again, math is not my strong point by any means. I took calculus, but I mean, I'm not a math dude. People think I'm a math guy. I'm not. Rez Reddick knows a lot more about math than I'll ever know probably anymore. I've forgotten everything. Math is also a theory in the realms you speak of. No. Flat Earth Alaska. Math is a tool. Okay, a theory is a scientific model that explains observation, which is a collection of facts. Okay, math is not a theory, but there is theory of mathematics. There's a difference. I don't think he understands it, but there's a difference. Let me see if I can find Gizmo. I really wish I could put the link out, but these fucking flat earthers, like this guy Tim, comes over and just snipes, and it's kind of annoying.
Tim Osmond.
I don't mind him sniping, but it's annoying that I can't put the link out. You know?
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't want him in here anyway.
Fuck no. No, he made a video about me tonight. And I'm like, who the fuck is this cheese ball?
Is that the one with like the gun and the Punisher symbol?
Yeah. Well, I didn't even watch it. I mean, I watched bits and pieces, but I didn't hear it. What was it all about?
He wants Sensi's docs information.
Joe Sensi?
Like Sensi from the debate channel. He's the head honcho over there.
I don't know who he is.
I guess they Sensi banned Tim Osmond, so he's offering like $3,000 for his information.
Hey, you can have my information. My name's Steve McRae. I just gave it to you for free, dumb fuck.
I don't think he actually has $3,000, but yeah, and he was also showing a gun, and I don't know why he was showing a gun. I mean, you can extrapolate why he would,
fuck him.
Punisher gun, but
yeah, maybe for lack of penis size. I have no idea.
Yeah, sure. But yeah, he's kind of wacko. But he's
I think that guy kicked Spurs accidentally. By the way, Dan, Hannah was saying.
Oh yeah. He kicked everybody.
That's funny. Well, he was going offline anyways.
Yeah, well, he's all stoned and shit.
Oh, he's fucking high as a motherfucker. So where do you think Spurs went to? What hangout? I don't
he's
find
in the debate channel right now.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is.
Flat Earth debates?
Yeah.
How come that doesn't come up in my live feed?
Don't know.
They're not running a live feed right now. Yeah, they're not. Flat Earth debates is not live.
Put the link in the side chat. I'm like watching it right now. And by the time it's over, they're trying to convince him to come over here.
Okay, 1 second.
Put in the Richard Garnash is talking shit.
I don't know why it's not coming up in my fucking. Well, I usually do a search and it should come up. Okay. Spur, get over here.
It's just called the debate channel. Or just debate. That's what it's called.
Well, there's nobody in there but Spur. Oh no, I guess there's
no. It's just focusing on Spurs. By the
okay.
times in there, Richard Garnash, I think.
Well, yeah, they don't mind me going in the flat earth and other debates. So that is, if it's the same guy. He used to always send me the link and said, "Come in here."
He doesn't have any problem with anybody other than, like, I don't know, for some reason Tim Osmond. I don't know what exactly he did to get on his bad side, but
I don't know who he is. I never heard the name Tim Osmond before.
Well, what I heard was that he was sniping and stuff, but I mean,
yes.
But there's a lot of other sniping going on, like from Adam and Look a Pig and everybody else.
Yeah, Look a Pig. He used to come in my hangout and he was okay, but then, like, for some reason after a couple weeks, then he went into his sniping mode, and yeah,
I don't know what his deal is. Like, I think he's autistic, maybe. I don't know.
Well, I think flat earthers themselves are somewhat autistic. I mean, when those guys, they were just stones. I mean, come on.
Yeah, stoned and stupid. It's not a very good
bedtime. I only got up a little while ago. I mean, I'm a day sleeper. Somebody says, "Steve, it's past your bedtime." No, so.
Well, if you want to go over there and.
No, I started this hangout over here, so he can come over here, so we can have an actual conversation.
Well, he's not interested in an actual conversation, man.
No, Spur asked me.
No. Yeah, I mean, have you ever talked to Spur Schemo before?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've talked to him before.
He doesn't. I have a hard time believing that he would actually engage in some sort of an actual discussion or debate. He just likes to talk about shit he has no idea about.
Okay, well, whatever. Let's see what else is going on here. Oh my God, the dumb fuck of the year, Von Helton is like pulling away. God, you people! I don't know why the hell you want Von Helton to win.
You people.
You people, you Von Heltonites.
It wasn't me.
Really?
I voted for Ronnie and Pissy Pete.
Well, okay, Ronnie, I understand, but Pissy Pete.
Yeah, Pissy Pete.
Yeah. I think everybody should vote for Pissy Pete just because he drinks pee.
Well,
Yes.
I voted for two
No.
people. I can vote for whoever I want to, Steve.
No, you can't, but that's okay. Yeah. Well,
I
I
told
mean,
you, man. Pissy Pete's our boy. Like he might not be the dumbest motherfucker, but I mean he's our mother.
I've never run across the guy before, so that's the problem. I don't know enough history about him to really say one way or another, right?
He goes into ED almost every night. Like at one point he was in there. He went in there every single day for like a month.
I did see him in the other day.
Yeah.
I didn't go. It wasn't the time I was in. I was doing something else. But yeah, I have seen him in ED before. So
Yeah,
yeah.
he's out there, man.
Hey,
Like
Nestle.
he's never really met
I
he's never met a conspiracy he didn't like. You know.
Yeah, there's a few like that where they just kind of go full bore, right? They pick
Right.
it's like any experience, conspiracy
Right.
they like, they find they like. Yep.
Yeah, I asked him if there was anything in his life that was not a conspiracy. If he can give me an example of something that wasn't a conspiracy. He's like, well, for breakfast I had. Oh wait, there's GMOs in that. That's a conspiracy.
Oh God.
Even his fucking
Have you-
breakfast is a
Have
conspiracy.
you ever seen shit like, hey, this bottled water, GMO free, and it's like, what? Water
No,
GMO free? Let's
they
think
put
about this.
fluoride in the water, man.
Yeah, it didn't say fluoride free. It's GMO free. It's like
Yeah,
it's
well,
water.
fluoride is a conspiracy to him.
Of course, water's a conspiracy.
Right.
Water doesn't.
Water's a
exist.
conspiracy. His
Water's
breakfast is a conspiracy. His milk is a conspiracy. His shadow is a conspiracy. Anything he sees in the sky is a conspiracy. It's the Earth is a conspiracy. Like everything.
reality is a conspiracy. So
Yeah,
why
it's
bother?
well, I mean, it's out there, man.
Well, because I just don't think they can accept reality, right? And so they have to find a way to try to, try to cope with things. I by the way, I go through these hangout. Well, I guess the live feeds, and not everything comes up, but there's one feed that comes up a lot. It's this one guy. It's called a constant stream of Terry, and I won't say his last name. Videos who can't get enough of Terry, and basically this one guy. Nobody's ever watching it except for one person, himself maybe.
Probably.
And it just runs 24/7 of just him, a picture of him. It's really strange.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird shit on YouTube, man.
Oh, it's offline. Stream is offline now, but okay, but the really weird. For those who can't get enough Terry, here you go, 24/7 Terry.
Right.
Oh, weird.
So yeah, like there's like a whole channel dedicated to post-mortem photography on YouTube.
See, everything I find is gaming right now. But you see, I just put in the level A and I filter it for live, but I don't see anything but gaming videos.
I don't know if anybody does it live on YouTube. Like a lot of them go to Twitch.
Well, how do you find the Hangouts? Because I type in Hangouts and only like one comes up every so often.
I don't know if anybody actually has like live gaming Hangouts. It's Google Hangouts isn't all that great for it.
But but like I said, if I want to find just live Hangouts, unless they put Hangout in the title, it doesn't come up. Like I know Amanda May, she's having a Hangout right now.
You get like random ones when you go to like the G Plus stuff and you just look for live Hangouts. You just get a bunch of random shit.
You can't do it from G Plus anymore.
Oh, you can't? No, I haven't.
Yeah, no, because they don't have HOAs, right? I mean, it's done through YouTube now. So
right. I don't know. Maybe they'll make something easier. But if it wouldn't surprise me that there wouldn't be that many gaming Hangouts. God
damn it! By the way, is over there with Skismo right now, and it's only two people in there with Flat Earth. It's like, really, I opened this room for you, Skismo. You God. Spurs.
Well,
That's okay.
Of course, he's gonna like do everything to to make it as off as humanly possible.
Who is Spurs Gizmo?
He is a flat earther.
No.
Right.
Did he come in here, or is he? Or didn't he come?
No, what happened was we found this channel, and these people were just talking mad smack, and we had a bunch of people in the live feed going, okay, that's wrong, and they're like, well, why don't you come in here and correct us? Okay, whatever. Every time we went in there, within minutes, they're like, okay, we'll answer this. Okay, start answering. 2 seconds into your answer, oh well, what about this? I didn't finish the first one. And then she's like, well, I have a degree in earth science and in earth environmental engineering. I'm like, oh, great. So okay. So we started getting into science, that she didn't know the basic things about physics. She didn't know the difference between inertial and non-inertial. She didn't know what the theory of relativity was. She didn't know what angular diameter was. She didn't know anything, and I'm like, okay, so I mean, I thought at least I did have some basics to begin with, but I guess not, right?
So basically, Dunning-Kruger effect.
It's not even that. I mean, the problem. See, to be a DK, the people really think they have to be. See, DK is really not what people think it is. It's not that just people think they're brilliant and intelligent about a bunch of different things. It's basically somebody who gets to the highest level of their own incompetence, right? These people are they're just retarded. I mean, it's not even DK. It's just they're fucking fundamentally retarded. And I don't know if it's a genetic, if it's a environmental, I don't care. But they lack the ability to even have a cogent argument, a cogent position. They just don't. I mean, you've got to be dumber than dumb to think the earth is flat. I mean, there's just a special level of stupid that I just cannot wrap my head around. That's why I'm fascinated by it.
Well, I would slightly disagree, because many people, of course, before we knew about practically anything, they see the world and it looks flat. But now, of course, when we have more technology and we can basically do experiments for yourself, then yes, in today's
you just hit the nail on the head, though.
In today's
today,
terms,
I'm not talking about 1,000 years ago. 2,000 years ago, someone's flat earth, they weren't stupid, but we have more knowledge now.
And today, that's also about to say that today, on today's standards, yes, you need to be very stupid to believe the earth is flat.
I mean, I when I look in the live feed and I see people like Flat Earth Alaska, I don't really know if they're just trolling or they seriously are this stupid. It's impossible to tell, and that's what I find to be fascinating.
Post law.
So always assume there's stupidity instead of malicious intent.
No, I say post law. It's impossible to distinguish a parody from a post law. Yeah,
there's another law. There's another law. Go ahead. Yeah.
It's impossible to tell a parody from someone who is just honestly stupid.
Right. Yeah. But I know Poe's law, but there's another law that states that I forgot. No, what was the other law? Never assume malicious intent. Never attribute never attribute malicious intent, which could be explained by just simple stupidity or something along those lines. Alaska is trolling, but Felix was for real. Okay, well, I think Felix was for real. But Alaska, if he's just trolling, I don't waste my time with people that don't actually believe the shit. If they believe in flat Earth, they want to have a discussion, I'll talk to them. But if they don't actually believe it, I don't care. I have no time for trolls. I want people to actually believe this shit, right? And if he's just trolling and he doesn't actually believe flat Earth, then he's just wasting everybody's time. Well, that kind of sucks. Spurs not coming over, but
a bit off topic. Did you see the debate between Arn and Sabur?
No, Arn brought it up today. He had asked, and I didn't see it yet. I will watch it. Did you watch Arn today on my channel?
Oh no, well, was he on your channel? When?
Yeah, Arn was in here for quite some time today.
Oh, I didn't get that. I of course live in Europe, so
yeah. So he had asked if anybody's seen the debate, and I hadn't seen it yet. But he's running for state senator in Texas, man. I think that's awesome, dude.
I think it is too. I don't think it's a chance at all.
But hey, can we get some people in here, guys? I mean, we got 18 people watching at 3:00 in the morning, so that's really
get in here, Alaska.
Yeah, get in here. I don't want to put the link out because I'm sure I'll get sniped. But if anybody wants,
you get snip.
Yeah, well, if I get sniped, I'm just going to bed. But whatever.
I'm sorry I missed the Aaron Watt thing. I'm gonna have to watch it later, but I was too busy playing video games.
It was uploaded on Christmas, ironically.
Nice.
Yeah, I still need to find a way to. What's that?
Got the sniff-snaffles?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
It's early in the morning. I'm trying to find a better way to find live feeds, and I don't know.
Well, if you figure that out, let me know.
Well, the only way I can figure it out is if you go to search, right, and you type in like Hangouts and you go to filter live, it has some,
You
but
filter
it
live.
doesn't have as many as it should. I don't think.
Oh,
Like
I think
it doesn't have like the debate one. I don't know why.
how do you
But
filter live though?
Oh, there's a little drop down that says filters, and then you go over to there's update,
What?
type, duration, features, sort by relevance. Features is like the 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 one down. You can choose live.
Wait,
Yeah, is that pretty
where?
cool?
But if you're going to watch the debate,
I'm sorry.
if you're going to watch the debate, then I wouldn't expect much, because the argument practically boils down to what is a fact.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here, let me start this over. Okay, so if I put in like Hangout right here, let me clear this out. So I do a search for Hangout, right? See over here it says filter. Now I go down here to live.
Oh.
So now I can filter. Like I know, like here's Amanda May. I know her. Yes, she's a cross dresser. So is her. She likes to be called her. So I know people over here, but all these other ones, I have no idea. And then you get all the way down to here in the second one. Then you find the Flat Earth. One of the Flat Earth channels. Let's see here. Here we go, right here, and then Free Chan. But there's other ones running, so they don't show up. So.
Steve.
I mean, I tried.
Steve, did you know you had 1,000 subscribers now?
Yeah, I'll be having 1,000 subscriber party here.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I
don't know what day it's going to be, but
Santa was really Santa gave you a really good Christmas present this year.
Yeah, I got 1,000 subscribers. I wanted by the end of the year, my goals, and I said this back in August, I wanted 1,000 subscribers and I wanted 175,000 views. I got to like 176,000 or plus or something, and I made both goals. So I thought I did pretty well when you set goals and you try for that, because Ronnie was sitting there saying, oh well, Steve's channel's not going to last. He's not going to get views. He's not going to get subscribers. And I am so taking over the numbers that he had.
How many subscribers does he have?
Somebody had told. Well, he doesn't show his, but somebody had told me that they think he has around 1,150.
And what the fuck? Of course, most of them are practically looking for a laugh, I think.
Yeah. And it's probably about right. He probably has a little over 1,000, and he has 260,000 views, I think. But he's only averaging a fraction of what I am a month. So literally, I can overtake him in about 5 months, and he's been around a couple of years longer than me.
Yeah.
So that's what's called growth, and that's what I've been looking at the modeling to show what a growth would be. And he doesn't get that. He's looking at raw numbers rather than looking at the growth of the views to my channel compared to his. But he doesn't understand these types of metrics, right? His business acumen would be horrific. He doesn't understand acumen. So. Oh, hey, I just looked at my live feed. Oh, it was like, great, Steve. Thank you. Yeah, again, I'll be having 1,000 sub party, maybe Wednesday or something.
Thanks for showing that to me, Steve.
Yeah, is that cool? I mean, it's not great, but it works a little bit, right? So
sure. I can
you
find
guys didn't see the porn in the background, right?
No, of course not.
Okay, good. Yeah, my folder that says this isn't a porn.
we all have one of those.
Yeah, this is not porn. Don't look.
Yeah. But now I can find a bunch of gaming sort of hangouts to troll. It'd be sweet.
I don't do the gaming ones, but I do occasionally go there to see if there's anything of interest, and I'll look around.
Right.
Because I don't want to always run hangouts, but I'm up all hours. Because lately, the only time I've been able to fall asleep is around 6 o'clock in the morning, maybe 7. That's my biological circadian rhythm right now for some reason. So
right. Well, if you're not into it, you're not into it.
I don't know why I can't sleep at night. I
meant video games.
Oh, video games! I like video games, but I just don't. Yeah, just like, for example, my internet died down for 20 minutes, right? And while I was waiting, guess what I was playing?
What's that?
StarCraft 2.
Oh, okay. Old school.
That's my idea of a game, right?
Sure. Well, it's not old school. It's a newer one, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, that's old school, man. Old school. StarCraft 2, that's old. But I never finished it, so I started playing it months ago, and I was like, after so often I'll go back and play it.
I don't remember what StarCraft we're up to. Are we up to StarCraft 3?
Oh, fuck. Jude, I do not know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the sequel is pretty much the same fucking game anyway. So
Yeah, I prefer like my favorite games that I used to play would be like Heroes of Might and Magic,
uh-huh.
Especially like Hom 5. That is one of the best games ever created.
Yeah.
And
I wanna check in,
Morrowind. Did you play Morrowind?
sure, yeah.
Yeah, those are my games.
I liked Oblivion.
I liked Oblivion. Oblivion was good. I played Oblivion, but I think Morrowind, something about Morrowind was just epic to me. It was just
Right.
so expansive and immersive, you know?
Everybody really likes Skyrim now.
Yeah, but I can't find a copy of Skyrim, so whatever.
Yeah.
Not that I'm recommending playing, pirated games, but
games, yeah.
but if somebody found me a pirated version, I'm not gonna, I wouldn't play it because I would be wrong, and I wouldn't ever do anything like that. Just like I've never cracked shareware programs, I would never do anything like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Skyrim was the easiest goddamn game I've ever played.
Really?
Like, it took me maybe like 5 hours tops to beat, and I didn't die once. I just went straight to the end and killed that final boss, and that was it.
I was playing one similar, and I can't remember the name, but the problem is it was on another computer, and I don't want to play it again because it took me hours, and I mean literally like days and weeks to get to where I was, and I didn't finish it, and I'm fucking pissed now because it's one of those immersive type games, and I'm like, I'm never gonna go back and start this from scratch. Fuck no.
Yeah, I get really put off when I forget to save my game. Like it takes me
saved it.
weeks
It's
to
just
get
on a
back
bad
on it.
computer. My computer
Yeah.
was shit.
Yeah. Just like I don't want to do all that shit again.
Fuck no. Too bad you can't. I should have saved it to my Google Drive. Whatever.
You live and you learn.
Yeah. I'll still go back and play Morrowind every so often, though. Even though I mean, it loses luster after you've already finished the end. But with the mods is pretty fun.
Well, if you want more viewers, I'm sure you'll have your like current viewers watching, and then maybe you'll get some new ones from the video game stuff.
Oh, I don't think I'd stream video games. Who the hell wants to play
Why not? People watch people playing fucking Minecraft and shit.
I know, it's weird. I understand people watch these hangouts. I get that, right? People listen, they do stuff, and they're interested in the topics. They like to have people conversing. They like to feel the ebb and flow of a conversation. See people like getting their ass handed to them. I don't know why we'd be watching a Minecraft video.
Well, probably to watch you get mad at the video game.
Yeah,
that'd be one
that
appeal.
could be.
Right.
Yeah, if you forget to save, right?
Right. That'd be cool. Stephen Gray, then you can make a video like Stephen Gray fails to save his game Rage.
Yeah. Oh my god, that would get. I know, right?
Views. That'd be like the one video that you get 1 million views.
I want to do that. Is that big clickbait? Is that clickbait?
Clickbait.
I'm gonna. You know what? Even if you fake it, I should have this game as like StarCraft 2 or something, right? Just some cheesy old game. Be like, right. Fuck me, fuck, fuck. Million views.
Sure. Mm-hmm. People love watching it. Get really mad. So why not?
I need to add some people here because I can't keep this open if people don't join. So, who else can I add? Who do I see in the live chat here? Get your happy asses in here, people. Mr. Crust, you never come in. Come in. Lotto, you guys want to come in? Sam, George, any of you guys never come in. Oh, I don't have a mic. Oh, fuck, I'm getting tired.
Is it bedtime for Bonzo?
Well, I told you about 6 o'clock, so I start getting tired about now. So it's only 2 hours away. But let's see what is going on here. Obviously Spurs Keysmo's not coming over. Yes, Wayne, I did check I checked my G Plus. I saw it. I have no idea. I get the weirdest messages. I don't know how to research that, Wayne. Flat Earth Alaska. Oh shit, mispleased again. Wow, I must be an idiot. You people reach for anything but reality. So sad. Non-thinkers too many of you. Our society is doomed. Okay, first of all, I'm not a Nazi grammar. I'm really not. But when you say R and you say I-R-E as an R society, as an O-U-R, even I'm not that bad. Okay? I mean, it's our, not R. But yeah, like I said, I don't normally do Nazi grammar shit because I mean, God knows mine suck, but even I'm not that bad. Oh, Sam's on the deathbed of the flu. Don't die on us, Sam Lowry. Yeah, feel better. Okay, I'm gonna have to change the name of this hangout. I was gonna call it Open Morning Hang. Flat Earthers ran away. I like how you can change the name of a hangout after you do it. That's good.
Yeah. I asked Spurs Chemo if he could show me a spirit or a soul once. And he said that you have to be really good at what you do, first of all. And then you get a choice to either murder your family and that or do some gay shit. And then after you do
some
that,
gay shit.
Yeah, it's one of the two. You have to murder somebody in your family or do some gay shit. And then after that, the elite, you know, will teach you how to see spirits.
Good to know.
Right.
So I'm a pig made a troll channel to Hannah Anderson. My name is Hannah. I'm the fat bitch from ED. All I do is sit at home and moderate for a faggot while trolling flat earthers because I have nothing better to do.
Hey,
Hannah, if you're listening, be thrilled when people fucking, make fake accounts for you. Because I mean, flattery is the most imitation is the serious form of flattery. Yeah.
a lot of flat earthers are really desperate for pussy, you know.
Oh, fuck yeah. I mean, well, they got to get some of the stupidest chicks in the world.
Right.
Like that one chick in there. She may have been cute.
Yeah.
I don't know, but
yeah.
Damn, she was stupid.
Yeah.
You guys have no idea how dumb these people were over there, guys. We're not exaggerating.
Are you talking about the chat? Yeah.
Yeah, the hangout that we had over there with that flat Earth group. Oh my God! Wow.
Yeah, they were special,
to say the least. Wayne, do you want to come in? God damn it. The problem, I really wish I could just put this link out so like I can run these hangouts and I go do my other thing and people have a place to go, but it's kind of hard when you have snipers.
Yep. That's the nature of the beast.
Yeah, I mean these people are just fucktards. Well, Nestle, what do you want to do?
I want to ask you. I want to ask you something, but I don't know if I'm allowed to. Because
go nuts, man.
All right,
Dude,
go nuts. I have made a month ago or more a video on YouTube, and I want to know what your opinion about this. But I don't know if you have watched it yet.
What's the video about? Probably not.
History of everything.
Oh, I did actually. Yeah, that was your video where you had like you started off like small to large kind of thing, the universe.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I thought you put that together pretty exceptionally well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was probably. You have really good video editing abilities. I don't remember the detail of it, but I do remember watching it. And you put it in the community. But yeah, if you give me the link to it, I'll put it in the live feed.
All right. I want to know. I don't want to spam your channel. That's because I.
No, I don't give a fuck. Go ahead.
Okay.
Anybody that comes to my channel, they promote anything they want. Shit, just put it in my group chat, and I'll put it in the live feed, or just type in the type in the live chat, and I'll just give you spanner. You can put link it yourself. Oh, and Lowry, no, please don't think I have a thing for Rose. Fuck no, dude. God damn. Hells no. By the way, if I ever have a thing for somebody, you will be the first to know, people. I will tell you. It ain't Rose. It's Wayne Fillmore. No, I was kidding. Fuck no. But, no, it's like type in the live feed there.
The URL or the title?
No, just say hi and then I'll give you mod.
Oh,
anything.
Wait a minute. Here.
Find the live feed and just type anything in there. There we go. Okay, so now you can put any link you want in there. Go nuts.
Thanks.
sure. You added MMA artist, the one person I had blocked.
He's blocked here.
Yeah, he's blocked here.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh yeah, I remember now.
Yeah,
You guys are having a stint about something or other.
yeah, I'll remove him. I don't want to deal with him.
Sorry, I
Yeah,
completely forgot about that.
Yeah, he's never wanted to apologize or anything like that, and he was really vitriolic and it's just what the things he was saying was just completely uncalled for, and I just didn't want to deal with it.
Well, you asked him a question or something like that, then he like listed like he made a big long reply, and you're like TLDR or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, because I mean, it was like, okay, and Netflix knows this, and I say this to everybody. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
I don't have the attention span to read anything very long.
Right.
Because I get. Do you guys want to see my? You think
I guess he could have. He probably should have given you a TLDR version of it, but
you guys wait. Hang on. I don't mind. This is. I mean, this is the type of shit I get all day long, right? I mean, all these people, and yes, somebody give me a pledge, but nobody knows who that is. But so. You know, all these things I get. I mean, look at all these messages all day long, and I try to check most of them. If I don't, you know, I don't have time to take them all.
Right.
But I mean, look at my inbox, for God's sake.
So
look at my Twitter. I mean, I go to Twitter and it's like, okay, new tweets. Okay, I don't have time to go through all this shit, people. Okay, so when I'm telling you, don't send me anything too long because I won't read it. It's nothing personal to anybody.
Yeah. I forget exactly what it was about, but you did. I mean, you mentioned him by name, and you wanted to have some sort of a debate. I guess maybe you should have just came on your hang, and you guys could have went at it. But yeah, I think he took that pretty hard.
Well, yeah. Well, like I said, he first of all, he was not giving out correct information as far as what happened, and Mark Anoia was the only one that really remembers because he was there. And me and Mark were explaining to him, you know, I mean, this is not what you're saying. What you're saying didn't have. We have video on this, right? And he kept trying to backtrack what was happening, and it's like, look, come on, this is what you said. Now you're changing it. Now you're going to this massive in depth that we didn't get into because I have no interest in it. But it was all an attempt for him to get away from what his original claim was, and that was the problem.
Oh, well, I don't really know what the original stuff was. All I know is that the tweet back and forth.
His original claim. Oh, by the way, hey Frank, I'll get you a link here. The original claim was basically that the governments don't use computers to spy on their people. Okay, and then what happened specifically is he claimed that the metadata collected in some of these things are not used and not stored. They're destroyed. And I said, no. I said, there are governments that are using this metadata. They're not disposing them properly according to what they're supposed to do. And he's like, oh, that's just full of shit. Well, I found a couple months later, Canada gets busted for storing metadata and not disposing it correctly. And he's like, well, I never said they didn't. They didn't keep it properly. I'm like, yeah, that was the whole argument. Is you're saying that these governments abide by the law. They mine the data, the metadata, and then they destroy it according to regular, you know, the regulatory things that they have. And I said, you're out of your mind if you think the government destroys data. They know more about you than you know yourself. And I'm not a conspiracy person, but I guarantee the government monitors things on the internet.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, let's be realistic.
That's outrageous.
Sorry. Go ahead.
That's all right.
Hey, Frank, buddy.
You
know, Frank's another person. I'm like all the time. It's like, Frank, I love what he writes, but I don't have time to read a Frank Dunleavy, posts.
Yeah, I apologize. I have no problem with you not reading what I write.
But you don't take it personally, right? Because I think you're brilliant, but it's just too in depth and too long for me to really work with, and so I let other people kind of do it. So, yeah. But it's nothing personal. I have the attention span of a gnat. What do you want?
It's probably good. Like I've recently learned that it's probably very. I don't know how to put it into words. It's just like.
Well, people have too long didn't read for a reason, right?
Yeah, like
they have like they want something in bits and pieces. That's why you see my posts are very, very short for the most part, right? All of them. I get bite-sized pieces. But. By the way, Nestle. One second. I'm sorry. Real quick. Nestle put the video to his video on the live feed. Go watch it. It's actually really good. He's really, really, really pretty. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was.
Now I got all quiet and shit. Let's play. How many people are official members of the Great Debate community now? Take a guess.
More than 500?
No, but it's getting damn close. It's 445. Oh, sorry. Give it away. Sorry. Short game. I told you I got a lowest attention span. Hey, shit. I want to see if I can do something real quick.
You're gonna say something?
Yeah. Well, I can. Hey, okay, Frank. I just made you a moderator for the G+ philosophy section. Okay.
Awesome.
So you have mod control philosophy.
I will successfully fail at everything.
That's sweet. That's sweet. That's good. That's good to know. And then I'll add you on the official roster. Well, you know what? I can do that right now, I think. But yeah, I want you to mod for me if you don't mind, since you do post a lot, and I don't know shit about philosophy, so.
Yeah. Is Max a moderator? Maximus Confesses?
No,
is he part of it?
Yeah, well, okay. The problem with Max is he doesn't really have a G+ thing. He screwed it up or something happened a long time ago. You can't add him like to a hangout. He has to like come in like manually. It's really weird. I don't even know how to explain it, but I can't add him because there's no name to put him under. Now he does have another account he goes by. But maybe I might do that one. I don't know. But no, he's not. God damn, I got ants on my mic. What the hell are they going for my mic for? Oh well.
I will always remind everybody that I am a layman in everything. So as a moderator, I am the least intelligent of them when it comes to.
Well, at least
how many moderators do you have unique to the philosophy section?
I usually have 2 moderators per section, but for philosophy, I'll put 3. It's gonna be you and Matt Bell. Fuck no.
Okay.
I'm not Matt Bell.
Come on, I gotta get a power cord.
So you got ants.
I need another one for science because Ruhif was my moderator, but he obviously is under the weather, so I need to find somebody else. But actually, no, I don't. You're my second moderator for philosophy because I didn't have another one. I would say you and Seth McMullen. Okay. Oh, he's not even listening.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, so you and Seth McMullen are the 2 moderators for philosophy.
Cool. He's intelligent. I know that.
Yeah, I'm adding you right now. Okay, so boom, you're done. But I do need another moderator for science to take over from Ruhif. So
keep me as far away from the science one as possible. I don't know anything about science.
Hey, it's gonna. You may not have to moderate now much, but when you get over 500 or 1,000, it might be times you may to moderate. Obviously, I mean,
yeah,
I do get a lot of posts in there a day.
I'll try to commit your rules to heart or something like that.
Oh, well, the rules are pretty simple. No, there's just no sniping. No snipers are allowed in there, which is basically like JoJo McClane and Down Corner and those guys, and no politics. Other than that, I don't give a fuck. I just find that politics are a waste of time, and they're not really part of the debate shit. So,
what about like not politics, but like the philosophy of society and the philosophy of like stuff that really gets close to politics?
Yeah, that's fine.
Because like ethics gets really close to politics.
Yeah, of course. But no, like, oh, okay, you guys voted for Trump, you voted for Hillary, anything.
Okay,
That's just a nightmare waiting to happen.
That's cool.
Let's see. Do we have people watching? Holy shit, 22 people awake right now? Oh, yeah. I forget. Not everybody's in California. Eric's like, maybe the ants are attracted to the food trapped in Steve's beard. Maybe. No, I just saw 2 ants in my microphone. Oh, 3. They've got to be going for something with this. My fucking microphone. What the hell? There's nothing there for them. I think they're just scouting. You know. Oh well. Why are we awake?
I don't know. I think I'm about to correct that issue though.
Yeah, I know. It's obviously because Spur didn't show up, so that kind of sucks. He's still actually in the other debate, the other flatter thing.
Yeah, well,
But
they tend to go places where they can just spew their bullshit.
I know.
Yeah.
What a shame.
Yeah.
Well, if I would have known that, I would have dropped by their channel. But
right. Well, I don't mind going into debates or whatever, but as far as like the videos that they make and whatnot, I don't give them any views.
No, I don't think I've ever really even watched a full Flat Earth video.
Right.
Who's the other guy in there? Is that Pissy Pete?
I don't think so. No.
No.
I don't recognize the one guy. I know By the Time's in there.
Yeah. I like him.
Yeah, me too. I think he's got a bright future ahead of him.
Oh yeah, smart kid.
Oh yeah. I think it's great that like he's not. He's like 16, 17, 18, somewhere there.
He's probably an 18 or 19.
Something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's something in that range, right? Like, but he's like about 100 times smarter than all these flat earthers.
Is it?
Like
Isn't
combined
he?
in there?
Shit, yeah.
Yeah, and like they're all like 40, 30, 40-year-old guys. And
Oh, Christina's getting ready to go to work, and yet I don't know how long I'm gonna have this hanging open. But Christina Blackfeather usually listens to my channel when she's at work, and now I feel bad. Sorry, Christina.
When will the Dumb Fuck of the Year award be decided?
January 1st. Right now, Von Helton is leading, thanks to a shit ton of accounts by Blue. We are going to try to fix that by the end of the year, though. Here,
who is Van Helden?
Who's Von Helton? Von Helton is a guy that thinks he invented the stealth bomber. Thinks he's a vampire, 2,000-year vampire.
Yes,
time traveler.
Yes, I have seen him in one channel by Nadia, I think.
Oh yeah, he used to go in there.
Yeah.
Oh, I've dealt with him. I've dealt with him a few times, obviously, but he's just nuts.
So he believes in the Mandela effect also.
Well, I'm put my Patreon. If anyone wants by the end of the month to become a supporter, I usually do this toward the end of the month. If anyone wants to help support this channel, so anybody wants to be a Patreon, like anywhere, $1, $2, $5, $1 million, it's all good. For $1 million, you get it. Just kidding. No, I appreciate any amount. Like even people, these people like I only could do $1 or $2. I'm like, that's fine. That's wonderful. I mean, the fact that people actually want to because they like my channel. Yes, Von Helton is mentally ill. Yes, Mike. But yeah, I am doing Patreon fundraising. I'm also trying to help Gus's fundraiser. So. A lot. He's like, I already have a Patreon. It's called my family. Yeah, no, I get that, man. I do. But the people that can't or don't want to Patreon, the fact that they're here supporting just by listening, that helps because we do get something from the ad revenue when people watch the ads. But he said ad. He said he's 175% Cherokee or something, didn't he?
The one I saw was 120%.
Was it? So it was something like my mom's 60%, my dad's 60%, therefore I'm 120%. Was that something like that?
Something like that.
What a fucking idiot! Jesus Christ! How these people get so damn dumb?
Hey guys, let's change the topic.
To what? What less dumb fuckery?
Steve, I don't like this whole thing.
I do though. I enjoy making fun of dumb people anymore. I can't help it. It's a weird sick psychological thing I have, and it's not my. It's okay. Wait, I want to make this clear. It is not because I think I'm smart. It's not because I think of anything about me. It is just the fact that these people say the dumbest fucking things that you just shake your head at and go, "What the fuck?" That's why I like it, right? Like, Frank, do you know that most scientists use water for their aqueous solutions? It's like, okay, thank you. Yeah, people using water for aqueous solutions. Go figure. That's
I
the
mean,
complete
like,
dumb
I can
fuck.
see how it's funny, right? I can see how it's open to parody and stuff, but like that's a phrase I got from Merchant Russell because I was watching a video. Oh, I see a parody in that. So, but
Well, I think a lot of the humor is lost upon you sometimes.
no, I get the humor. It's not my mental stuff isn't that bad. It's just I don't like it. It skeeves me a bit because I was on the receiving end of a lot of that stuff, and I still am sometimes in YouTube comment sections. And so
You know what? I get that, but here's the difference between Frank and you. You are somebody that wants to learn. You're somebody that has the potential to learn. You're somebody that knows a lot about philosophy on your own accord. You're basically autodidactic about that. These people on the other side are willfully stupid. They are literally going out of their way to be dumb. That's the difference. So if somebody calls you stupid or dumb, Frank, you just have to go, what the fuck are you talking about? With them, however, they are, speaking of dumb, no, hey, by the way, Jimmy, we'll get you in a second. But they are literally willfully going, like, for example, Jimmy Stevens here, he's a very smart kid, right? Very smart kid. They don't want to learn to that degree. And so I majorly differentiate between something like Jimmy and these clown car posse people. They're not in the same league, right? By the way, I give you a compliment there, Jimmy.
I get your view.
No, sorry.
I just don't agree with it at all.
No, I know, but you know what? It's funny but you can't please everybody, right? I mean,
yeah, it's fine. It's
but we'll have Jimmy's here now, and I'll tell you what, you two can have at it. Have you met Jimmy Stevens?
Me? Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Great. So, because Jimmy's really good in philosophy and he's really articulate. He knows the arguments.
Wow.
So, yeah, if you guys want to get into a biblical presuppositional, whatever the hell you want to do, I don't care. Knock yourself out. Is your mic working, Jimmy?
Yeah, sorry. Sometimes there's a lag, so I just didn't want to interrupt people. How you guys doing?
Good, my friend. See, but like Jimmy knows, I like theists coming in here. I mean, we enjoy it. We don't trash on them.
I know you're awesome, Steve, when it comes to most people. It's just this one thing that I find it's.
Why don't you? What exactly is the problem with this? I'm not getting it.
I'm not gonna. It skeeves me out. I don't have a good argument against it or anything like that. I've been on the thing. That's my.
No, I get it.
Well, if somebody says something stupid on the internet, don't you think somebody should say, "Hey, that's a little bit stupid"?
Especially when it's funny, stupid, right? The irony, right? The irony of the stupidity.
Between rebuke and mockery, like using biblical terms, but
it's a fine line.
Yes, you should let people know when they're being dumb, but there's more than one way to do it.
Right.
And like Steve's argument might be like, these guys have had that chance, and I would agree that they're clearly not responsive to rebuke. But my answer to that would be to just stop talking about them, not to continue talking about them and to make them the butt of jokes, because that's sort of.
But we enjoy it. I can't help it, man. I can't front. I enjoy it.
We should stop because I'm not going to change my mind, and I don't. I know. Want to upset people.
But see, I respect that, right? I mean, your position, right?
I respect your position. I just disagree with it fundamentally.
Sure. I think Adblock, you get it, right?
I respect your right to hold a position, not the position itself.
Yeah.
That's probably a better way.
Yeah. But anyways, Jimmy, you're gonna join in the conversation?
Sure. I know that I've been, just to comment on what it sounds like you guys are talking about. I know I've been stupid a number of times, and I look back and think, oh man, I'm really thankful for the graciousness of the people who didn't mock me for things where I was stupid. So.
And most of the time, that's the way. I agree with that, though, right? I mean, I don't think you should open up a dialogue with somebody automatically thinking the guy's stupid or something. But when you have somebody who's promoting flat Earth, I'm sorry, I'm going to start off probably thinking they're dumb. But I ran into a flat earther last night that wanted to learn. We talked for 45 minutes. It was a great conversation. So.
I have no problem. Again, there's another thing. I have no problem with your disposition towards people who take a position that you disagree with, like flat Earth. Or if they disagree with evolution or something like that. It's one thing for you to think these guys don't know what you're talking about, as a predisposition you have towards them or something like that. But it's another thing to take people who clearly are not willing to move, either due to their own idiocy or due to their own obstinacy, or some mix of the two. You know, and to like use them as the butt of a joke. It's like, I've been obstinate and idiotic before. I'm the most thick-necked person I know. The only reason I am as intelligent as I am is because I've been humiliated so very much, and you know, I was forced to realize it at some point.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand your position, but I think most people can differentiate between the different types of style. Like, I mean, you know, like when we talk about the clown posse, they want to say, "Oh, look at Steve. Or look at that guy's over there. They're all, you know, they're all atheist," or which I'm not, but they're all atheists and they're bashing on theists, and yet we know people that come in here that no, that's not the case. I mean, that's just simply not true. But they have to think that way because they can't stand the fact that we do know more than them, and we can show that they're wrong, and they don't like that. So they block everybody, right? And I really like to know what the hell these ants are going after.
Again, I'm not saying you're wrong to think ill of them, because they are doing things which are bad, but it's like the next step that I have an issue with. It's the mockery. That's it. Okay.
I think there is a point where. Sorry. Oh, please go ahead.
I was just going to say, there's an admittedly accurate stigma with some groups of people who discuss issues like, you know, the shape of the earth, or the origins of life's diversity, or just the origins of life, or whatever it is, that are really just propagandists. So, I mean, I can understand where some of the mockery comes into play. Like, there are people who are, but yeah. So I mean, if you're talking about flat earthers, like I can see some of there's a reasonableness to hearing that someone is a flat earther and then kind of cringing in presumption about what they might have to say next.
Well, I mean. Well, real quick, I was going to say, like tonight, when Jimmy, when I asked, when somebody was talking about inertia, and I said, you know, can you kind of just give me a brief thing of what inertia means? I'm not looking for like a technical thing, just a basic overview. And this chick's like, well, yeah, inertia means that when you have magnetism in a dielectric field, it responds to the gradient of force. It was all word salad. I'm like, that had nothing to do with fucking inertia, which is basically the resistance of a change of a vector of an object in motion. She didn't even touch on any of the concepts of what inertia was. She was just throwing out these fucking words like Ronnie does, and that I would mock, because at that point you're not even getting it wrong. You're just wronger than wrong. Right?
I experienced almost the same thing with somebody else on evolution. I asked that person about what he thinks evolution was, because he kept saying, "I know what evolution is," and when he basically tried to answer my question, he says evolution is natural selection, sexual selection, genetic drift, etc., etc. Just words, not a coherent sentence of what it is.
Yeah, those are the mechanisms of evolution. Yeah, evolution itself, the mechanisms. Sure.
And eventually, I tried to say sorry, you got it wrong. This is what evolution is. You don't know what you're talking about. And he got very angry when I said he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oh, how about this, Nestle? What's worse is what was you tell them? Let's say you give them a formal definition, and you tell them it's a change of the frequency, or you say it's a change of heritable traits. And
I said the general definition of evolution is descent with an inherent genetic modification, and more specific is a change in allele frequencies over generations.
Right.
Within the population.
So if you give them that definition, they say, "Oh, that's not what evolution is. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about." At that point, that's when I lose my shit.
But the difference is, at the time I gave him a website to a university teaching the subject, so we can't say, "Oh, that's not what evolution is," because I showed him the university website that teaches it.
Right. But what I'm saying is, though, when they say they know it, and you give them the actual correct definition, well, and you can word it different ways, right? What you worded is fine.
Yeah.
Then they say, "Well, that's not evolution." Then you're like, "Okay, you're obviously dealing with somebody who does not know what the evolution is." You know what I mean? So
I frequently try to explain to him that it's not what evolution is. You don't know what you're talking about, and he he insists that I cannot tell him that he doesn't know what he's talking about because I can't look him in his mind. But of course, yeah, seriously.
So he was appealing to your epistemic limit, like really.
Yeah.
That's
Yes.
brilliant. Anyways, hey, General. Sorry I couldn't get you in early with Arn.
Hey, Steve. No, that's all right. I was actually
I've been
surprised.
standing up for you a lot lately, by the way.
Sorry?
Oh, well, did you ever talk to this cross-dresser? Was it cross-dresser named Amanda May? Maybe not. But you recognize your icon because she was saying there's this guy down there, a very soft-spoken guy with this cross with Jesus on it, and she's like saying that she's Christian, but she's felt offended by it. And I'm like, well, that's actually a painting by Dolly, and she's like, who's that? And I was like, oh, never mind.
Oh, no, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know who you're talking about.
But, hey, Jimmy, did you watch it with Arn Ron here? It was really cool, dude.
Yeah, I saw that. I got a little bit of a fanboy crush, if that makes sense. Like,
yeah. No,
I was like, what the heck? How the heck did Steve get?
Oh, I got people, man. What do you want?
Steve's the alpha male of the
and do you know who else was in here at the same time? The executive producer for the Atheist Experience.
Who's that?
Mark.
No, I don't know Mark.
Atheist Lowdown. Yeah, he's going to hook us up with some personalities from the Atheist Experience. That's going to be fun.
Wait. It's not the Thinking Atheist. It's the Matt Dillahunty Atheist Experience.
Yeah. Not the Thinking
right.
Atheist. I know who he is
right.
too.
No. I think I know. I think I know that.
I would love to have somebody like the Atheist Experience and then have like Jimmy Stevens come in, right? That would be a conversation worth listening to, right? Because Jimmy's a theist to actually have a rational conversation. Or you, right? Because you are also another theist. But I would never have like somebody from the Atheist Experience come on and talk to G-Man, right? Just never happen.
Why not?
Because it wouldn't be it'd be a shit show.
Yeah, it would just be a waste.
That would be great.
It would be a total waste of time. I wouldn't even have an interest in it. Yeah, I guess it would be. Frank's like, no.
It's only meant for a drinking game if you want G-Man.
I'm agreeing. Like, it would be like you would be wasting the time of the guest.
That's what I feel. Right. Exactly. I want to hear real dialogue.
Have G-Man on for like 2 minutes and then give him the boot. Get a few jumps out.
There's Christian theists out there who have like really really offensive opinions about things, but they're civil in discussing them, right? Like that's the big issue, right? Is when you try to have these conversations, there's so many people who just can't even be civil on the microphone.
It drives me nuts, dude. Seriously. From either side, right? I mean, I've known atheists were just as bad. And I can't stand them.
Yeah, it's a people problem, right? Like,
Yeah,
I mean, that's why I believe in Jesus, because it's like, I would do the same thing if I were, I'm not pretending to be better just because I'm a Christian.
Well, how close are you to, like, Jimmy, how close are you in general in, like, ideological terms? I mean, you're a Calvinist, I know that, and he's Eastern Orthodox, but, I mean, all in all, how would you compare it against him?
Eastern Orthodox.
Aren't you
well, I like the Eastern Orthodox, but no, I don't really label myself. I share Calvinist, I share Arminian, I share Eastern Orthodox. Like I take bits and pieces from everyone.
I mean, we both agree about Jesus, right? Jesus is our Savior. Jesus is our Lord. Jesus is our God. We got the essentials down.
Jimmy and I are good. We've recently spoken more after an absence. I don't know. Jimmy went off the map, but I haven't seen any friction.
Jimmy stopped doing precept, and I think that's what happened.
Wait, what? Really?
Well, do you guys? I mean, remember? I maybe he doesn't stop. I mean, do you guys ever watch the videos back in the day? Poor Jimmy. He would said there were like 8 people all coming down on him for his precept, and I think Jimmy was really getting it at the very end. He just kind of went back and lapsed into his whole precept.
Was this like a year ago?
Yeah, probably more than that. Yeah. It's worth watching. I don't remember the name of the hangout, but it was pretty good.
By the way, thanks for defending me in front of Doug and Naturalism. I was kind of, well,
I think they were taken aback. I think they were taken aback that I was defending you so well.
Yeah, but
they kind of back down a little bit on that.
That's what's really interesting, isn't it? I find it curious that Doug deleted the hangout he had with me. You see, the thing with I honestly thought that they were part of the GDC. It's just that I didn't meet them beforehand. I didn't know that there's various atheist groups on YouTube. I thought the GDC, and this may be my own naive nature, I guess. So when I soon discovered that they were a different group that then you were linking up with, I went in there just like how I come into this room, respectful and, looking forward to a good chat. But the way Doug treated me, quite astonishing. And so when he came into this hangout, I was just giving you a heads up.
Well, he was really cool with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was really cool with me. But I mean, I think it's probably one of those things that just, you for some reason, you only interacted with him once, right?
Maybe that would have been maybe the third time, or maybe twice. I'm not sure.
Maybe it's just, maybe just rubbed each other the wrong way or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not really phased. It's just I'm sensing an agenda on his part. Like I don't sense an agenda on your part. Like your hangout, your group. In fact, this is probably why I've just come in just for a very brief moment. Because you guys, even though you're atheists,
I'm not atheist.
Or non-believers.
Yeah, okay.
You're agnostic, but yeah, non-Christian.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't matter to me. The fact is, you guys can have a really good friendly discussion on anything, and I like that. Like you're down to earth. Those guys have an agenda.
I know some of
yeah.
I know
G-Man and all have an agenda.
Oh, hugely. I do know some of the atheistic channels out there. Okay, I brought them in before a few times. For example, like Heretic Woman. She's an atheist that runs a couple channels. She does podcasts. There's Packard Sonic. He does podcasts. He has an atheist channel. I do know them. But I also know people like Missing the Mark, who's like a theist that does the opposite side of it. I don't get these people in my hangout very often, but I am aware of them. I do talk to them by other means, right? But just they're not part of the great debate community. But I am aware of their existence, and I have been on their programs before. But they don't come into mind too much. Maybe sometimes, but Doug, I didn't know. That's a new community to me. But yeah, the internet's a big place, dude. We don't all know each other on YouTube.
It's just one of those, because I don't spend much time on YouTube except for uploading videos, and in this case, the only group I've literally come across is this group, as far as live hangouts goes, and I honestly thought this was like the hub of, because I mean, look at the group. It's got what, 400 members or something.
It's the biggest hub. It is a big hub. Yeah, it's probably one of the biggest groups right now.
So I presumed, they finally like decided to come more online with, on the camera and all that.
We'll get more people. It's still growing, dude.
Keep growing.
Every day. Yeah. But I know you're going to be busy in January, so I hope you get your your whatever it is you need to get done, and pop in when you can.
Yeah, I'm working on my masters, so that'll be pretty good.
Yeah,
still deciding on the thesis.
Oh, good thesis. What is it? Physics or math?
Aerodynamics.
Here we go. Do birds fly by farting? That's a great thesis. I guarantee you nobody done that one before.
Oh, so that's why there's things like global warming.
Yeah, exactly. Bird farts do contribute to global warming. That is a fact.
I've actually seen theses like you know me, how I dig up weird dissertations. I mean, I've dug up 50 young Earth creationist dissertations. Like,
yeah, shit, right?
I've come across dissertations about bird flight in regards to a particular small species of bird that carries water in its beak to not only have a, okay, so it's kind of like the parent that's feeding its chicks, and then it wants to give water. And so what it does is it actually calculates the distance depending on the amount of water that's available in a certain local region, and how much water it can carry, and the wind distribution in that day, and the amount of, in this case, if there's any food in the belly. So I've actually seen a dissertation that
way more detail than I
about,
think anybody would have an interest in. You know, it's like who could sit there and have that much myopic detail about these
yeah,
parameters that
it's really
you'll
fun.
never have to use, right?
But here's the funny thing
Minutia
about the
detail.
dissertation.
Mhm.
You know the Stokes math that about how different wind patterns take place and all that.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So to verify that particular mathematical model using, in this case, the feeding of chicks by a bird. So if you want that paper, I can get it for you.
No, I think I'm gonna have to pass on that one. not really that interested. Well, whose paper was that on? Who did that one? Do you know?
Oh, I forget now. It's in my.
Was it the Creationist or just any?
No.
Okay,
I think it was published in '98, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
And we had to look at that for multivariate calculus. It was one of the questions on it.
What are your Costello? I haven't talked to you enough about like your background in fields of science. Like, what are your views about Christianity and cosmology and all that stuff? Because I don't think you're a creationist.
Are you asking me?
Yeah. I'm asking, like, what is your, like, what kind of scientific commitments do you have about the age of the earth and stuff?
Basically, everything Steve represents, I just add God to it, in a nutshell. So
Okay,
theistic evolution.
You're theistic evolution. Okay, cool.
Yeah. I mean, the science, you can't, like, honestly, Steve, it's literally you and I are like pretty much 100% equal. I just add the 0.1%, which is the God.
No. I mean, you're one of those people that you accept the book of nature. You accept what science is showing you in the observation of the universe, and you choose to believe that God does it that way. And if you have something you don't understand, you tend to go with the book of nature, and then you think that God you'll figure it out with God. And I get that, right? But that's the complete opposite what you see from people with like the Young Earth Creationists and the Conqueror Posse. They don't get that, right? And they're fighting against an uphill battle. They're fighting against a juggernaut of reality. And that's what I find to be amazingly strange to me. It's just a psychological phenomenon. It's like, wait, how are these guys looking at the same thing I'm looking at and not seeing basic evolution shit, right? They're like, oh, evolution. Well, at least, true will say evolution happens, but
I have a theory as to why.
Go ahead.
They're just refusing to remember what evolution is, and it's.
Well, Ronnie does. Ronnie will actually say he accepts evolution. He doesn't accept common descent, and then all those other people go, "Oh, okay, we agree with that." They don't know what the fuck he means by it, but he is. I understand the difference what he's talking about.
Okay, well, like when I'm talking to somebody like I don't like naming names, but somebody like who never mind. I
just say person X. There you go.
Person X, who doesn't, he's been in these conversations before, and I'm explaining to him, again, I don't understand evolution that well. I'm more philosophically minded, but when I'm understanding him, what I think is to be pretty simple part of the theory, and just evolution itself, aside from the theory, I'll see him in another video completely ignoring what I told him before, as though he'd never heard of it before. So it's like he's just not remembering it. He's not keeping it in mind. And like it's one thing, like I can't be too harsh on people when they do that, because I forget stuff all the time. But this is like to the nth degree. It's like, the next day, it's like they're not paying attention to you when they're talking to you.
Well, they're not listening
You know,
to you.
sort of
They're
like-
not actively listening to you.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
the thing.
That's what I was talking about earlier, right? Is like when you have those people that come in here that are propagandists, they're not even really apologists. They're just kind of trying to, what was the word used before? Like they're trying to further an agenda. It's almost like a political media stunt rather than like actually caring about the other person enough to investigate what they believe about the matters, investigate what they're saying about the nature of science and other things. I think there are a few people who would deter from evolution, or like you were just talking about a second ago, Steve, right? Like there was a guy who came in here the other day, apparently, who was willing to have a civil conversation about flat Earth. Like they do exist.
Far and few between.
Yeah, it's extremely rare.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is. I don't know how I'm going to say this. There are people, like, for example, like Dr. Rand and Dr. Ross, who accept evolution to a point, but then I have to like diverge because then they say they don't accept like hominid evolution, right? They don't accept bird evolution, but they accept the rest of it, and I find it to be strange to me. Birds are dinosaurs, and Arn was in here earlier saying his biggest issue is with bandits, people that say birds are not dinosaurs. Yeah, and I empathize with Arn, because he's like, Alan Fiducia is like the lone holdout that he doesn't get it. He's like, how is he looking at the same thing I'm looking at, and he doesn't think that birds are dinosaurs, when everybody on the planet who looks at this goes, yeah, this is birds are dinosaurs. But they don't want to accept that for some reason. I don't know why that affects their worldview or their religious beliefs. If birds are dinosaurs, how does that affect Jesus? I don't see how it has any relevancy if they accept all the rest of evolution.
Why does Alan Fiducia have this bias against birds are dinosaurs?
That's what he wanted to know.
I don't know either.
Yeah, he didn't know. He doesn't understand why Alan Fiducia just does not want to accept it. Mike, I'll give you the link.
But surely doesn't Fazal Rana know that? I mean, also tell me if I'm saying this wrong, Steve, but in essence, birds are reptiles, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they're
yes.
repurposed. So are we. We're repurposed reptiles too.
No.
We are repurposed reptiles.
There is a problem in our traditional classification. With the Aristotle definition of reptile, our ancestors were reptiles, but with that definition, there are problems, because many of, for example, if you define reptile as a cold-blooded, scaled amniote, then many reptiles are not reptiles, because we have reptiles that are to a degree warm-blooded, to a degree. So we
Right.
need
Well, yeah. Well, that's okay. Let me clarify. I'm not saying humans are reptiles. I'm saying we're repurposed reptiles. We had reptile lineage. We're not reptiles, clearly.
Be careful, the conspiracy theorists will use that on.
So I take a more cladistic approach to this issue.
You take more cladistics than phylogeny, but
because if you define reptile as cladistically valid, it is limited only to diapsids.
Yeah, no, and I get that too. Like, for example, I'm fine with, we're not fish, right? But there's you can make an argument for monophyletic clade. You can say, okay, humans are fish, but it doesn't. I agree with you 100%. It doesn't do you any good to really do it that way.
Yeah,
it's a pedantic technical type thing. So for the most part, when we're talking about these conversations, it doesn't make any sense to say humans are reptiles or humans are fish. I get that. I agree with you on that. Agreed.
Right.
I take the cladistically approach that humans are technically fish.
Monophyletically.
Yeah, monophyletic
categories. So surely Fazal Rana knows that, and how do you think he responds to it? Or have you read any of his recent papers on, like
no, I just read the cell design.
How can you ignore the evolution of birds from dinosaurs and then ultimately from fish?
You can't. I should go ahead.
Real quick, Frank, do you need to know what a monophyletic clade is? A monophyletic clade is just a clade that all descendants are part of that existing branching or hierarchy. So it's a nested hierarchy. So once you have a taxon level, all descendants are still part of that taxon level. Composed. If you have a paraphyletic clade, you're taking something out, right? For example, humans. Fish, have taken out all of tetrapods, right? And we are tetrapods. So that is a paraphyletic clade. So we are not fish paraphyletically because we are actually tetrapods, and that is not part of that clade. But monophyletically, that means all descendants from the original ancestor, we obviously came from fish, so therefore monophyletically we would be considered fish. But again, it doesn't really do that much good to really think it that way.
These are really different systems of taxonomy. Like one is monophyletic, is like evolutionary taxonomy, and then the other one would just be like morphological or something.
No. The traditional taxonomy relies on traditional terms like reptile, fish, and amphibian. And according to those terms, we were once our ancestors were once fish, and then they became amphibian, and then they became reptile before becoming a mammal. But in modern cladistics, that doesn't really make any sense.
Right.
Yeah.
And cladistics does a lot with unique character combinations and traits, right? So you have, what is it? So monophyletic, paraphyletic, and polyphyletic, right?
Yes.
And polyphyletic would be something like bipedalism. If you want to exclude anybody that's a bipedal or plantigrade, you can arbitrarily make these distinctions for this character combination and then form a group polyphyletically. But yeah, I do agree with you that if I say humans are reptiles, it really makes no sense. But I do think we are repurposed reptiles in the sense that we have a lot of reptilian features carried over. Would you agree?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
For example, we are amniotes still, even though we don't lay eggs like our earliest amniote ancestor did. So we still retain many of the features like the amnion and also the yolk sac when we are during embryonic development.
Yeah, and so when you're talking to some of these people that don't know a lot about this stuff, and you explain to them like a cladogram, and say, look, this is what we'd expect to find if things have evolved from lower, other species. This is the character combinations. You're never going to see like a mammal that. What's a good example? A mammal without a spine, right?
Yes.
There's no such thing as a mammal without a spine because those character combinations don't ever come together. You can never have that, right? So there are certain character combinations that you'll always see, some that you won't. And if the model that we predict is true, then this is how we would see. If you found a human without a spine, and I'm not talking about a congenital or an aberration, but if you found a population of humans all without spines, it might present a problem.
And this also comes to problem with traits that change over time. For example, snakes are still tetrapods, even though they don't have 4 legs anymore. So we know their ancestors did have 4 legs, so we know that snakes still belong to this clade of tetrapods.
And they still have atavisms sometimes.
Yeah.
Snakes can have atavisms with legs. It's pretty cool.
And always during embryonic development, every tetrapod, even those that don't have 4 legs, like snakes and whales, dolphins, they still develop 4 limb buds during embryonic development.
That's almost like recapitulation theory.
Yeah, almost, but not entirely. Of course.
But I think he was onto something back then. By the way, I think obviously the whole theory was.
And there are parallels between evolution and embryonic development, evo-devo. Yes, but not recapitulation. That's a different idea.
No, and but like the vestigial gill slits or vestigial, what is it called? The pharyngeal pouch. That's what.
The pharyngeal slits in on us and the slits in fish during embryonic development, they are homologous. Mm-hmm. But in us, they develop differently at some point. They diverge, so to speak, to different development.
They're analogous. They're analogs because we can't call them like gill slits in our embryonic, because gill slits are something that in the adult, if you have these pharyngeal slits that in their adulthood become the gill slits, then we call them gill slits. But if not, like in us, we don't have gill slits.
For example, our pharyngeal slits are gill slits in the same sense our tailbone is a tailbone. Even though it isn't a tail, we still call it a tailbone.
Yeah, it's just that's just a residual thing.
Yeah,
because apes don't have tails.
No, but we do have tailbone. We do have the bones that we call tailbones.
That was one of the funniest things Aaron Ross said to Eric Hovind at the Art Museum. Did you listen to that? And I asked him. I didn't get a chance to ask him specifically about that, but I asked him about experience with the
apes don't have tails. Learn taxonomy.
Yeah, he's apes don't have tails. Learn taxonomy. Oh, he likes talking about that kind of stuff because even to this day, I still think he is as almost amazed at the level of dumbfuckery of these people.
Yeah.
Sorry, Frank, but I have to say it.
Also,
I'm gonna apologize to Frank every time I say dumb fuck now. God damn it.
You don't have to apologize. It's just
Just kidding, Frank.
you know I don't like it, so whatever.
I know.
And I also want to say that a more easy example of a paraphyletic clade is wolves. So, for example, the dogs we have as house pets are not considered wolves very often, but they are a subset of wolves cladistically.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, because monophyletically they'd be wolves, paraphyletically no.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, we bored everybody to tears. Heavy, welcome.
No.
Yeah, Heavy likes this. No, I'm just kidding. They like this stuff actually.
Bored? No.
Heavy is naked again. You know. Are you wearing a chain or your beard?
No. His Santa Claus costume is now in the wash for because.
No, are you wearing a dog collar? What is that?
It's a medical alert tag.
Oh, I thought you were doing like one of those slave dominatrix things or something. I'm like, go, boy. That's awesome.
No, not dominate. Please. No.
No, I don't judge. No, go, boy. You know?
No, more like a master. That would be more appropriate.
Oh, really? Are you the submissive type?
I can be pretty easy depending on who it is.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to
Good
sleep
night.
for a couple of days after that one. No,
I was just surprised to see y'all in this early, and I started listening. I'm like, hey, this is getting off. This has been going pretty good.
I don't know why we started this hangout. Don't ask me why. It was just a weird night. We had weird discussions with flat earthers tonight, and we said, "Fuck, we just need to go have some normal conversation." I guess.
Yeah, y'all was talking about the embryology and what happens when embryos develop. We have tails for a bit in those pouches. Well, there was a thing about, how they just claim that things like Pakicetus, went the descendants became whales. If you look at a dolphin embryos, it develops. The nose is at the end of the snout, and slowly it goes up like this.
Yeah. It's also seen in the fossil record. We have like Pakicetus with the nose on front, and we have like Basilosaurus with the nose on top, and you have something like Ambulocetus with the nose in between, the tip of the nose and the top of the head.
And I think Aaron Ra pointed out, they even had one on the ark. What?
Yes, they had Pakicetus on the ark.
Yeah, I actually brought that to his attention too. I'm like, they really have a Pakicetus on the ark.
It's a bit very weird. Why would you have a whale on the ark? And it's the ancestors of all whales. Why not just before the ark let them evolve, and then you don't have to take them on the ark because they would be in the ocean.
Well, what did you like? Hey, Nestle, if I ever got somebody on from the ark, because it wouldn't be the ham, but I mean a representative. Would you? I'll bring you in. That's a question I want you to ask him. What possessed you to put a Pakicetus on the ark? I want to know the answer to that. I really do.
Well, so say it again.
Well, I will now get Ken Ham. He doesn't respond to my tweets.
Oh,
but
so
we might get a representative.
What was the question?
Why do you have a Pakicetus on the ark? Who came up with that idea? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. Maybe they want to reconcile the kinds, and they just decided, so all whales are the same kind, including Pakicetus for some reason, and then Pakicetus is the original archetype, the barramin for
what is
all whales.
Pakicetus?
It's one of the first members of the clade Cetacea.
But Pakicetus was a land mammal.
It's a land mammal, yes, and it is also
so. But if it's
like
a Cetacea, but how do they? One sec. How did they get from Pakicetus being on land to a whale in the water? I mean, I understand they do have speciation. They'd accept that, but still, can they? How does their speciation rates work to think they're going to get from Pakicetus to a whale in 7,000 years?
They don't say it, but they do believe in some kind of super hyper fast evolution when we have like a pair of cats, and then a few hundred years later we have like lions, tigers, and pumas.
If that was the case in 2,000 years ago, we wouldn't have fucking had whales. We wouldn't have. I mean, things would have been evolving over the last well, they do evolve, but I mean, they would have changed dramatically over the last 2,000 years.
Very fast. They say, evolution doesn't happen. Not micro evolution, but some some type of super fast evolution does happen, apparently, according to them.
So they're actually more evolutionists than evolutionists.
Yeah,
really.
yes, really, actually, they did. Ironically, they are.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Like look at all the different fossils that have been found over the years of everything. All these fish and sharks and dinosaurs and all the critters that lived before them, theraspids, and all these things that have been found and dug up.
And so
was all alive at the same time with lions and tigers and bears. Oh my! Ooh, it would be crowded. Well, until T-Rexes got hungry.
Yeah, it's one of the things that we have learned in a couple of few decades. Like 50 years ago, creationists looked at a point when they say that we don't have many transitional fossils, but in the last 30 years, we have found like so many species, and they still are denying it. It's amazing. Or mind-boggling, basically, how in denial they are.
Well, okay, but again, I think it differs on a philosophical level, right? Like part of the issue is when you go to the layers, right? Are you interpreting those layers from an evolutionary standpoint? If so, then of course you're going to take
the layers were interpreted like that, like before Darwin. The geological column was discovered before Darwin even published his theory on evolution.
Yeah,
but all I'm saying is nobody. Sorry, all I'm saying is nobody would consider there to be transitional fossils unless you had a taxonomy that made room for them, right? Like if you don't already accept an interpretive category for transitional fossils, which creationists don't, then you won't even, that question doesn't even arise.
Taxonomy was invented by a creationist first, like Carolus Linnaeus, before Darwin.
Yeah, see, all this stuff about taxonomy and evolution and all that stuff, it wasn't like someone came up with, here's this great, incredible idea that will dismiss Genesis. No, It was like people and scientists slowly started seeing these things, seeing patterns, and like these certain kind of fossils are in this layer, and this layer there's certain ones, and on up here there's some more, and none of them mixed together in a lot of cases. There's no mammoths with dinosaurs, for instance. This is just what they determined by observing things and seeing things, noticing patterns, and then they began to study all this stuff and start putting it together, and then a picture started to emerge about like how the fossil record can show how animals change gradually over time. Now, using more comparative morphology, you have two animals and their bodies are so very, very similar, and oh gosh, I'm sorry, Nestle mentioned, Carolus Linnaeus started dividing animals and putting them in groups. He pretty much invented the classification system we use, and he was just doing this with living animals. He wasn't using fossils. He's saying, well, horses and zebras are real close together, or camels and llamas, or men and the great apes. We're close together. He put us in the same box with the other primates and gorillas and stuff. This is based on observation. It wasn't based on any kind of presupposition or anything. It's just like, wow, look at this, and they start discovering this stuff and realizing, the implication.
I never really got evolution. I mean, some atheists hold it like some trump card, or like some ultimate defeater for theism. I think there are many versions of theism where they would just grant all of evolution. It doesn't seem to be a problem whatsoever. So.
Nou, je conflicten dit soort issues.
Gesprek, dat vind ik echt heel erg onbeschoft. Sorry, dat kan gewoon echt niet, Nes.
What?
Wacht niet, hè?
Sorry? You are conflicted to different issues. It's not atheism versus theism.
I was going to add one more thing. When genetics came up, studying DNA and all that, and they started mapping genomes from different animals, that kind of put the nail in the coffin, because they've already separated these animals into different groups and say, okay, well, these are related, even though they may not look it, they are related. So when they started looking at the DNA and comparing it, the DNA confirmed all the stuff that had been accumulated over the years.
I also want to
there were some changes though, but not many.
Yes. I almost wanted to say that sometimes they made corrections. Like, for example, that there was previously assumed that bats were very close to primates, but they are not. Bats are closer to dogs and horses.
But they're still mammals.
Yeah, they're still mammals. The branches shifted a bit from one branch to another branch, but it's still a tree of life that is confirmed by genetics.
Yeah, genetics did not destroy the tree of life. It just made a few changes, but it confirmed so much more that we already suspected and kind of figured out.
If you zoom out at the like the class level between mammals, birds, reptiles, and so on, the corrections don't even are not even noticeable. The corrections are only in the very close relationships, like species to species, but not between bigger groups like classes. Those things are pretty much confirmed.
So I guess my question would be like, how would you guys suggest someone like me who doesn't look at the fossil record or his DNA is confirming, these types of transitional, what would you say is a reason for looking at, say, the fossil record or stuff in genetics that way?
If you're interested,
explanation, it's abductively desirable.
If he wants to give him homework.
The evolutionary theory is comparatively simple to other alternative theories. So if you want to say design, right, you have to say, well, how does God design things? Like, evolution provides a mechanism. Is it God just designs them the way we design things, I guess? But like, the thing is, you can't say that because theology. God isn't, God's wholly other.
Yeah, that would. So that would be a terrible argument.
So evolution is comparatively simpler, and so and because of that, it's a preferable theory. Just what's the Occam's razor type thing? Don't multiply it. No, it's not even that. It's not even Occam's razor. It wouldn't be ontological simplicity. It would be Kolmogorov simplicity. Right? It doesn't require. I don't know. It's a simple explanation. It ties together the data.
You're saying it has abductive value.
Yes, that's the reason.
Yeah.
Would you say, Jimmy, that Planting guy would say the God's the efficient cause behind the mechanism or processes, or something different?
That's what a Christian evolutionist would say, right? Like, I don't think there has been a natural way of construing evolution that makes sense. If you're convinced by the stuff and discoveries that have been made in biology that basically what evolution says is true, then yeah, I guess a Christian would have to say God is behind it, right? Well, because I mean, if you're a Christian, you believe God is providentially behind everything.
Well, I'm sure you've seen Fiona and Jade and some of the others that are Christian that do accept evolution. Jade's a microbiologist. I mean, not Jade. Fiona's a microbiologist.
Yes.
Brilliant lady. And who was the guy that testified in the Dover trial?
Kenneth Miller.
Yes. He's a microbiologist. Brilliant man. And he's Catholic. But he's awesome. He really is.
And I was a Christian before, so I accepted evolution when I was a Christian, and only much later became an atheist, and not as a result of accepting evolution. There was something completely different.
Oh, okay.
So evolution isn't.
Catholic?
So I was Catholic.
Yeah, makes sense.
But evolution is not anti-God. That's the main point.
Yeah, not at all.
Yeah.
But I guess like that's where there's a lot of straw mans coming out of creationists, right? Because creationists are responding to ideologies that have espoused evolutionary theories of biology rather than evolution.
What are the ideologies?
You like cultural Marxism or something like that?
They use Lamarckian evolution, not Darwinian evolution.
Well, okay, so Darwinism is like a good example, right? Like Darwinism would be an ideology that takes life to be, or takes at least biodiversity, the diversity.
It isn't an ideology. That's the point.
You could, some people.
Marxism is an ideology. Marxism is an.
Sorry.
Go ahead. So go ahead.
I was just going to say that there's crazy people on both sides. There are some people who will take. There are scientism. You know, there's a scientism, which is always a possibility, but people do take evolution as an ideology sometimes.
Yeah.
That's always.
Yeah.
You guys are people like Richard Dawkins. Oh my goodness.
He's not just overzealous in defending.
Yeah, I disagree with him that evolution is a reason to be an atheist. I heavily disagree with Dawkins on that.
So,
but that's a good example of what we're talking about here, right? Like Dawkins has an anti-theistic ideology which espouses evolution, and not only does it espouse evolution, but it espouses evolution as contra religion. Any examples of that type of thinking throughout history? That's not a problem with evolutionary biology.
Are you saying he's?
Dawkins isn't. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Hold on. Okay, that's not to say that there's any problem with evolutionary biology. My point was, a lot of creationists are responding to ideologies, ending as if their responses to ideologies are responses to evolutionary biology, and that's just really bad argumentation on their part. It's a straw man.
Mm-hmm. I disagree slightly, because I don't think that creationism is a response to ideologies. I think creationism is a response to methodological naturalism, i.e. the scientific method. They disagree with science entirely, almost entirely.
And they disagree on using a computer that's powered by electricity that comes from a nuclear power plant or a hydroelectric plant, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, science is bad.
Well, it also comes
from. Yeah. Sorry.
Sorry. Go ahead.
You don't have to take them that way. First, a simple argument would be that you don't need methodological naturalism per se to get computers, because there's formal science, not merely natural science in that. There is natural science in in quantum mechanics and electrodynamics, but there is algorithms and whatnot. That's all math.
Someone said something about oh gosh, I'm sorry. I forgot what I was going to say. Never mind. Go ahead. Scientific method. I think someone mentioned scientific method. They're against scientific method.
Yes. Creationism is particularly anti-science in this regard. They don't agree with the entire purpose of science, to test hypotheses and to with the idea that every position has to be based on evidence, testable evidence.
Why does that?
Well, what counts as okay? I think perhaps there's a I think that perhaps there's a confusion here, right? Because formally, at least, just formally, those words, I think you could talk to many creationists who would agree to those terms, because you have different philosophies of science. You have different ideas about what the scientific enterprise is, that what counts as evidence or what counts as testing is different on the two views. Like when you say methodological naturalism,
yes,
to the scientific method, okay, that's
no. No, it is the scientific method. That's the same thing. The methodological naturalism is the scientific method.
Do you think that assuming, for the sake of investigating the universe, that there is an explanation for phenomena present in the universe sufficient to explain the phenomena, that is the investigation of the universe itself?
Sorry?
Science, that's what science is, right? Like,
that's natural science. It's
whatever
not,
you think.
It's not something like formal science, like, mathematics does something fundamentally different in their investigations. That's what I'm saying. That's my counter to
hold on a second. I need to power my computer.
Okay. Like, we speak of both the formal sciences and the social sciences. So, like, one might say that it should be, like, whenever somebody says science, it seems that they're talking about the natural sciences. Sure, the natural sciences use methodological naturalism. They're the natural sciences. That's what they do. But that's not the. No, I'm on your side here, Jimmy. A little bit. I'm not like.
No, I would agree to that distinction, but I think there's an even deeper problem here, which is we should not reify science. Science is an action. Science is something you do. It's not a belief. Methodological naturalism is a type of assumption be important or necessary in doing science, but it isn't science itself. That's a very bad conflation.
No. Methodological naturalism isn't science. It is the scientific method. That's the distinction. Science uses the scientific method, i.e., methodological naturalism, to explain natural phenomena. That's the point.
No. I mean, maybe you're just using the word strangely there, but when you talk about methodological naturalism, that's just the assumption that there is an explanation for some given phenomena present in the universe sufficient to explain the given phenomena. So, like, if I see an apple fall out of a tree, methodological naturalism says, assume, for the sake of investigating why the apple fell out of the tree, that there's some explanation why it fell out of the tree, that's in the tree, the apple, or in some property or law of the universe that we can, get our hands, get our eyes, get whatever else on. Right? That's basically methodological naturalism. But that's not the method of science. Neither is it doing science. Like, part of doing science is coming up with ideas or speculating about what would explain why the apple fell out of the tree, right? Like hypothesizing. But that's not what methodological naturalism is. Methodological naturalism is just an assumption about the kinds of hypotheses that you come up with.
I looked up a definition.
If you're saying
methodological naturalism is a strategy for studying the world by which science choose not to consider supernatural forces.
You're on Conservapedia, aren't you?
All right, now as an example, ages ago, volcanoes were considered to be, the volcano god is angry, but no, it's just a force of nature. It's, we know what volcanoes are. And then lightning is like, oh, the gods are angry, that's where lightning comes from. Now we know, no, that's not true. Methodological naturalism is like a way of looking at the world and figuring out what's going on without using supernatural forces.
Uh-oh. Hey, hooray, God of the Gaps argument coming on.
No, Dave, that's when you talk about Hawaii, because people in Hawaii live on the side of a volcano and still do things to pay homage to Pele.
Right.
Even though they know it's a volcano. You just don't take your chances. That thing's going to destroy everything you have one day.
Well, actually, no. Normally I don't talk to Canadians, but I will make an exception for today since we're both stuck in the same hangout today, pseudo. But I was wondering, maybe we should also talk about epistemological naturalism and metaphysical naturalism. I assume Jimmy saw the William Lane Craig debate with Alex Rosenberg also. And I think most atheists here are smart enough not to just do the whole new atheism, anti-theism shtick, right?
Oh, I haven't seen that. New atheism? What?
Oh my God. Jimmy, are you there? I'm trying really hard not to make Santa Claus jokes. Sorry, Heavy.
Sorry,
Did
I missed it.
Oh, I was talking about the debate with Alex Rosenberg
Yeah,
and William
Rosenberg, right?
Gregg, and the distinction made between also epistemological naturalism and metaphysical naturalism. Because I heard you guys talk about methodological naturalism, and a Christian also would just adhere to that when he goes into the lab, right? And you have a lot of Christian scientists, so that's not a problem. So, and I also wanted to know how do you pronounce this? Neslig. He said he stopped becoming, he deconverted, but not because of evolution. So I'm curious to know what the reason was. If that's not too private, of course, if he wants to discuss that even. So go ahead.
In one word, Kent Hovind.
Oh. But
Wash
you know,
your mouth out with soap, boy.
it's not how do you say this in English? He's not a representative of Christianity. So
No. I need to clarify. But when I was very interested in evolution, so I looked up on YouTube about evolution. I came across this guy who claimed, Dr. Dino, yes. And I was so after a while I was so embarrassed by him that I needed to find reasons for myself to distinguish myself from this guy, because I don't want to be associated with Kent Hovind.
Yeah, well,
so I looked
on the team by. Sorry, go ahead.
So Kent Hovind motivated me to look up for reasons to believe what I believed in, Jesus, the Bible, and God, and etc. But I couldn't find any. So I need to make a choice whether to believe, despite having no reason to, or admit that I don't have a reason to believe and becoming an atheist. So I took the honest choice, not believing.
Having no reasons to believe would just leave you with agnosticism. I think that the step.
I said I have no reason to believe, and that's why I don't believe.
Yeah,
and
but
that's not
absence of evidence isn't evidence of evidence.
Using the way that you would use the word agnosticism, he's just don't worry about it. Different people use the word atheist different ways. It's one of the unfortunate.
Just don't go putting a plus sign behind it.
No.
Oh yeah.
I don't.
Directed carrier. Yep. Okay. Yeah, but okay. He's not representative, and I think people like Hugh Ross was on Steve's show recently, a few days ago. I didn't see it yet fully, but those are Christians that would actually have a completely different position as.
I know, but I don't say that because of Kent Hovind. I am an atheist, because I need to clarify that because of Kent Hovind, I start to look for reasons. Before I knew Kent Hovind, I just believed on face value. I didn't have the motivation to test my beliefs. And after him, I did.
Okay, well, that's fair enough, I guess.
Yes.
But I guess you have a very modern, liberal view of atheism then. And I'm not trying to draw or sucker people into this whole definition of atheism discussion, because that's getting old.
Yes, yeah. I agree.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, thanks for clarifying. But you don't have a specific argument against theism, so you cannot run arguments against theism, I have this syllogism or deductive argument or cumulative case against theism.
My main argument against theism is Hitchens' razor. What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
You mean you mean like Christopher Hitchens? Is that
Hitchens' razor? Yes, Hitchens' razor.
The problem with that is that we of observation is we interpret things, right? The very language we use has to do with how we perceive the world.
Tautology.
How do you know what you're using the right categories? You can't evidence your categories. They're just the way you talk. You can't evidence they're definitional, right? So how do you know that you should the most optimal way of cutting up the world is one way or another? If somebody says, well, the most optimal way of cutting up the world includes God, includes some godlike entity, but that entity cannot be seen unless it lets you see him, right? It cannot be. You can't seek it out in the sense of, and be guaranteed to find it in an empirical fashion, right? That's just how God's defined. You say what can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence, but the assertion inherently includes the fact that you can't get that kind of evidence. At the very least, depends on what you mean by evidence, but I like that razor doesn't work in my view. I don't see how. I mean, like again, it depends on how you define evidence, but still.
I mean, if we just mean evidence is a very.
Sorry, Jimmy, go ahead. Sorry.
It basically. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, because I think Frank nicely summed it up, but I was just to add. Usually, when the person is saying that, they're talking about empirical evidence, right? And that's the issue. If you mean evidence in the broadest sense, then you just mean reasons. Like, what reasons can you provide me for a belief? And I think you can provide many reasons for this or that belief. Christian theology. But if you're asking for empirical evidence, then the question can just be asked, what evidence is there for Hitchens' razor?
Hitchens' razor is an axiom.
Well, then you can what can be asserted without evidence may be dismissed without evidence.
Then I can dismiss it.
That's an argument method called retorsion, right? And it's
guys, stop.
By the principle to itself, the principle itself falls apart. So yes, what you would have to rephrase the principle. What may be asserted without quote unquote empirical evidence can be dismissed without empirical evidence, except axioms. And then somebody could say, well, I use God as an axiom, right? How do you get around that? How do you alter your claim, your axiom, such that it's consistent with itself, but still lets you keep the intuition that you're trying to keep? This idea that you don't have to believe in God because he's not empirically evidenced.
So am I not understanding this right? So I've never heard about Hitchens' razor before. So if I'm not mistaken, it means that anything that goes beyond empirical data or evidence is not needed or superfluous, or I'm not sure. Is that true?
It's just a really unsophisticated form of.
Hitchens' razors. Sorry, Jimmy. Do you want to go over?
The question for naturalism, basically, but.
Guys.
Well, yeah, but that's not how you define evidence.
Guys.
You could.
Guys, hold on.
Yes, Bill.
Hitchens' razor is part of pop atheism and pop philosophy. It's there to simplify things and to create a meme so people can quickly understand something they have no concept or ability to understand by themselves without reading it on Facebook.
Yeah, but it's a good starting. I believe that pop philosophy and pop science.
It's not a good starting point, Frank, because that's what causes the crap. This is not a black and white issue. It's not theist versus atheist, which is boiled down to.
And I have to agree.
That simple.
I got to agree with Studo. The problem I find when people use implies Hitchens' razor, they are under the false assumption that every one of these discussions is an argumentation theory. That if people are if a theist doesn't present to me evidence, I don't have anything to refute. I have no burden of justification or myself. And I think that's a problem, because any two people, and I've said it a million times, I'll say it again, any two people in a discussion on a topic that have differing beliefs, each one have their own burden of proof. And Hitchens' razors basically says, you know what? No, only the person making the positive claim. Well, that's bullshit, because both parties are making a positive claim about their beliefs. One is saying, I believe this. The other is saying, I don't believe you. And you have to give reason why for each, period.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What a lot of people don't understand is when the theist side of the argument says that there is a God, everyone asks for evidence to prove God's existence. When the atheist side says there is no God, and many do, they don't have to provide evidence. They just made that positive claim.
Right, because the atheists want to get out of thinking that I don't have a burden. I just have to sit back and go, oh, okay, the theist has to do all the work, and I think that's horse shit.
What these writers like Hitchens do is they crank out books, which are just based on other books other guys like them have cranked out before. And it's a little spin mill of writing where you sit around in a coffee shop with your iPhone, read it, and you think you're intelligent than everybody else around you.
If you read the original thing on burden justification from Sextus Empiricus, right, back in the 2nd and 3rd century, you can see that what Hitchens is saying is a complete, I don't want to say bastardization, I guess, but it's a watered down understanding of what Sextus Empiricus was trying to say for having these types of discussions.
Does burden of proof only apply to the existence of God?
No,
making
burden of proof is any belief.
It applies to every.
Well, no. What I'm
possibly
talking about when you're arguing. When you're arguing with a creationist, and you say that evolution is a fact, it's already an established fact. So why do I have the burden of proof if they're asserting that it's not a fact?
But by virtue of it being established, you technically don't. You can rely on the authority, the established authority of, like, no one can be expected to be able to defend everything like that they believe in. But they should be able to.
Because they don't know all of it. Sure. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, they should be able to tell you where you get it. So an argument from authority, you'll often hear that and you associate it with the fallacy. But there is a valid argument from authority, which is just saying, people who have done their homework, who have, letters at the end of their name, PhDs, seem to have some consensus as to what the truth is, right? As to what this is. They all, like my PhD friend says this is the case. I am not an accredited scientist. He is. So and there are other scientists who will say that he is. So I have good reason to trust his word on it, right? This is different from saying the actual fallacy from authority. That is a reason to believe right there. And that technically meets your burden of proof in a weak sense, right? I've met my burden of proof in the sense of I have justified my believing it. But if I want to persuade you, that means a stronger burden of proof. I need to actually explain the theory to you and stuff like that. So there's sort of.
I completely agree with you, 1,000%. That's exactly what I would have said. Yes,
the persuasive burden and the internal burden, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But the bad thing about that is a lot of people in the community that we run into, they have. I've heard someone say, well, like Ronnie, for instance, he's already had a college course in evolution or cellular biology or whatever, where people are trying to explain this. Here's a link to this study. Here's this, and this. You can read this for yourself and whatever, Like, you tell them these things over and over and over and over and over. This is how evolution works. It's not rock to human or something. And they still come back at you with the wrong definitions, or they will say things, evolution is this. No, evolution is really this. And you're going, no, dude, we've told you thousands of times. This is what it is. This is what it says. Look it up on Google. But they go, no, that's not what it says. It's this, and the other thing. See, that's the problem. There's no middle ground here. They're going to keep doing this thing. And straw manning, is that the right thing? Straw manning evolution?
Yeah. Well, I think Frank is spot on correct. And the thing is, if I don't know jack shit about, like, say, evolution, but I say, look at, I accept evolutionary theory. I believe in evolutionary theory. And they say, where's your burden of proof of that? And I go, okay, let's go to Google Scholar, type in evolutionary biology, and look at all the peer-reviewed studies, and say, oh, look at the consensus is 99.7% of scientists accept evolutionary biology. That is meeting your burden of justification. And as Frank put it, it's a soft burden, but you've met that. You've met your basic burden. Now, if you're having a deeper dialogue, and they say, you know what, I will need more information about this, and you have the ability to explain it, then you can go into more of a in-depth explanation. But the only thing to meet your burden is to show evidence of what the truth is. And if you can cite sources for the truth, it meets your burden. If you cite studies and peer-reviewed papers, you're meeting your burden of justification. That's what you do. You just cite other people, right?
Well,
because you don't certainly know all this things about the specific topic.
That brings me to
sources will agree on things.
That brings me to a question that I recently ran into. I think it was today, actually. I've been arguing on and off with Westcott Downs, and he asked me.
Oh God, I'm so sorry for you, dude.
He asked me what makes me think that my sources are. Why I believe my sources, and I'm having a hard time articulating it, and I'm not asking for. I'm not really sure what I'm asking, but I guess I'm trying to ask, why do we believe the sources that we
because it's easy
use as evidence to support our
because
position?
We're not.
I'm sorry. What?
The answer is it's the answer you probably think it is. It's because I'm not omniscient and I can't spend my life studying every single thing there is, so I have to trust my fellow man a tiny bit. And these guys, like, you can add on to that. Well, there's these accredited institutions. These institutions have produced great technologies for years. These people have this level of prestige. We spend money on them for some reason. You could go through all these like really small, like they seem weak. But the point is, you're not trying to persuade the guy you're talking to, right? If you wanted to persuade the guy you're talking to, none of this should work, right? But if you're trying to explain to him why you believe, if you're just trying to show that you are rational, then all you have to do is literally provide a reason and explain why it's a decent reason.
And just to give you
the reason
I didn't mean to cut you off.
Sorry, go ahead. Well, I mean, I'll sum up really quick. The reason is because other people who are more intelligent say it, like because the fruits, like, right, like the institutions are useful. I was taught this when I grew up. Why is it a good reason? Because I'm not omniscient. Because I have a limit to how much I can know. And that's a good
Well, just to give a little context, I'm new to this. I've only been doing this for about a year, maybe a year and a half. I'm a former young Earth creationist, so I'm relatively new to arguing this. So I guess that's why I'm asking. So.
Sorry, to me.
It never hurts to ask, dude. Since I've been in here, I ask a lot. I mean, not only in a creationism conversation, but even in like when we're talking science and microbiology and paleontology and evolution, I'm asking questions because a lot of the stuff I don't understand and I want to understand. And slowly over time, I kind of learn a little bit more, do research and stuff like that. Hell, I barely made it out of high school. I'm just trailer park white trash, you know. But this stuff, if you really want to know, or if it strikes your interest, you can find out these things and find resources or authorities or whatever you call it that you can trust, because what they say, you learn over time that, yeah, they're telling you what, you know, they're telling you based on the evidence at hand. You can trust your sources, you know, over time.
Don't take this as a comment on the reliability of any kind of sources, but I think, Steve, that the people who are going to be disagreeing with you about evolution are probably going to cite sources that you don't think are authoritative on the matter, right? And
yeah, one sec. I'm listening, but I have to do something real quick. So I will get back to you. I'm not ignoring you, Jimmy. But I will get back to you on it. But it was going to be about 5 minutes. Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Well,
I put in the side chat, you know, like great conversation, guys. But you know, I just want to go ahead and say it. I mean, this is a great conversation. We're sometimes we talk over each other, but it's like, you know, we give each other time to say what we say, and we're not jumping in and going, no, you're wrong. You know, this is awesome, dude. You know, kind of conversation like this is really helpful.
I just want to interrupt to say that you're wrong.
I must interrupt you right now just to say that this little
I will retort Dave's comment there. Dave, you're Dutch.
David, we know who the Discordian is.
Your argument is invalid because you're.
Well, that is poisoning the well, and that's ad hominem, both in one.
Before I forget to comment,
it still doesn't change the fact you're Dutch, Dave.
You're still Dutch.
Are you laughing at me or with me? I'm not sure.
Nobody laughs with the Dutch.
I'm just so bad.
We freaking own New York. You better talk no smack.
New York.
No, you traded it for a nutmeg island.
New Amsterdam. But that doesn't matter. That's just details.
What were we talking about?
So I wanted to say, Jimmy made a comment earlier about, you know, what science was, that science is something we do, and I couldn't comment on it because I was having problems with my computer. But you know, it's not just something we do; it's something we do to test our knowledge, and that was left out. Nobody said that, so I thought I should say it.
I use science.
I don't think I would. We both started out the same way.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Frank.
I was just gonna say I view science as something broader, right? Like. Sorry, go ahead. He was addressing you anyway.
I just want to point out that I don't like the fact that Jimmy's flirting with Frank now, so I'm kind of jealous. So no, that's not cool.
Get down for both of you guys. I can get down for both of you guys.
Okay, cool. She would say cool.
David, Frank's too shy to join in our gay jokes.
I have no problem with gay jokes. I just don't want to,
participate as the recipient in them.
Classic
You don't
Calvinist.
reciprocate.
Classic Calvinist.
I don't
Some
know
people
what
get
participate,
depravity and
but-
dirty jokes. Yep.
Sorry. So just okay to respond to Mike.
Such an
I mean,
awkward-
I don't think I would disagree with that at all.
Sorry, I'm back.
I'm not sure I was saying that it. I know I wasn't disagreeing with the idea that science is aimed.
No, I
at
didn't mean to
testing our-
insinuate that. I didn't mean to say that. I'm sorry.
Okay, good. Then I think we're on the same page. The only thing I would say is we need to be self-conscious of the fact that both of us are promoting a philosophy of science when we do that. So like when and that to me is the key issue that comes up with things like the sources you use, right? Because like I don't find creationists to have convincing arguments, but neither do I find evolutionists to have convincing arguments. Like I just don't find convincing arguments as far as I've searched on the issue. And I'm happy to do more research on that. But I guess the key thing for me is like, if you have a particular view of science that rules out the creationists, that's absolutely fine. But let's just be conscious about that. Like, let's be honest and put that forth on the table as, hey, look, I'm not going to accept these sources that the creationists are doing anything that should be considered honest, scientific.
Go ahead, Steve.
Let me address that real quick. Here's the difference. If we're talking like with theology, and I say, okay, I need a source, and you quote me Carm or something, I might look at it like, okay, these are something we may or may not have great knowledge about, and I myself mean when I say I don't mean great knowledge, but I was like, okay, Carm says this is a source, but when you say, hey, here's scientific evidence, right? Here's scientific source, and you quote Young Creationist site, they have a history, an already bad track record of not being accurate. That is not a scientific source, right? And so when you're asking for scientific source, you cannot just arbitrarily. It's like saying, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to give you a scientific source," and I go to freaking Heavy Holler's blog, on quantum physics. I mean, Heavy Holler, but it's kind of not going to do that much for me as far as the validity of the actual material, right? So yes, you can evaluate the stuff in the Young Creation stuff, but the problem is that unless you have a really in-depth, detailed knowledge of some of these topics, I mean, look how long it took to get to human chromosome number 2, right? Oh my goodness, we pretty much all have a first-year college level experience on when it comes to telomeric repeats and shit now, right? Except for Ronnie, but so yeah, it's not like we're saying we're not summarily dismissing it, but most of that's already been refuted. It's just not a valid source. And by the way, guess who I'm asking to moderate a debate between G-Man and I for charity for Gus. You guys want to guess who might?
No, I can I comment on that?
Darwin's deity.
Well, guess if the next if the next person can guess who I've asked to moderate, they said that they want more details on it. Who?
I thought it was Hannah.
Nope, no.
You're getting Fiona.
No. Somebody who's never been in this hangout before.
Your mom.
Exactly. No,
I
your
knew
mom.
it.
The initials are CC.
Wait, what?
The initials are CC.
Blanca?
No.
Creationist cat.
Yes.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes. It's
Is he
fucking
gonna be a
really.
character, or is he gonna?
Yeah, not as master. No, I want creationist cat. So I was like, fuck it.
G-Man won't do the debate unless like a fellow Christian creationist is
Right.
moderating. So creationist cat's the best thing to use.
Exactly. That's what I figured. I'm like, here's the best of both worlds. Here's an atheist plan to be a Christian, and I was like, fuck it. I might as well make it fun, right? And so I'm talking to Christian Cat right now.
When
and,
is that? I want date and time.
You don't know who Creationist Cat is?
No. I mean, for the debate.
Oh. Well, again, G-Man's been bugging me, just, I'm going to show me Steve's an atheist, and he's dedicated 2017 to it. So I said, fuck it. Okay, fine. If you want to debate me, let's debate on that. Show me that I'm an atheist. And I'll do it on Ham's channel. We can have Creationist Cat moderate, and it's all going to Gus, and I'm fine with that.
And before
would that come on? That would be fun, wouldn't it? Though.
Great, a lot of
Would that
fun.
not be fun? Yeah.
Creationist Cat is great. I like him.
Oh, isn't he? Yeah, I do too.
I love his channel.
Yeah. So we'll see. Like I said, you told me to give more details, so I did. So, but I do like his stuff a lot. But I think that'd be the funnest debate, having Creationist Cat debate, moderate between G-Man and I.
Hello, Shadow Mike.
You will like, but I'm a cat zapped through the internet, so your argument is invalid.
Well, you already know Creationist Cat is going to take G-Man's side, so
that's what's going to make it great, right?
And he's going to just verbally beat the shit out of Steve. So I got to be around to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I can handle. You know what? I can't handle Creationist Cat. He's pretty witty. G-Man, not that's pretty easy. But for charity, I would take the ass whipping from CC. So that's fine.
How do you go from Hugh Ross to G-Man? It's beyond me.
Yeah,
that's it, right, Dave?
Why do you waste your time?
It's good seeing you again, Dave. By the way, it's been a while.
Well, Hugh Ross, who is respected, and G-Man, who's like scraping the bottom of the barrel. So yeah.
No, okay, so that's a good example of someone where you respect their authority on the matter, right, Steve?
Well, wait a minute.
I wanted to get into
on his science, on his astrophysics, right? Not on his theology.
Well, and plus,
yes.
Plus, that's Hugh Ross's presentation. He's civil. He presents his. I mean, I don't agree with him, but he presents his side, intelligently and not, half-assed like most creationists do. So,
I mean, yeah, I think it's fair to say. I mean, I'm not aware of a lot of creationists. I think Hugh Ross is in the intelligent design camp, right? Like he's old Earth, and usually when you're talking about creationism, you're talking about. But whatever the case, like there's very little respectable content where people are just trying to have an honest conversation about what they believe and try to argue for a case, and where they are trying to understand their opponent and not misrepresent them. There's so much misrepresentation on the part of like the creation.com, right, is like a good example of, or is it .org?
.com.
Yeah, like that's a good example where you just find so many straw men on there. It's mind blowing. There are cases.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I think. Oh, that's fine. No, I think that, I'm just saying, like, there are cases where you would take it to be respectable, and we have to remember, like, we're speaking in a first world Western country. Like, if we were, if we were living in loincloths over in Africa, like, had this concept of peer review and the academician and all these other things. Like, so all I'm saying is, like, let's put those cards down on the table, because I think that's a lot of what doesn't get discussed in these conversations, is the more foundational issues.
Well, when you bring up peer review, I mean, usually, especially when I bring it up all the time that, okay, well, you've made an assertion. Can you bring up, I had a point and I fucking forgot it. I'm sorry. Damn it.
And it was a good point, too.
Yeah, it was a good point. Damn it.
When I do that, my great aunts used to say, well, it's probably a lie anyway. It's good you forgot it.
Mike, it sounded a little bit like Hitchens' razor, what you was going to say.
Now, okay. Now I remember what it was. It was,
Did you forget again?
You forgot.
No, I'm
he's
tired.
Like, I just remembered. Ah, shit.
I'm having trouble articulating.
I think I found the one person on this earth whose ADD is worse than mine. So.
Put pencil handy and notes real fast.
Wow, like really? Dave, you're pretty ADD. You're like,
Yeah.
oh, look, chipmunk.
Yep.
Squirrel.
And that's terrible when you want to do some philosophy reading. Like I take 2 hours over 3 pages sometimes. It's ridiculous.
It's so hard to focus on the books that you want to read when they're making.
My point was, it just sucks when you have to explain what peer review is over and over and over again.
No, but even that, right? Like people can have different views on the nature of peer review, right? People have had different views on the nature of peer review for centuries now.
People have different ideas on everything. So yes.
Well,
Exactly.
I think you can go into that it's not perfect, but I think that it's it's still a reliable tool to help us discern what's horse shit, which creationism is, and well, in my opinion, and evolution, which is not my opinion, a fact. I mean, it's that's what peer review does.
Oh,
And that's fine.
go ahead.
But like, sorry, go ahead, Steve.
No, finish.
Oh, I see. I have no problem with that. I'm just saying, okay, keep in mind that what you believe about peer review may actually be more. It may be the issue that where departure between you and the creationist, rather than the details of. Because I mean, suppose that the creationist just isn't very well versed in the sort of biological discoveries that you're versed in. Okay.
Yeah, I suppose.
Well, wait. Let's just suppose that he's not, right? But he does have a very strong commitment to to the authority of the layperson, or the idea that on these affairs is much more open and isn't. There isn't so much of a higher authority in the realm of the academician. Okay, so he has a different philosophy about how to deal with that sort of evidence. But if you
like a philosophy of common sense.
Yeah, he has a huge common sense philosophy, right? Yes, exactly. So now if you jump into the details of biology, you're just kind of wasting your time because you haven't dealt with the more fundamental point of departure, which is he doesn't treat evidence the way that you do. So you have to discuss for authorities on a topic first, right? There's more fundamental issues that have to be gotten at. And if you get those out of the way, then you'll probably convince him to come to your side, right? Or you have a better chance.
But that's assuming that that he or she isn't just going to reject what you say out of hand, which most creationists do.
I mean, that's always a risk in all conversation. I'm talking with you. You could completely dismiss everything I say. It's always that's a universal issue with conversation. It's not unique.
Well, but what I'm saying is, but one point that needs to be made is that usually, at least for me, I'm not trying to convince a creationist of anything. My aim is to educate the people that are on the fence about it. Well, is it creationism or evolution? My goal is to clear up misinformation, bullshit, and what is science and what isn't science. So that's my aim. I'm not trying to convince any creationists because I think they're already too far gone. So
the problem with that is that there is a whole field of study dedicating to asking the question what science is, and it's called the philosophy of science, and lots of very intelligent people disagree. It's not something that you can just, I'm going to be the champion of science. There's no such thing because people don't even know what that is.
Did I come off that way?
No. I was being a bit hyperbolic.
Okay, because I didn't mean. If I did, I didn't mean to.
No. I was exaggerating. You say that you want to defend something, right? You're defending.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess I am kind of defending.
I exaggerated significantly, but the idea is that it's all well and good to defend your view of science. The thing is, that's a philosophical position you're defending. You're not It might be a position shared by a lot of scientists, but I doubt it's. And I doubt it's like there's disagreements to be had. There are philosophical conversations to be had on this stuff. So
How is a scientific fact a philosophical position? If I'm understanding what you're saying correctly.
You said you wanted to defend
Peer review.
Well,
Yeah.
not just peer review, but I'm talking about
did your mic trail off or something?
no, that was, I'm sorry, I guess I rubbed the button. When I'm arguing with someone, like, when I'm arguing with a creationist, I'm trying, I'm forgetting again.
I was
We
going to
all
step.
have this problem
I'm tired.
all the time.
So
I just want to step in for a moment and say something real quick. It's like you have someone that's studying, say evolution. Okay, here's my claim. Here's my test. Here's my evidence. And I can show you that this works, and I can give you my test and evidence and stuff, and you can come up with the same results that I did. That's kind of like peer review, sort of. One aspect of it, that what you come up with can be tested and verified. Now, a creation, Ken Ham or somebody, they come up to you and say, all right, here's my claim, but I don't have anything to give you where you can get the results I did.
But heavy. You weren't there.
No, yeah, they weren't there when they weren't there at the creation of the world either. When
No, wait a second.
flood.
That is the key difference. That is exactly it, right? Because
but that's
for you,
that's something I've noticed, and we run into that so much.
I mean, doesn't
yeah, but the reason you run into that is because they have a philosophy of science where of observation, first-hand observation of the phenomena to be explained, or you have some natural scientific account for the thing that's being explained. So, for example, the creationist is going to say,
there's a bit of an oxymoron.
Hold on. The creationist is going to say, I can appeal to observations as an impetus for investigating the universe and seeing why the things that I observe are the way they are, happen the way they happen. Or I can look at the Bible and see what it said about history, and then I can believe that, right? His philosophy of science, yours does not.
But it almost sounds like you're trying to put creationists and creationism on equal footing with a scientific,
We should do that.
verifiable theory.
You should put them on equal footing
Why should you?
because ideas are all open to equal discrimination.
No, I disagree with you more.
But evolution isn't an
Maybe I'm
idea.
putting it
It's a
wrong.
verifiable
No,
fact.
ideas are not on the equal thing. And Jimmy, let me ask you this: do you agree that because we use methodological naturalism, and I'll for the sake of argument, don't call it an assumption, but we save a lot of time by going, okay, I want to come up with a naturalistic explanation. Therefore, I don't have to posit things like leprechauns did it, or pixies did it, or all these possible supernatural causations, ghosts did it. You just eliminate them all right off the bat, right? Until such time we actually discover any type of supernatural causation. Don't you think it's just behooving of science to say, you know what, we are just going to eliminate any supernatural causation until we find something that we can attribute to a supernatural causation? Because why waste time with it if we've never found anything? I mean, there's only so much resources to go around. Do we need a test for leprechauns? Do we need a test for fairies?
But Steve, see, here's the difference between, like,
Hello?
for example, I have a very
Oh. Sorry.
Sorry, yeah. Just to respond to that real quick, like I'm not even idiosyncratic position here, so I'm not trying to defend creationism or anything. I'm not a creationist, but
no, I know.
Okay, cool. So, but when when we're talking about methodological naturalism, the problem is that the kind of distinctions you're making between supernatural and natural, I would not make.
Right, because you think everything is natural, right? You think even a supernatural, what we would call supernatural, you call natural, right? If God did something to you, that would fall under natural means, right? That's how you look at it.
The other way around, right? Like I would say anything in the natural world is the providence of God, right?
Okay, fine, fair enough. You could shoot it on his head and say, you know what, everything's supernatural. Then at that point, these terms become meaningless.
That
There's
doesn't
no
make
distinction.
Exactly.
No, I can see his point.
Yeah.
If God created everything is supernatural because God is, but it's arbitrary distinction. It's a distinction without any real definitional difference, right? At that point.
But if you make the claim that everything God does is natural, but it's outside of the natural laws, how is that not supernatural?
Well, how God? Okay, well,
because God Himself is the one who determines the laws. So there's the ordinary. What's the distinction in theology? Ordinary and superordinary, or something like that. Do you know what I'm talking about, Jimmy? The ordinary.
Yeah, like, okay.
I don't know. I'm not good at theology.
When you talk about natural laws, right? Like for me as a Calvinist, I think of natural laws not as like governing principles or properties or something like stored as content in the nature of things out there. Like I just think of it as regularities. It's just the way that God usually or tends to make the world run.
I just think it takes away from the actual meaning of the word by saying, okay, everything is natural or everything's supernatural, however you want to look at it. To me, it makes no difference at that point. If everything falls in one category or another, why do we have two different words?
Steve, I think you're right. But hold on real quick. I think the distinction is that the supernatural refers to things, either one of two things. It refers to things that are strange to human experience. So you're just saying like an extraordinary cause rather than an ordinary cause, or an extraordinary cause rather than something that's regularly causing the thing that's in question. Or you mean by supernatural the causal agency of something that is not contained in this universe, right? Something from beyond the universe.
Which I conceptually reject. And
Yeah.
It's not the concept of God, but when you say something exists outside space time, I literally turn into an ichthyosis at that point. I don't know what you mean by that. It is just so nonsensical to me. And I'm not trying to be disparaging. It is literally a deficit that I have, and I think probably most people have, to try to understand what anybody means by outside of space and time.
But it creates a paradox.
Negative theology. There is no positive meaning to it. It's a negative theological notion. It's
which means that what exists in concept, but not any tangible possibility of being real.
So Aquinas, for example, might conclude these things by showing that the first cause has to lack certain things by virtue of being the first cause. So the first cause. So you have the first cause and you have the secondary causal order, right? So the first cause. I would prefer to be prepared for this, but you might want to. I can't. Sorry, I'm not.
Well, the first cause was just posited to get around the problem of infinite regress, right?
Well, it's the result. If you can
comment here real quick.
Okay, so there's infinite. The scholastics have a distinction between per se and per accidens causal chains, causal series, and the per se causal series proceed in time, right? So there's the billiard ball hits another billiard ball and it causes it to go in one direction or another. That's the per accidens causal series, and it happens in time. The per se causal series, which is per se, that's in essence, right? Per accidens and accident. The per se causal series doesn't happen in time. It's all simultaneous. So this is the idea of God sustains existence at all times. He's the precondition for existence. Well, the first cause argument actually works that way. It's a per accident. It's a per se causal series. It's so take the argument for motion. Everything which is moved by virtue of being moved requires a mover. The series of motion cannot proceed ad infinitum because I can't remember why. Okay, I'm not prepared. As I said, I'm not prepared for. Everything I've come.
It's not purely actual.
Yeah,
it's not purely actual. So the series of movement, each component in the series of movement, which may be infinite, contains the potentiality for the next thing, but it doesn't contain the actuality of the whole.
Well, that
As in
sounds like a
God.
causal, like a Murkoff chain almost. This is a causal relationship between chain
I'm
of events,
not
but the first cause. Again, we have shown things that have been existing without a causation. Now, I believe that most things do have a material cause. I will grant that probably the universe had a material cause. Did it have any efficient cause? I'm not convinced of that.
Are we still in the realm of science, or are we kind of moving to?
Oh, this is philosophy.
both.
This is
Oh, now we're
More
moving.
philosophy right now.
we're on a completely. We've moved way away from science.
Yeah, well,
please.
I don't think you can really kind of explicitly like take them away from each other in some ways. I mean, I think it's healthy to be able to move between science and philosophy fluidly in these types of discussions, don't you?
Yeah,
But,
the way
well,
I see it,
sorry, go ahead.
it's the way of describing things. Science describes things on a kind of event in terms of events. Philosophy tends to describe them in terms of objects, and then theology describes things in a kind of transcendental sense.
Yeah, but is philosophy testable as like science is? I mean,
some of philosophy is
you
testable
say-
because some of philosophy.
you say that you can move between that. You should be able to move between science and philosophy.
Mhm.
I don't see philosophy as being testable like science is.
really
you
quick,
can.
before we get into the demarcation issue, which by the way is an issue of philosophy of science, wink wink.
Right.
Yeah.
And people say like science is the only source of knowledge. That's a philosophical statement also.
Well, that's a scientism position.
Yep, scientism.
Yeah, and I don't follow
Yeah.
science.
Wait, so real quick, just here's what I think was because I'm not a Christian trying to redeem hylomorphism here like Thomas Aquinas was. Let's just go back to the statement of igtheism, right, Steve? My point, we can argue that, but just to preface anything said about it, my point was kinds of issues. Why there's so much disagreement between so many agnostics who espouse evolution and creationists. It has nothing to do with the details of phylogeny or something like that. No, it occurs at the philosophical level. It's already there, present in the system when you start to believe that and space can be conceived of and are out there as constructs or objects or whatever they are out there in reality, apart from Christian theism, right? Like that already separates you from the fold of the starting point of that is the most fundamental layer, right? The fundamental layer is the creationist starts by saying meta-narrative that allows me to investigate the universe. But what you're saying is I can't even make sense of the universe that I experience on a daily basis, except that I assume igtheism about a God who acts on it.
No. You didn't fully hear what I said. When you talk about a deity that's outside of space and time, then I fall into ichthyism, or more specifically theological cognitivist, because that concept doesn't make any sense to me. Not the concept of the deity, but the concept of somehow existing outside of Minkowski space. I don't know what that would mean.
Yeah, my point was why I don't understand Minkowski space enough to actually say that.
It's just four dimensions. There's two really kind of trains of thought. There's neo-Lorentzian, which is basically 3 dimensions in space, 1 in time. But the Minkowski interpretation is basically saying you have 4 dimensions altogether. You have space-time. It's one fabric. Think of it that way.
Right. So it wouldn't be outside of. So the metaphor of outside suggests that it's space outside of space, right? And that doesn't make sense. So that's fine. The idea. This is why William Lane Craig will use the word like sans time instead of without. It's instead of outside of, it is without or prior to. So there's this sort of order relation which happens between sort of ontological dependency, right? One thing depends for its existence on another. God does not depend for his existence on time. Time depends for its existence on God. So God is prior to time, not in a temporal sense, but in an ontological dependence sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but you're still running into the problem, ontologically speaking, that how does an atemporal being cause a temporal causation? How does that work?
That is a
problematic.
I have an issue with.
And that's one of the things, like, when I say I'm being a theological non-cognitivist, obviously it's not to the concept of the God, is what's being posited as some of the properties of God. I can't know what they mean by that. And I swear to God, I'm not being disparaging for saying that I don't understand what you're saying, because I do.
I get what you're saying.
I really don't mentally know how to construct it in my head.
And also causation in that sense doesn't make any sense when you learn about how causation works in relativity, like the light cone, for example.
And there seems to be a lot of special pleading here. Like, okay, here's a framework that we all have to work in, but then there's this one being that is exempt from this framework, and then that exemption, there's no explanation on why this being is exempt. It's just saying that this is necessary, which is not really intellectually, I think, honest when you're talking about why you need this being to bring forth all matter in the universe.
It's funny that I noticed with it's funny what I noticed with the theist, and not all, but some. If they say something like, Eric Hovind will say, the Bible tells me God exists and God tells me the Bible is true, therefore, the Bible exists and God exists. It's a circular thing, right? So, but they call it a virtual, circularity. So they're really, we all know the three things.
It's a virtuous circle.
Yeah,
I agree with him.
It is a virtuous circle, but that doesn't make it right. Okay, it doesn't make it legit.
No, it's not persuasive. So this is my view on circular. So here's a question: why is a circular argument a fallacy? Why should we consider it fallacious? It's deductively valid. So why is it fallacious?
Well, okay, it's deductively valid from, like, for example, again, if you take one of the horns of the Munchausen trilemma, right? You say, okay, panes of circularity. You're going to default to circular argument and you're done. Or you can take the infinite regress and you try to get out of that, which they posit the prime mover. You can do what I do, and I take things axiomatically. But when you have a circular argument and you can form a conclusion from any single premise, you're not really demonstrating anything. You're basically asserting it. That's all you're doing. So a circular argument is nothing more than an assertion. It has nothing. It has no. It is deductive, but it's deductive as saying A equals A, the law of identity.
A circular argument works because
it's a tautology in a way.
Yeah, I agree.
Really quick. We're actually conflating two things here. There's a difference between begging the question and reasoning circularly.
Right.
Like even the word circular is kind of loaded. Like it's in my opinion, like we should just get rid of using that phrase for this kind of instance that we're talking about. You can talk about circular reasoning in the sense of begging the question, which is just where you repeat a premise as a conclusion. But what like, for example, Reformed apologists or revelational epistemologists are talking about when they talk about circularly is just to say reasoning consistently. That is, reasoning consistent with the principles that you started out with. Right? It has nothing to do with repeating conclusion. It's just to say that whatever inferences you're taking, they follow a principle of coherence with the original foundations that legitimize or provide for the possibility of reasoning at all.
Okay, but where does that get you, though, Jimmy? I mean, you're using that to say, okay, without this some kind of circular reasoning, I wouldn't even have the ability to reason to begin with. That's kind of what you're arguing in a way, and I disagree with that.
Yes, but as long as we understand that circularity there just means consistency. Like, wouldn't you say it's bad?
No, I don't think. No, I'm not going to let you get away with that, Jimmy. Circular is not consistent. I don't buy that as a relationship between the two.
Steve,
Yeah, I disagree with that too.
Steve.
Yeah.
Time traveler's paradox. You can't be your own grandfather.
Yeah. So okay. There's a difference here between a circular argument and a circular justification, right? And then there's two different types of justification that are relevant here. There's justification in the sense of persuasion. Like, this is like the two types of a burden of proof. There's the internal burden, like the weak burden, the burden for me to believe, and then there's the burden for me to persuade you. Right? Sure. If I want you to be persuaded of something, a circular argument should not work, and it's fallacious precisely because I have not taken anything that you agree with and shown that from that it follows something. I have not obtained new information, or I've just repeated my own assertion. Right, however, internal to my own view, I can justify my view via circular argument by appealing to what I signify as my authority, right? So my authority is just the world as it is presented to me by my senses and reasoning, right? That there's not much more to that. Like,
that's not circular. That's axiomatic. You're taking that as assumption.
Yes, technically, when you explain your view, when you're giving an I should actually link to this thing. When you give an explanation of your view, you end up walking in a circle, right? You say, well, why do I believe this? Well, so the Christian will say, why do you believe that God exists? Well, because the Bible says so. Then there's this sort. The problem is on the atheist side. There's this switch between an internal and an external critique, which isn't warranted. The atheist will say, why do you believe X? And the presuppositionalist will take that as a kind of, oh, you want me to tell you internal to my own view why I take this as the case. Well, it's because my authority, the Bible, says so. And because he's effectively saying that my axioms are consistent, right? The Bible says God exists.
I don't take an issue with that. If you're doing an internal critique, and you stay with it, right? That's fine. It's when you switch from one to the other. But if a person says, what's your justification for believing this, and they default to the Bible, that's an external source, right? That's not circular. What's circular is when they posit God's existence, not the belief, but the existence of God. Then you're saying, okay, well, why do you say God exists? Well, God exists because the Bible says God exists. That's circular. But if you just say, what's my justification for believing? And I say, I believe in God because of the Bible. That's not circular.
But they would say they believe in the Bible because of God.
No. You don't even have to go to the route of the circularity. You just say, what is your position, or what is your reasoning for your position? Why do you believe the way you do? I believe in it because of the Bible. That's not a circular reasoning at all. But circular is when you say, I believe in God, that God exists, and I say God exists because the Bible exists, and you say, well, why do you believe in the Bible? And then you say, well, God exists. But if you're just using it as an external means for your evidence, that's not circular. I got no problem with that. Would you be okay with that?
Essentially what the presuppositionalist is doing, but they're calling it circular because of the process of reasoning. They don't believe because they take the justification as a kind of equal. So there are certain views of coherentism, and I don't understand coherentism very well, but they say that there's this kind of the share of justification, right? So a sufficient reason to believe that the Bible is true is that an infallible and always truth-telling being says it's true.
Right. That's what I have a problem. Right. That's when I say it's circular. That point. Right.
I have a question. Does the presuppositionalist knows that God? Do they know that God exists, or do they believe that God exists based on the evidence?
They claim to know that God exists.
A subset of belief, right?
Yes, but it's
if I have knowledge of something,
right,
it means I have.
But we're not
usually people use the.
But we're not saying do you just have belief? Are you taking, yes, knowledge is a subset of belief, but do you admit that you're making it as just solely a belief claim, or a knowledge claim, which of course includes belief, but is a certitude of knowledge, right? Are you claiming a knowing, or are you claiming a belief?
Example of a reformed apologist, or someone in the camp that's commonly called presuppositionalism, I would say, yeah, I claim to know.
Okay.
That the Christian God exists.
Because I think that's a hell of a lot higher burden.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Are you talking about internal burden, the soft burden?
No, external.
The external burden. That's the problem. You're making a switch when you start off talking with a presuppositionalist, a sincere one like Stefan, like Jimmy, not like someone.
Right. No, Jimmy, I have a lot of respect for. I really do.
They will take it as an internal question. You're questioning internal to their view and say, well, these are the axioms of my view, effectively, and they go in this particular circle. The justification moves from God's being perfect to the Bible back to God, right? That's the justificatory circle internal to my view. But for some reason, you go and say, you take an issue with the internal circle of their view. You've taken their internal justification and then turned it into a external justification. You've taken their justifying their believing it to an attempt to persuade you, but they're not trying to persuade you. The presuppositionalist, Jimmy Steffens will say, my goal isn't to persuade you, it's to convict you, right? He isn't trying to persuade you, so he doesn't have that type of justification. He doesn't have that type of burden of proof. And so there is no heavier justification to meet, because that's just not what he's trying to do.
Right, I disagree.
All that philosophical stuff and William Lane Craig and what y'all been talking about, pretty much to me, it boils down to some really fancy smancy way of saying, this is my faith. This is what I believe. Just leave it at that. I have faith in this.
Hang on, Who's Jay Morris? I don't recognize this person.
I have no idea.
Don't know the guy.
How'd they get a link?
The problem with that
I don't know who that person was.
I'm sorry, are you guys?
I have to remove him because I don't know who that person was.
Yeah, I smart decision.
I don't know. He's good. There we go. Sorry, I have to remove him. I don't know who Jay Morris is, so he has to go bye-bye.
Yeah, to me, trying to prove something philosophically, because I'm not into philosophy, is like, it doesn't work. I mean, it's like, I don't get it. How can you prove something, really prove something is true philosophically, like in William Lane Craig's?
It's all definition, right? Your philosophy is your worldview. It's the way you take in the evidence in the first place. So it's all about the relationships between the definitions of your view, the rules by which you use
a lot of these philosophical claims.
And I don't think they have to. When you ask somebody to prove something, they don't have to prove God, right? Heavy. I mean, nobody expects anybody to have that kind of burden to prove God. That's obscene to ask somebody to have that kind of burden of justification.
This is true.
Yeah. But when somebody says, I believe this because I have subjective things in my own life that I believe, and for example, they read the Bible and they believe in the Bible, that's their own prerogative. And as Frank's saying, there's a difference between the internal justification and the external. But when people are making the argument saying, you know what, I know a God exists and I'm going to show you God exists as a claim, or you prove to you that God exists, that is external justification that is nearly, well, I would say completely impossible to do. But
he doesn't do that. He's not.
No, and I don't, right. I don't put Jimmy in that category.
So that's why I said it boils down to faith. That's it.
If I could
100% is faith.
A distinction. I think what I would say is that I'm not interested in seeking out persuasion, but that doesn't mean I don't think that I can offer arguments or proof. Sort of where I was trying to move toward in regard to your statements about not being able to construct an idea of this God outside of time and space. Whatever words we decide to use there, without time and space or sans time and space. The question arises.
The argument from, how do you say this, incredulity, that just because a person cannot fathom it or understand it, therefore it must be false or something? Isn't that a fallacy?
Well, an argument for incredulity is basically, I don't believe you because I don't understand it. That's basically what it is in a nutshell. I don't understand it, therefore it can't be true.
Yeah.
But that's not what I'm not doing that when I say I don't believe you about God being outside time and space.
I want to declare, Steve.
One question really quick. So where's the internal contradiction, or like, I don't understand?
Well, I don't know what you're asking, Dave. Because I'm not having any argument for incredulity. I'm not saying that your God doesn't exist. I'm not saying that I don't believe it because your God exists. I'm saying I literally don't understand the concept what you're suggesting. Right? You're asking me to say 1 = 2 kind of thing. I could not in my mind recognize what that would mean. So when somebody says outside time and space, I don't know how that means.
I see. Okay.
You know what? It reminds me of Einstein's thing that if you can't explain it to a 7-year-old, you really don't know it yourself.
Well, I don't think a priest, and no offense to any theist, I don't think anybody's going to ever explain that, because the concept of being outside time and space is kind of nonsensical.
Yeah.
It literally is like saying some kind of weird. I don't even know how to describe it in basic terms, but it doesn't make any sense.
But Steve, can't the same? So, what do you make then of the objection from to say, well, it doesn't make sense to speak of space or time without assuming it in the context of Christian theism? Right? They allege the same objection, just the reverse.
Well, no, because I can think of space and time with or without a God.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's exactly the thing to be debated, right? How can you define space or time in a coherent fashion without invoking Christian theology?
Okay, space would be the displacement between 2 points, and time would be the displacement between 2 states of entropic or sort of entropy, times 0.
Okay, and in both cases, you would be assuming a universe that's uniform, right?
No, he's just using words.
Not necessarily. No. I'm just defining it. You asked us for I'm not going into specificities. You asked for how I would define it, and that would give it. That's a very, very simplistic definition, right?
I apologize. No, I'm not saying well, I think it does, but whether or not the definition itself proposes a universe that's working under some kind of principle of regularity or uniformity or what have you. I'm saying propounding a definition assumes a universe in
ask
which
my
you are
assumption.
propounding a
Doesn't
definition.
assume anything.
I can accept the assumption for the uniformity of nature. I can accept it outright, right? But you didn't
The
ask for that. I'm sorry, Frank. Go ahead.
Action. This is where me and Jimmy definitely disagree. Actions themselves do not presume anything because actions don't have minds. You say, well, you're effectively asking, are you assuming this whilst you're performing that action? The point is, it's relevant. I'm performing the action of definition. Define it.
I'm just definition. Yeah, I'm just defining it. I'm not. What my assumptions are make really no difference at that point for a definitional thing.
The
But
action
I
of
would agree with
definition
you. I have that
is
assumption is relevant.
God exists because I could be a philosophical zombie. Right? I could be a
I mean, I think there are some philosophical zombies. By the way, who came up with that term?
Dennett? No.
Was it David Dennett?
No, it wasn't Dennett.
I know about zombies, but that's more about intentionality. I think.
Yeah, that's my point. Intentionality is a necessary precondition for presupposition. You cannot presuppose a thing without intending it.
Oh my God! Oh, it was Daniel Dennett, I think.
Peace zombies. David Chalmers, right? Peace zombies, but that's about
I think, was it Chalmers? It was
David
probably Chalmers.
Oh, David Chalmers. Yeah, David Chalmers in the conscious mind. I have a hard time with qualia type arguments or things, and when it comes to like, how do we perceive our qualia? I know it goes back to the basics, but I mean, when you think the color red, in my worldview, and maybe you can narrow around what you would call this, I don't think red actually exists in a way. I think red exists in the mind. Does that make sense? What would you call that as a position?
But you want to make, I think, a distinction between qualia, the qualitative experience of the agent of what something is like, and you can have, I think, qualia of intentionality, right? That you're about something, in this case, the color red, and you have a first-person point of view experience of what it is like to experience red, what it is like. So you want
but what do you call that? What do you call somebody that says, I don't think, and I could be swayed either way, but I don't think red is actually something that exists as a material thing in the universe. I don't think it exists anywhere else inside our mind. If we didn't exist, the color red would not exist.
I think red is a universal that can be instantiated in many cases, but
I just think it's our perception.
Well, hold on. I disagree. I would say red. If you're talking about the color red, you can say it's a certain wavelength on an electromagnetic spectrum. And just like a rock is a rock. This is a description of an event that we see.
That's not qualia, though, at that point. You're talking about physics. I'm talking about qualia.
Right.
Big difference.
The perception.
That is by definition subjective to the first person point of view, obviously.
Exactly. So Frank, what would you call somebody like that? Do you know what the term would be for somebody like myself who accepts or thinks that red is probably something that only exists as something in the brain that you're perceiving this?
I don't know if there's a particular name for it, but it's I don't know.
Perception.
Well, no, because it has to do with universals. It has to do with the existence of universals.
Wait, Steve, are you talking about epistemology and the whole internalism, externalism debate, or what do you mean?
No, not really. No, it has nothing to do with that.
I think it's epiphenomenalism.
Epiphenomenalism. I think that's close to what I'm.
Well, wait a second. So if you're talking about epiphenomenalism, then you're talking about how consciousness comes out of the brain. But if you're talking about universals with respect to red, then it sounds like you're an Aristotelian conceptualist, which is the idea that
you can be both.
We get out of our experience. Yeah, it could be both. But what you're talking about one or the other. If you're talking about universals, it sounds like you're talking about Aristotelian conceptualism, which is the idea that you extract universals as concepts from particular experiences.
I could buy into that. The reason being, they did, like, do you guys remember this experiment they did where a teacher gave her students these glasses, and what they did was these glasses reverted everything upside down. Yeah. A very famous neurological experiment, and after several days, I mean it was a week, their eyesight actually righted itself up. I mean, the brain actually compensated for it and was able to adjust. I think the brain is a very powerful thing to do that, and I think that when we perceive a specific color, whether I'm perceiving the red the same way as like Jimmy is, it's my brain giving me that what I'm seeing as that qualia, right?
Yeah.
Now, I don't think that anything exists that we could say this is red without the ability of having that perception. And if we weren't around to have that perception, that universal wouldn't really exist.
And
in
can
the
I-
universe.
I can also add some. I can also add something to that. You have also a phenomenon known as synesthesia, where people
Yes, exactly.
where people hear colors when they hear. Yes.
So Nestle, what am I saying is not completely way off left field, right?
Yeah. Yes. I agree with you.
But I think somebody like Hal and Jack would say there is no right or wrong way to interpret the world and itself, if that is even a thing. You cannot escape your experience of it, which would be subjective by definition, etc. So you can't really speak about that thing on sich, right? But I think you want to separate between the rock being objectively there, if that is your account, right? That you believe and a rock could be there objectively, whether the agent is aware of it or not, and the qualitative experience of the color of the rock or how the agent interprets like the whole pattern recognition, etc. thing.
I'm pretty sure Steve's an external realist. I don't think he's a transcendental idealist.
No, I don't take it as a transcendental or platonic forms.
No, you sound like my persuasion, right? It's
actually very easy. It's like, do you believe if you witness a red ball, right? Because you were talking about the experience of the color red, you witness a red ball on the street, whatever. Yeah, I think. Wait, is this correspondence theory? I think so. Well, I think Steve, that you believe that the external world is out there and it exists, right? That the ball is there.
I believe that the external world does exist. Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, so for example, even if there's a stick in the water and it looks bent to you, you still believe there's a stick in some way, shape, or form, apart from your experience, right?
Yes, and I believe that the stick is not actually bent. I understand.
Yeah.
So he's a critical realist.
I'm only talking about.
I mean,
I'm only talking about
question-
universals. We can't. Again, how our mind are perceiving things, and colors are one of the best things for that.
That's problematic, though, right?
They're all related.
And that's realize
these subjects as though they're not related. They are all deeply interconnected. The problem of universals, the philosophy of mind, the epistemological points. These are all deeply interconnected. Like they're.
Yeah, I'm still working through my whole position. Right, I read these things, but I'm not as fluent as you guys are, and it's a hard time for me to go.
I don't even. I just figure it out my own.
Well, I mean, I don't get into that much, so I have to do it in spurts, and occasionally like Dr. Malpass will send me some stuff.
I don't know how to argue for it just yet, but I will try to do so in the future, maybe with the help of Jimmy. But I believe, on my view, on the correspondence theory view, I believe if there's a triangle between God's revelation, that you can posit an external world, you can be sure about that, etc., that it exists. And I think on atheism, you are always stuck in either Kantian's. You are always stuck with Kantian spectacles, as in there's no escaping the experience and your sensory experience and cognitive faculties. You're always stuck there in some weird solipsism type of deal. And I think only on theism you can actually posit an external world. And then you can make the distinction between the world on its own and how the agent is perceiving them, like the red ball or the science teacher that gives the students the goggles, etc. And then we can talk about how we perceive the world if it really exists. Mm-hmm. But I'm not sure yet how to run arguments for that, but that will be interesting.
What do you mean? I think the overwhelming majority of people think the external world exists. I mean, I have never met a true solipsist that doesn't think external minds exist. So if people are going to think that external minds exist, I don't think it's a far leap to say that the rest of reality exists as well. Do you?
But the problem with critical realism is what's the basis, both on the one hand for believing in the extramental world, and on the other hand, thinking that there is some standard to measure our perceptions of it, right?
What our perceptions are our standard.
Yeah, I would say you really don't have a choice. Basically, a true solipsist would be dead pretty much soon if he doesn't eat, if he doesn't go out and find water and find food for himself. pretty much.
But
be dead
maybe
soon.
maybe we're all just destined to starve. Maybe we're all just destined, right? See, I mean, the solipsist can just respond by inviting
Now we go into nihilism. Now we go into nihilism.
Exactly, that is a form of nihilism. And I think what Fake said, I mean, didn't he say something along the lines of our standard is our senses, right? I mean, that's what I can't say that I'm a full empiricist. I don't think I don't think all the sensory perception we have is strictly from our senses. The vast majority of it is, but there might be something more than we have just for our senses.
As a whole, right?
What's that?
Our cognitive faculties as a whole. Our cognitive faculties are sufficiently reliable to ascertain some truth.
Yes, if you're taking the cognitive faculties as an umbrella term, then I think that's the only possible way we can interact with reality.
Yeah,
but
that just moves the question, right?
And
also to move the question. The question originally was, why? What grounds do I have to believe that there's an extramental world? And what standard do I have to judge whether or not my perceptions of it are veridical or accurate or whatever term you want to use?
Well, if I take it axiomatically, I can't justify it doxastically, can I? Right? I mean,
well, but that's what I'm asking, right?
I'm assuming it's veridical.
That just seems to be blind faith, right? Now you're just saying I believe it because I choose to believe it.
Right. That's fine. If you,
for an assumption, you can use abduction. You could say, okay, we have these various theories presented to us, and we have what our senses present to us. Let's look at them, right? So take the claim, my cognitive faculties are sufficiently reliable to ascertain some truth. We're either going to assert that claim or negate that claim. Or and even if we're not going to do anything, we're going to behave as though the claim is true, or we're not. If we negate the claim, we can't even tell that the claim is true, so we can't negate the claim. So we have to assert the claim, pragmatically speaking. Right? If my cognitive faculties are not sufficiently reliable to ascertain some truth, then they're not sufficiently reliable to ascertain any truth, just by conversion of some to any, which means that I can't, and since that particular claim would be a truth, then if my cognitive faculties aren't sufficiently reliable to ascertain any truth, then that claim itself would not be one I could figure out. So pragmatically, we can just, for the sake of whatever, assume that claim is true. Assuming that claim is true.
So Frank, this sounds very familiar to one of the conversations we had a couple months ago, where I pointed out again, like, this is like saying if we're stuck on a desert island and all we have is sand, well, pragmatically speaking, let's pretend that we can build boats out of sand and get off the island. Like, just because you're stuck with your senses doesn't mean, just because your senses...
I was to say, can I give an example? Somebody in the live feed, and this is really good actually, but somebody in the live feed does not understand what we're talking about when it comes to the color red. Lucky, I'm going to address to you. He's saying that red is, strictly the color of the range color of the wavelength, right? How many nanometers it is? I don't remember. I don't know, a couple hundred nanometers. But here is what we're talking about. If we all were born colorblind, such that our perception of red was more along the lines of a greenish color, right? We would literally be our whole society would be literally thinking that red is just a little bit of greenish color, right? That's how our brains would perceive it because we're colorblind. No difference of our brain conceptually changes the color, right, in our heads. The qualia, the red color that our brains perceive, does not exist until somebody actually perceives it. Okay, yes, you can measure, you can say this, what we call red is in this wavelength, right? But what we perceive to be the color red is absolutely internalized only in our heads. That's the difference, right? Because again, if all of us agreed, hey, this is the color red, but we're all colorblind to something else, we're going to say, okay, this is it. But to a color person who is that's not colorblind, that one person is going to be going, I don't think they could ever prove this to each other, but they would not be seeing it the same way the rest of society was, right? So you can't say red is red. It is obviously a tautology, but you can't say red is the same to everybody. It's not. We all perceive these colors differently, I think.
I think red is the thing that is muddling the water here, because we could say elephants exist objectively besides our perception of it. I think the color issue is making...
No, because elephants are not a qualia. They're not a universsul. They have nothing to do with your internalization or whatever it is.
They are, because
I thought that you were about to bring up in your intro there, Steve. I thought you were trying to run the knowledge argument, the Mary's room argument, but you diverted. I was like, what? Is he going to do that? Never mind.
No, I wasn't going that far.
But hold on, Steve.
Yes.
Oh, excuse me. Have y'all ever seen these things where it says, okay, stare at the little cross in the middle of the picture, and it's a reverse image of like the U.S. flag. It's like there's no red or whatever in it, no blue nut or whatever, but it's you stare at it, and then you look at a white wall, and you see the red and the white and the blue. But where is that?
It's an after image.
But like you're talking about red, where does it actually exist? It's just what we perceive.
Maybe this example may help. If someone, and I've used this before, but let's say you're speaking to someone who's been blind from birth, how would you explain to them the color red? What words would you use to describe it to them?
I don't think you accurately could.
No. It would be impossible.
Yeah.
And that's what I think this gets down to. We're talking about a concept that's unique to each individual person.
But that's my whole point.
We all have a shared experience of what we believe red is.
Yes.
Because your red could be my green, for instance, but I would just know that every time we point to this particular object, we both agree that is described as red. But again, we couldn't describe it to anybody.
But isn't that my argument to begin with? That red is a manifestation of our perception of the wavelength.
Yes, and that's what I was saying, Steve. I just was giving an example.
Okay, and Nestle, I think that gets it right on. But I think up in the live feed are just basically they're looking at it from a too much of a physics perspective. This is where I kept on saying you have to be able to be fluid between science and philosophy, right? We've moved from science, which I love. I mean, I understand the range of the colors. I get that, right? But we move now into philosophy, and you have to have that fluidity to go back and forth.
I know Steve went on this topic before on another hangout, and at first I was a bit confused because red is of course the wavelength about a certain wavelength, but he clarified that he meant the perception of red, and then yes, I agree that the perception of red is entirely conceptual.
Yeah,
it exists in our brain and nowhere else.
Steve, what color is a rose?
A purple polka dot.
But we all agree that roses are red.
No, there are some roses.
White, yellow.
I know there's other colors of roses.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
We all agree roses are red. It doesn't matter what color we see when we look at a rose.
Yes, it does. That's the whole point. No.
It's our perception of what red is.
The category red, we all share the category red because of that wavelength, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
But the idea is, when we look at
how we perceive that, we don't
realize that there's something different about it. It's not, we don't perceive wavelength in the sense of like the wavelength is just a term. It's a mathematical description which fits a certain set of numbers. But we don't perceive numbers. We perceive this thing which we call red, and it's not really the mathematics explains why we're capable of communicating it to other people, but when we communicate it to ourselves, it's not a number. It's a first-person experience.
And we know that color-blind people perceive colors differently.
Well, yes, but the reason they
that's the whole
because of their biology, right?
Yeah.
This is something. Yeah. This is something which transcends biology. This isn't qualia are not things which are in the domain of any science. They are in the domain of philosophy. Science doesn't have the tools to talk about it because science is almost inherently mathematical. When we talk about wavelengths, we're talking about certain equations which we can use to model our perceptions. The thing is,
go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
The model itself is not identical to the thing modeled, and the thing and we model things so that we can predict things and control things, but the thing modeled is our perceptions as they present themselves to us. And that thing cannot be expressed in purely mathematical terms. It's qualitative, not quantitative. And yes, the category red is shared between us because of the quantity, because of because we live in a world such that there are these wavelengths that hit our eyes in such a way which in turn sends a signal to our brain in such a way that is functionally similar to each other, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But when we think to ourselves red, we call to mind an image. We call to mind a picture, not a number. We don't call to mind a geometrical shape. We don't call to mind an algebraic expression. We call to mind a picture, and that picture is purely qualitative. It is redness. It is it's this inherently personal and subjective thing, and you cannot, and you see just by my own language, precisely because it's so nature, you can't communicate it to other people aside from this very indirect kind of language. It's this thing. You hear my language. This thing, qualitative, first person. I use these words precisely because it's not numerically expressible. It's not mathematizable. It's not something you can express scientifically. Does that make sense? Have I?
I think you may have lost a little bit. Feedback. No, it's not you. Sometimes sometimes it gets a little bit too in depth, and I just kind of like maybe tuned out there for a second. So don't take it personally.
Sorry, I tend to be.
That is Steve's way of saying that went way over my head.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Well, see, but I don't front, right? I know what my limits are, right? If somebody's this, either A, I'm not understanding it, or B, it's just I know. See,
speaking nonsense, to be sure. Like maybe I'm completely.
I wouldn't be able to judge that. I like when somebody talks word salad with physics or something like that. I at least know, hey, this guy's talking word salad. I couldn't even judge whether it was word salad or not because I don't. You're talking at a level that I'm not up to yet.
Yeah, I'm not asking anybody to take me as an authority or anything. I am a layman in philosophy. I am a layman in everything. So,
but you've got a pretty good handle on it, right? But there's a difference. When you say something,
I have been told by people with like Maximus Confesses and the like who say that I do in fact. So at least some people do have the.
Well, that's why I'm not going to call you out and go, okay, what you just said was complete bullshit, because I would have you lying through my ass. I would have no idea. But I do that with True because I know doesn't know what he's talking about. Two, I know he doesn't know what he's talking about. I can actually say, okay, that was what he said. Yeah, I know that was complete bullshit. Right.
Well, some experiences from obviously from a first person point of view are immaterial and they're by definition subjective. So just like you can see brain states in an MRI scan, you cannot see the content of thoughts on that machine. In the same way, some experiences are by definition, they go outside of what science can detect. I think is one of the things that Frank was trying to say or explain to Ness.
Okay, can I say something that maybe
No, go ahead.
You had your chance.
The pixel may draw some interest. There is some interesting hypothesis that bats that echolocate hear the see with their ears. They perceive sound waves and they generate a visual image based on those sound waves. So instead of picking up light waves that they see as an image, they see with sound.
So yeah, and therefore,
I mean that's cool.
My point is that exactly what Steve is talking about. It's all about perception. Maybe bats see red by a particular sound wave instead of a light wave.
Yeah, that might be a way to make the point. When a bat thinks to itself, so here's the bat, right? What is it like to be a bat? This is
thank you, Nagel.
I didn't actually.
That was Nagel.
Yeah, I haven't actually read the
Mind in Cosmos. Yeah, that's awesome.
It's funny how you mentioned a bat. Have you read Nagel? I haven't. But next, like,
who me? No. Secondary sources.
Yeah, that's what I got it from. But so the bat might suppose that the bat perceives what we perceive as red through sound. And through this echolocation, it sees in color. It's not right to say it doesn't see in color in the sense it doesn't see it. So in the scientific vernacular, when we say something sees in color, we mean that it's receiving certain wavelengths of light. So if I say the bat sees in color, clearly, if I'm speaking purely scientifically, I'm contradicting myself. Yet, you know what I mean when I say he sees in color. Because you know I'm not referring to the scientific wavelength. I'm referring to this other thing, which isn't really mathematical. It's this first person qualitative
I need to clarify that we don't see with our eyes, we see with our brains.
That's not exactly true either, right?
That's the point.
Then through our eyes, I suppose you could, we see with it.
I've always heard that little thing. I don't know if I really buy into that. I think
hold on. He's correct in a way.
I was going to finish.
The eye is the camera.
Yeah, I was going to finish my statement on that. Yeah, the eye is what lets the light in, right? The eye is what acts, as you said, the camera. The processing goes in with the brain, right? But you do see, it's a whole system. I don't think you could divide the system up and say we see with our brain, because you still need your eyes, and you can't have your eyes, because then you have the fallacy of division, right? So I think it's a system. It's the whole thing. We see with our eyes and our brain.
Yes, we use our eyes as our sensory apparatus to form a visual image, but you can also use other senses, like the bat uses hearing to generate a visual image in the brain.
We should write a song.
That's the quantitative notion right there. Visual image, right?
Yeah.
In qualia color.
That's what I'm trying to point out. That actually helps emphasize the notion of qualia.
You're killing my joke, Frank.
Oh, sorry.
In qualia color, you know, they're like in living color. You can have like a dance group.
But
you guys are way before your time, huh? You guys remember in living color?
Dance group.
In living color.
Yeah. Wow.
Dwayne and Antoine.
Wasn't Jim Carrey on that
I gotta
show?
take off.
No.
I gotta take off here soon, but
There's
Frank, just to throw
Jim
your
Carrey.
bone, maybe you'll bite on.
Not Drew Carey, Jim Carrey. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What if a person there is nothing?
Yeah, I think Jimmy's gonna leave soon, so he wanted to say something really quick.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, my mouse just went to shit. I gotta reset it.
Oh yeah, I was just saying, like, I gotta take off soon, so I wanted to throw you a bone. Maybe you'll bite me back for it, but I was gonna say, when you were talking about acts earlier, like the act of taking a stance on something or committing yourself intellectually to a proposition, the same kind of act that's involved in, say, a muscle spasm, or the way that I scratch my head when I sleep. Like, that's an intentional act that has to do with rationality. That is, it's an act that can be measured in terms of rational principles, like whether or not it's a correct inference, logically consistent, so on and so forth, right? So it's not a valid objection to say that the act doesn't assume anything. Some acts don't assume anything, but certainly intentional acts that can be measured as to their rationality do assume a universe. Uniformity
The problem with that is
allowing for them.
Rationality. We could get into this later if you got to leave. But like, I could go into it, Jimmy. It's you could say that.
I got 15 more. I got about 15 more minutes.
Oh, okay. So before getting to rationality, let's just start with like logic in general, or logic more specifically. I don't know. Like, I don't know if it would be a subset or a superset, or well, it wouldn't be a superset, a subset, or if I don't know which would be the subset of which. But logic can be described almost perfectly by the manipulation of symbols, the following of rules, which can be described quite just perfect non-intentional actions, right? That's the whole idea behind philosophical zombies, right? It's that everything I say can be perfectly in line with a set of behavioral principles, or pure behavior, right? The intentionality comes in when we try to describe the behavior, but even intentionality itself isn't that complicated a thing. My intentionality could arise just from a kind of pragmatic act. If I'm trying to say, if I try to use the word cow to represent, if I'm intending something by the word cow, specifically a cow, I don't need to presuppose anything. I just need to have this first-person subjective experience of a cow, or a memory of a cow, and then I have the word cow, and I sort of juxtapose them in my head, or not juxtapose. I have the word cow in my head, and I have the memory of a cow, and I use the word.
But to use
with the memory,
how are you using the word?
Try to follow a set of rules, which I hope you're following, and then by following these rules, even though I do have this intentionality, what I'm hoping is to incite I'm hoping to incite a certain set of behaviors in you, in response to the same thing. Yes, internal to my mind, I have this image, and linked to the word. But that's all intentionality is. It's this relationship between thing and.
No, you see. Hold on. Wait. You're thinking of intentionality with an S. I'm thinking intentionality with a T. In terms of the communicative act, whereby I make a statement in order to get an idea in your mind. That is, it's the in order to, or the plan, the telos of my act, right? Now, when Steve commits himself to extramental reality or an idea of space and time, right? He's doing something intentionally, or he's living with regard to inconsistency to those principles. And the problem is, if he does not assume a universe which is uniform, if he does not assume a universe which acts regularly, then there's nothing to say that the universe isn't at the same time contradicting that current state.
Yeah, but he can just assume that. There's nothing wrong with just assuming it.
Well, says who?
Says me.
Okay, but that principle is self-refuting, right? Like then if our standard is, if we're allowed to just be capricious.
No, it's not a matter of capriciousness. Standards are worldview dependent. What is your?
No, I absolutely agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. But what I'm saying is that particular standard is self-refuting. If our standard just is indistinguishable from capriciousness, then I can just capriciously say, you're wrong, therefore I'm right.
And I could do the same thing.
Yeah, and it would be indistinguishable. You would be agreeing with me.
This is where our conversations tend to go, right? There's the internal to the worldview thing, and then there's the external, right? There's the internal critique, and then there's the external. Internal to me, I believe that I can set pretty much anything as my standard, but I believe that there are certain standards which are I can set anything as my standard, and what am I going to choose? But my senses, that my cognitive faculties are sufficiently reliable to ascertain some truth, right? That's like that claim, and all the claims which follow from it by analysis are the claims which I'm committed to as an axiom. You could say, well, I can do the same thing. Sure, internal to your view, you can do the same thing. And internal,
I'm saying
you can say that I'm wrong.
By your standard,
but you're not going to persuade me that I'm wrong, because that's a different type of claim. Yes.
No. I'm not providing an external
according to your own view, right? Like you already do that. You say I could just do this. You already do. Your view says that that atheists don't exist. Your view says that everyone knows God exists. Right? That's part of
Frank. I'm not offering you an external critique.
Doing.
I'm not offering you an external critique. I'm saying let's take your principle that the human choice to believe something is sufficient grounds for believing that. Okay, by that standard, choice to believe that that is false is sufficient for me to believe that that's false. Therefore, it's false. All I did was take your standard and use it consistently. But it turns out it's not a consistent standard. My cognitive
faculties are sufficiently reliable to ascertain some truth. My standard is everything entailed by that claim. Yes, I choose it, but everyone chooses their standard.
Okay, but that's a different. That's not what Steve was saying before, right? Like from past conversations that I had with you, I understand that your transcendental framework is that there is an evolutionary narrative behind your biology, and that gives you faculties, the universe, and make sense of things and act. And I understand that. But what I'm pointing out is when Steve said earlier that he can just choose his axioms, rational. That's just to say we can blindly believe whatever we want to believe.
That's irrational?
You can, in fact, choose your... Like, that's a true statement. I can choose my axioms. I am able to do it. The question is, he didn't necessarily say it was rational to do so, or irrational. Whether or not it's rational or irrational is going to depend on your definition of rationality.
Well, there's nothing wrong with making axioms, right? I mean, what is irrational by saying, I don't want to accept circularity, I don't want to accept infinite regress, so I'm going to accept the fact the universe is real axiomatically as a properly basic belief. There's nothing irrational about that.
I don't understand. What is the basis for taking that claim?
I'm not following you. It's just a properly basic belief.
It's an axiom. There's no basis.
Right. I mean, that's my point, right? Because we give it this label, properly basic belief, that doesn't actually justify the claim. It just remains baseless. Like I can call my belief in the wrong, I don't actually believe this, but somebody can come along and say, my properly basic belief is that there are no such things as properly basic beliefs, right?
Well, yeah, the question is you have to define.
Self-executing.
Well, to a foundationalist, there is. Now, if you're non-foundationalist, then you don't have to accept them. But you can't just arbitrarily say, "Well, I don't accept your position on foundationalism as irrational." Just be like fiat is irrational. When most people are foundationalists, actually.
Yeah, that's not what foundationalists and Fontarian
but not everybody.
They don't say you can arbitrarily decide.
Well, I didn't say.
There's
Well, there has to be. Well, you can't, okay, hang on. You can't. It's not arbitrarily. There's reasons for things. I can't just say I'm going to axiomatically assume, I'm the king of Scotland. Okay, that's not. That's not what I'm saying. But when we say this,
what is the reason?
It's something that we all have to agree upon to make the universe. We could do something with the universe. But I don't assume the universe exists. Nothing else comes from there, right? I have no other framework to build upon. My epistemological framework is nothing without something saying, do I exist or not? If I don't exist, I'm done. Where do I go from there, right?
Yeah.
But just let me respond to that by way of example.
Sure.
By way of contradistinction. From my epistemology, yes, absolutely. My self-existence is indispensable to me thinking things, talking about it, doing epistemology at all, of course. But the grounding for my justification is not in my existence. Why do I believe in my existence? That belief has justification found in the revelation of God, right? You do not believe that the justification for your beliefs are ultimately funded by God's revelation. You just.
I don't believe my beliefs. I don't believe my beliefs are justifiable. Period. When it comes to properly based beliefs, they're non-doxastically justifiable. You can't use that's circular reasoning to do so.
Really quick, I also want to know what Steve is referring to when he says
definitional rationality.
Right? Is he referring to his brain, or is there like a substance apart from his brain or physicality when Steve says? If I don't exist, go ahead.
No. I'm just all I'm saying is before I could actually build an epistemological framework, I have to make certain concessions, and one of the concessions is that the universe exists, and I could take that just as a presuppositional, axiomatic, properly basic belief. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a perfectly good model people use. Now, I don't need a deity to tell me that. I can say that's just something that fundamental to me is properly basic, because without that assumption, I don't have anything. I can't. Again, I'm stuck at square one. I can't even build a framework.
But how do you know you're not just stuck at square one?
And I would say that everyone needs to do that.
I think most people do, don't they?
Yeah, everyone needs
but that begs the question, right? Like, what if we're just stuck then?
Then we're just if we're just stuck, then what the hell does it matter? Yeah, we're stuck.
We're stuck.
Yeah, I mean, if people want to be like that, you could be a solipsist, you could be an existential nihilist.
No, his point is you're claiming to be justified when you're not.
No, I've just said 5 times you cannot justify these axioms. That's why they're axioms.
Okay, we don't justify a torsion on your view, right? So he says, by what criteria do you determine something is a properly basic belief?
Self-evident.
That criteria will be the basis of your epistemology, not the properly basic beliefs. It will be the criteria by which you determine.
No, I don't think so. The properly basic belief is what you're building it upon. That's why it's a properly basic
belief. That's the problem. So you
know it's not.
Steve,
what determines a properly basic belief?
There's like 6 things, but I don't remember what they are off the top of my head.
So then those 6 things are the criteria of your epistemology.
Yeah. So the criteria for why we have the assumption.
Yeah, right? The properly basic beliefs are justified. Like you are quote unquote justified. Like you wouldn't call it that. You would say that you can't be justified in them. But technically, you could say that you are justified them by holding.
No, I would say it's reasonable to have these. Not justified. Justified is again. You cannot use your senses to prove your senses. Right? Get circular. I have to assume my senses. I have to assume my senses exist. I can't just use my senses to justify my senses are valid, as they say. Right.
But Steve, what Frank is pointing out is that when I ask you what your criterion is for establishing beliefs are properly basic, anytime that you refer to something beside the basic belief, that will mean that criterion is indispensable to those basic beliefs. It is fundamental to them. You couldn't have them without it.
Yeah, and I only remember one of them. One of them is that it's universal to all. The universe exists to everybody that's in the universe, right? We all exist in the universe. That's fundamental to everybody. So it's something, properly basic beliefs has to be something universal to all human beings. That would be one condition.
There is no such belief.
Here's another way of putting it, right? In your view, you are allowed, you are rationally permitted to take on these properly basic beliefs without any reason any other reason but them being properly basic, right?
For arguendo's sake.
The problem with that is the thing which controls your epistemology is that permissive force, whatever it is that lets you, whatever it is that determines that you're allowed to do so. So either the question is, what restrains your epistemology? What restrains the kind of the ethic of rationality?
Well, again, I'd have to give you the
What are
six
you
conditions.
allowed to believe and still be rational, right?
Well, again, I'd have to give you the same 6 conditions. And again, why can't I even take something as a brute fact, right? I mean, there's nothing non-philosophical by saying I accept this as a brute fact if it meets the conditions of what a brute fact is, which is self-evident, right? If I can, I think you were.
Steve, what constitutes self-evidence, right? Like, because I'm just thinking it's probable that I don't find any of the things you're taking to be self-evident.
Well, the universe to me is self-evident. We exist self-evidently.
Yeah. Well, what if he says that you're
that's his epistemological framework. We're not building his. We're building mine.
The problem is, yeah, that's true. So,
and a brute fact is permissible. You can't just.
But then I can just say it's a brute fact that God exists.
You could, but But is that something that universal to everybody? No.
Okay, so
I don't have the same. I don't have that same thing that
I could say the same thing about the
existence is. We all exist.
No, Jimmy, I think he's right here. The retorsion doesn't work anymore because I don't know.
Let me make a distinction here. Okay, if you're going to say that the criterion for a properly basic belief is its universality, then you either have to concede one of two things. You have to say that nobody acknowledges such a belief universally, because I don't care what you're going to list as the 6 beliefs.
They are okay. Well, Floyd's giving them right now. 1, they are all unstated assumptions.
Fact.
You were never taught to trust your senses, to rely on your memory, look for causes, think of yourself as a self, or imply induction. They are all universally held. They are ingredients. They're an ingredient to rationality and reasonableness to such a degree that the denial manifests itself to oblivious irrationality and even madness. I forgot that one, but I like that one a lot, because if you deny reality, you are now, in my opinion, becoming an irrational person, because you cannot have a dialogue at that point. If you don't accept reality, then you don't accept I exist. Therefore, we can never have any kind of meaningful conversation. Right?
Don't acknowledge the belief.
What do you mean? I mean, if you don't accept that I exist, how can we have a dialogue?
No, but you're not understanding what I'm saying. It's not that I deny that you exist. What I'm saying is your criterion either fails because not everybody agrees with any of the beliefs that you will set forth as properly basic, or what you have to argue is that people believe it despite the fact that they deny it. But as soon as you say that people believe things despite the fact that they deny it, and those beliefs are properly basic, then that allows me to say, by the same exact criterion, you believe it's God, even though you don't acknowledge it.
I don't know. I totally disagree with that.
I agree with it, actually.
I don't. No, because
I disagree with that,
Jimmy,
too.
Because he's positing a deity that's not required for everybody, right? He's gone from properly basic belief to just a basic belief. And that he's trying to throw that in there, because now he's saying, look, I'm going to posit my deity that doesn't need to exist. I can build the same framework here. I can say, hey, look, we exist. He can say we exist. I don't need anything else to add to that. He does. He has to say, we exist because my God exists. That's why we're here. I don't need that in my epistemological framework. Right? So we have the same properly basic belief, or same belief that we exist, but he's adding something to it that I don't need in my framework.
But Steve, with respect, that's exactly the reverse is exactly the thing I'm going to argue for you. Like you're adding the concept of autonomy. You're adding this idea that
adding autonomy. No. I'm not adding any autonomy. I'm just saying if we both have the belief that we exist, that's it. That's criteria. We both exist. Now you say, but I exist because of this. You are adding in something else. You can't just sit there and say, oh, because you're adding an autonomy. That doesn't work that way.
No, wait. Not at all. What you're saying is I exist independent of the providence, existence, or revelation of God. I'm saying I exist as a creature of God, inherently dependent and defined by.
No, I disagree.
So our very conceptions of our.
And I can say I exist because of leprechauns. What's the difference? I don't need. You don't
But
need
Steve-
any other thing to add to that. You can just say I exist.
Steve
period.
is not. Steve is not saying I exist
You could, but
because of
that's not the
something. He's
point,
just saying
right?
I exist.
Right. Exactly. I'm not saying I exist because I have autonomy. Right. I'm not adding anything else to that.
I mean, the fact that we exist is a brute fact at this point.
Well, that's what I was trying to give an example of brute
That's,
facts. I
yeah,
think
that's exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly my
Well,
point. I was using an
let's-
example for a brute fact.
I didn't make a hold on. I didn't make a claim to origins. What I said was my very conception of humanity is a humanity that is defined by its being created by God. Your conception of humanity is defined by its independence from that conception.
No, you're adding all these things that are not we're not I don't see how you're adding all these properties in. Look at
it's independent of your God because
Actually, if I may for a moment, it isn't that he's offering an existence that's independent of God. He's offering one that's irrelevant of God.
yes, I mean my existence is not dependent upon
But that would just make it independent by extension.
That's perfect. Yeah.
well, sure, it's independent, but not by extension. It's a foundational thing that I don't need anything else in my existence to assume the universe is true, right? I hate to use the word true, but I assume that the universe exists. I don't need anything else out of that. I don't say, hey, you know what? My universe exists because multiple personality exists. No, if he did exist, no offense,
Steve,
my universe would still exist.
Steve, that's the claim to be debated.
I don't think so. I don't think that's
The claim that you can exist or that you can make sense of the universe or any of these things without God, that's the very thing that's in question.
But do you admit that I can exist without having anything else added to that? Do you agree upon that?
Also,
In my framework.
I think you have that kind of wrong in that we can't make
That
sense
is-
of the universe unless we exist.
Well, hang on. I'm just saying, in my worldview, if you want to throw it that way, can I exist independently of any other factor?
That seems to be your
Okay.
position, right?
Sure. So you're taking that same thing. You could have the same position as me on that, but you're just taking it one step further. You're taking a properly basic belief and making it basic. You're just saying,
No. It's not a matter of addition. It's not a matter of addition.
yes, you're adding the requirement of God.
No.
You are adding to
The
it.
very conception of humanity that I'm putting forth is defined by its relationship to God. It's not a matter of addition.
But you don't.
It's like trying to talk about a square without four sides.
But
We're actually adding an addition by adding the God factor in there, because all we can certainly all we can state with pretty well complete certainty is that I exist.
Thank you. Bingo. Anything else beyond that, I can't make as a brute fact. I can never do it.
an internal critique of Steve. Like it sounds like you're saying you could do this. Okay, so let's assume some sort of like I am autonomously choosing to take on this particular definition of proper basicality, right? Like we both have these claims to basic beliefs. Yours view of humanity encompassing God. Steve's view of humanity being neutral to it. It may or may not include God. Now
right, exactly. I'm not saying that my universe doesn't have to include a God or not. It does include or not. It could, right? Very well. But as far as I can see right now, it doesn't require one. What's that?
But it precludes the Christian God that I'm putting forth, right?
No, it doesn't preclude it. No,
it does because his view said that you know that God exists. It precludes
my version precludes the necessity for the Christian God. Doesn't preclude the existence.
The Christian God that I'm putting forth is defined as necessity in that way.
Yeah, it
That's
precludes
the problem.
That's the very concept.
But I think you're sneaking that in there, to be honest with you.
He's just defining his necessity.
That stands on centuries and centuries of theology.
No, different.
My universe is defined as necessity. Is that an issue?
Do you mean like God as the precondition?
Yeah. Wait. Hang on.
His view, Steve wouldn't say that it's not possible that he could come to learn that there is this necessary precondition for existence, which so happens to be God. He's saying that, doxastically speaking.
No, I understand.
But if the universe is a necessity from God, why do we have the argument from contingency?
I never made the argument.
Well, I didn't say you, but other people have. Christians, right? Will make an argument from contingency. Now you're saying that
not all Christians agree about this.
But you're saying, but you just said that the vast majority of Christians, this is the Christian worldview. No, this is your version of the Christian worldview. Because if not, again, we would not have the argument for contingency, which I think is highly flawed.
this is confusion. What I said was this stands on centuries of theology, and what I meant was it stands in the Reformed tradition, which is a very philosophically, I would say it's the second most philosophically robust tradition in Christendom.
Yeah, but why should we
Second
care
only
about
to
traditions, according to your worldview?
Oh.
Why
should we care about human traditions?
That's like an appeal to popularity.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that because it's popular, it's true. What I said was it's very silly to dismiss this as mere stipulation when in fact it stands as a historical movement. That's
even historically, it is at least stipulation. It may be more.
That's what I'm saying. It is stipulation. When I look at it, you're stipulating this is the way it is because it's a century-old tradition.
Okay, so
It's like flat Earth.
What if we stipulate that an equal necessity for the way things are, without defining it?
Oh, never mind. I do have audio.
I'm not sure.
You mean like a naturalistic?
No, I don't accept the definition, the distinction between supernatural and natural. For first of all.
Well, he doesn't either, actually.
Right. Yeah. So Jimmy and I understand where he's coming from.
But you take everything naturally, and he takes everything supernaturally. Right?
I don't take everything naturally. I say that it's a meaningless distinction.
Okay.
But I don't accept the idea of an external deity who is separate. I don't do the dualistic thing there. But I do. I'm not trying to put forward a view here. I'm asking a question: what if the universe is necessary? What if the way things are is necessary? In a similar way to Jimmy's necessitarian deity, in his view. Just to make it like I don't think that I'm contingent. Is basically the upshot.
Okay.
So, for example, that's a substitute, right? Like I can argue with someone who wants to say this system is sufficient and necessary. It can account for all these things apart from God.
Well, what
right?
makes your God necessary? What makes your version of God necessary?
This is where Frank brought forth the internal-external distinction before, because when you ask me that question, are you asking me of Christian theism, why is God necessary? Or are you saying, why should I believe that God is necessary?
No.
I don't believe that.
Why is as a universe, you want to call it external, what is it from the universe that makes the Christian God that you're positing required for that universe to be, for me to accept it as something as other than just an assumption the universe exists? Why do I need to add in that other criteria that God is behind it as a necessary condition for the universe's existence?
Well, the example that I was giving earlier is the uniformity of nature, right? Like the Christian God provides for the regularity in the universe by which we can rely on our cognitive faculties, by which we can enumerate and induce things about the universe and interpret the universe rationally. Things are grounded in the fact that God makes the universe uniform, makes it work in a way that is before the human mind and is interpretable.
But why couldn't that be a council of gods? Why couldn't that be a mystical rock? Like it seems like you just said that it must
why
all
couldn't it be a
this.
green apple?
Okay, yeah, the
exactly.
ultra powerful green apple. I mean that. The omnipotent green apple. I don't. Well, my question is,
what's the difference in properties? Right, because the different, like we can call God a green apple if we want to, but if there's no difference in properties, why don't we just call it
right?
God?
I understand.
Well, it's just a stipulation of the worldview.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to get into like the properties of identicals here. I mean, if two systems and they have identical properties, literally, if everything's the same, they are the same object, right? And we're talking literally with identical things. But
exactly.
Yeah, and I get that. But I'm not positing, I'm not positing a supernatural thing for that law of identity, or the law of identicals. I am saying that here's an apple that it is a very special apple that has a great amount of intelligence and wisdom and great amount of power and create the universe.
No, that's not even necessary.
Well, I know I'm going a little bit hyperbolic.
It's simply the basis for intelligence.
You said that the reason your God is necessary is that he can account for the uniformity of nature. But that's just why do we need to account for the uniformity of nature? Why can't we just stipulate it?
That's my foundationalism, right? I do stipulate it, but I mean, I don't justify it.
You tried to perform a retorsion on the atheist view. You tried to say, well, according to your view, then I could just do this. It's like, well, one, you already do it anyway, but two, yeah, you could, but that's not an internal critique. It's not even an external critique. It's not a critique at all. It's just a following from you. Yeah, you can claim that. It doesn't mean it's going to persuade me. It doesn't mean I should take it on. I will take on whatever.
Sure. He doesn't want to persuade you.
Wait a second. Let me jump on that. Let me jump on that real quick. Yeah, that is true. That is true. But I was assuming, and I think I'm correct in assuming this, that we all believe it. So if the person doesn't believe in being consistent, yeah, I would have to try.
This is where the persuasion comes in. This is why presuppositionalism doesn't work.
I'm a big not believer in precept, by the way. I think it's absurd.
If you reject consistency, that's fine. Like, okay, this argument doesn't work then.
Presuppositional, yeah.
I think your statement before is relevant here, right? You said, I guess I gotta take it up here soon. It was Steve that said that the person who rejects the existence of reality is starting to go toward the spectrum of insanity. And I would say the same thing about the person who rejects, who believes that they can just contradict themselves left and right, and that's fine.
But I can contradict myself. It's like,
if I wanted to, I can contradict. I have the ability to contradict myself.
Everyone, in fact,
you're misunderstanding what I mean there by the word. I'm saying can rationally. Obviously, you can in the very trivial sense.
Can someone broadcast 13?
Yep, I got it.
The foundationalist defines rationality by their definition of proper, right? The basic belief is rational by virtue of meeting these criteria of proper, right? That's just what it is to be rational. I've talked to you about this before. If we don't have a shared definition of rationality, then our views are incommensurable with regards to that. The thing is, the foundationalist has a theory of rationality, and it's just different from your theory of rationality. Saying that, you're trying to say that...
But that's not the... Hold on, wait a second. If I agree with you, we're in agreement there, but the problem is that there are other properties of rationality that the foundationalists will give, right? Like, for example, I've never met a foundationalist who will not agree that being warranted beliefs is a necessary precondition of attitudes, right? Like, it doesn't make sense to have beliefs that are unwarranted.
All foundationalists say that there are beliefs like that. Those are the properly basic beliefs.
Yeah. Also, another standard of rationality is being consistent, right? Is being inherent.
Yeah, that's just part of the definition of rationality.
But what about beliefs that are unnecessary?
As soon as I can show that system does not follow itself.
But I don't think I've ever done that.
I've demonstrated that. I've demonstrated this view is irrational.
The problem is that you're adding something that's unnecessary.
Rationality is itself internally consistent, and the properly basic beliefs themselves are consistent with each other, and so the properly basic beliefs meet the definition of rationality by which makes them properly basic.
Could. Yeah. Again, Frank, if a person wants to be inconsistent, that's fine. Like I can't.
I'm saying that they're being perfectly consistent. I'm saying that when you define rationality with respect to properness, proper basicality, then those beliefs are by definition rational. They're not. So this is the issue I have with Steve. Steve says they're pre-rational. A lot of the foundationalists will say they're pre-rational. No, they're definitionally rational. The probably basic beliefs are inherent.
Okay,
part of the definition.
Here's an example of this issue, right? Let's say there's a person who believes they don't like chocolate chip cookies. Find themselves as a person who doesn't like chocolate chip cookies. That's just definitionally true. We walk out into the living room one night to find them stuffing their face with chocolate chip cookies. They're moaning and groaning, oh, these chocolate chip cookies are so good, right? Now, what is the rational conclusion? Well, obviously, they are deluded about the nature of who they are, right? They have defined themselves in an incorrect way.
Or they have defined chocolate chip cookies in an incorrect way.
It's not defining themselves. It's defining.
Let's not be pedantic. Let's not be pedantic.
That's
yes, obviously something.
No, that's kind of important.
That's kind of, yeah. It's not a pedantic thing. When at the time when they said, I'm a person who doesn't like chocolate chip cookies. They're either misdefining themselves or they're misdefining like, or like they could be.
But either way,
there's
they're definitionally incorrect.
Well,
That's
there's
the issue.
another problem here, though. What if the person legitimately doesn't like chocolate chip cookies, and they're eating them because they need to bring up their blood sugar, but they can't stand them?
Or they're just
You're but yet you're insisting that they like them.
Yeah, in the scenario,
the example presumes.
Or there's lying about eating these cookies, pretending they're liking them.
The example assumes that they like chocolate chip cookies, but they're just denying it. But what if they legitimately don't like the cookies?
Sure, exactly.
You sitting there insisting that they like the cookies is kind of stupid.
And that's kind of what I hear when I hear presuppositions. They're like, they're insisting we have to have this deity that I don't think we have to have. I don't see it as a necessary precondition. I'm sorry. Yeah, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but I don't think the argument holds.
His hypothetical was kind of like glossed over. They are displaying they're acting as if they like this thing. I
understand that, but I'm taking it back, basically trying to point out that I don't think it's a good analogy.
Yeah, you're sort of denying him his hypothetical. Is my only objection there. So, and I'm not buying the hypothetical necessarily, but to deny the hypothetical on the basis of
we've given examples of the person, like, for example,
the analogy is not an argument. The analogy is an analogy. Like, let's not conflate the two. The analogy serves the purpose of explaining something, not arguing something. So in the analogy, we have a person who's deluded. The analogy explained. It explains the fact that just because a person is deluded in a way where they define things improperly, views of the person who sees that incommensurable with the person who's defined that way. In fact, psychologists deal with people who are like that all the time, and you know what? They're cured quite often.
But it doesn't give more credence to the person looking at them and saying that they're lying either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if they're just deluding, they're not lying, right? If they don't actually like the cookies, but they're eating it anyways, and I think again something's wrong somewhere down the line. Either I do think it's a problem with their understanding what like means. It's misunderstanding what chocolate tastes like or something. Something to them is not comporting with what we say. Okay, I dislike chocolate chip cookies.
You would say they're in error.
Lying,
right? Well, no, they're not necessarily. Okay, so different people mean different things by different words, right? They're speaking strangely, but in error.
Let's just suppose that this clarifies the word. Let's just suppose this person clarifies the word.
Okay, sure. If they clarify it, depending on how they clarify it, will determine whether or not they were in error, or whether or not they were speaking strangely.
Clarified in a way where they were in error.
So if I say bye, I don't like chocolate chip cookies. What I really mean is I love to eat them. Like I get this great.
Well, you're making it into a semantic.
They despise them. They don't like them. They don't taste.
Then by don't like, they mean something fundamentally different than what I mean by don't like, right? And when they say these chocolate chippies are like so,
you guys are missing the analogy so bad. Like the point is not to focus on the epistemological issue of interpreting the person. The analogy serves the purpose of showing that there are people who are actually deluded about a matter. But the fact that they're deluded about it doesn't actually serve to make their views incommensurable with other people. We deal with them all the time.
Yes, but we're not claiming to be deluded.
I'm objecting to the analogy because the analogy just assumes. Hold on, the analogy just assumes that someone who says I don't enjoy chocolate chips and happens to be eating a chocolate chip. There's no other reason for that act except for they're deluded.
That's
there
not
could
what
be
I
other
said.
reasons. Because it seems like you just jumped to that conclusion based on the.
That's not the analogy.
That's not the analogy.
Well, can you clarify then? Please clarify the analogy then.
He's just saying that there are people who are deluded, and
we're not. I don't think we're arguing really with that.
Exactly. It's kind of non-controversial, and we're getting all off into the weeds.
To the claims of our epistemology, though, right?
It doesn't.
It relates to epistemology because your response to my argument was to say that anytime a person defines rationality as their foundational beliefs, and then I object that those foundational beliefs don't fit their criterion of rationality, work as an argument because they've just defined rationality that way. But my response is,
fit their criterion
no,
of rationality?
actually.
One at a time, please. Makes it
Sorry.
difficult to hear what's going on. Just for because I'm in charge.
Yeah, the objection ignores the fact that when people are, that is, they posit, for example, a notion of rationality that they do not then follow, and in fact cannot follow, and even trying to follow that rationality, make their view incommensurable with somebody else's. Neither does somebody else's disagreement with that, which is correct, their view. And even if they choose to be so deluded that they will continue to suggest that irrationality is rationality and rationality is irrationality, it won't make the views incommensurable, who are that deluded all the time, and they actually come around.
Did you say choose to be deluded?
Yeah, no one here is claiming to be
deluded. People don't claim to be deluded. Why is that relevant?
Exactly. That's why I said even if they. I was questioning the phrasing. Even if they choose to be so deluded.
How are we choosing to be deluded by defining ourselves the way that we?
No. Okay, Frank, this goes back to the hypothetical that you gave, where somebody rejects an objection on the grounds of consistency to their idea of rationality. Right? If somebody rejects consistency, that is to be delusional.
I never said that they rejected consistency. I said it wasn't inconsistent with their idea of rationality. I think you misheard me.
Being inconsistent is not inconsistent.
No, I said they weren't being. They were not.
Yeah, no, I understand, but I demonstrated that it's inconsistent.
And I countered to explain how they weren't. If consistency is part of the definition of proper basicality, right? If part of being properly basic is being consistent, then the only way that there would be a retorsion, the only way there would be a parity, the only way there would be an internal inconsistency, and would be that if those proper basic beliefs were themselves internally inconsistent, but they're not. Therefore,
and that's what I demonstrated.
Proper basic beliefs themselves fit the individual's definition of rationality. Their worldview is internally consistent.
And that's what I demonstrated. And then your response was to say that in light of the fact that they reject...
You're not hearing me. If a person's...
I know you're saying they're consistent.
But you're saying that you demonstrated it, which means we're in agreement, which means... like.
No. Listen. If someone says that... what was the example? We've gone so far down the course, I can't remember what the example with Steve was. Oh, the example was that we can simply stipulate properly basic beliefs on... I remember it was universality, right? Universality is our criterion beliefs. Okay.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Then, either we can agree that there are no such things, in which case to the situation, or it's self-defeating, or we have to say that people have properly basic beliefs that they do not acknowledge. The problem is that puts us on equal footing, because I would say that God is evident, it's indispensable to our ideology, so on and so forth, acknowledges it. And the problem then is that Steve goes on to give an external critique, which is to say that additive to my system, or excuse me, that it's added.
Is he breaking up for other people?
From his system in the first place.
He's breaking up.
Jimmy, I think you're breaking up. Would you mind refreshing or checking your connection?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. Because we want to hear what you're
saying. It seems like Steve is just saying that, hey, without this belief that I exist, there's nothing else, that we can't even start a conversation. But it seems like Jimmy's saying, well, I exist is part one, but then you have to add all this other stuff to it to still come to the same conclusion, which I'm not following. And maybe it just might be my ignorance of philosophy.
Han Solo and Jimmy now need to be broadcast again.
Got it.
Cool.
Hey, God damn, what's Creation's cat's human slave name? Anyone remember?
I don't know.
Vlag.
Something involving almost like a Darth thing, but I can't.
Those are the V. Vincent knows. Vincent, what's Creation's cat's human slave name? Continue on. By the way, I'm sorry. I'm.
Thank you for the non
Vadim. Thank you. Yeah. Vadim. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm like
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
critiquing you in your own room.
Hey,
Sorry
Lydia,
about that.
Lydia, you got control. Take control of this room.
I don't have any control over this room. I'm just trying to like translate because I feel like people are talking over each other, and I sort of, I get what Jimmy's saying, and I mostly came in to try to mediate that color thing, but I missed that conversation. So now I'm just kind of sitting here going, I understand what he's saying, and he's not hearing what he's saying. So let me see if I can bridge that gap just for a second.
What kind of frustrates me is, I mean, there's kind of this simple notion of what is, and we accept, things like our own existence and what have you. And it kind of frustrates me a little bit when people start feeling the need to pile unnecessary stuff on top of that.
That's not what he's
At the end of the day, what is, regardless of what you throw in there to try and present, what you want the direction to go.
Essentially, it seems to me this is more or less a God of the gaps argument. We don't know, and we can't justify. So now here,
well, they're not even going to the we don't know. They're just adding this extra step that's unnecessary. It's just asking for Occam's razor to come take a swipe at it.
Let me see if I can't put it this way. So I think this would be accurate to say. I think Steve has a notion of properly basic beliefs that rules out any system of epistemology which denies his criterion of properly basic beliefs, right? Now, the problem is that in
wrong. I think you're wrong with that.
Let him finish.
Yeah, please.
The problem is that in following that criterion of properly basic beliefs, it actually allows for which deny outright his criterion. So it has to hold the affirmation and negation of the principle that worldviews which contradict his criterion of properly basic beliefs are false.
See, I'm on board with that in some of it, because I think that some of our properly basic beliefs, what we use to function in the world, are false. I think that they're maps, yes, they are necessary for functionality, but that doesn't mean that they're true. And I actually have gone underneath a few of them. And so I don't hold them. But I think that acknowledging their utility is one thing, claiming their truth is another. And I think that the God belief, I don't really acknowledge that as one belief, for one thing. What you claim, Jimmy, I don't see that as one thing. I see it as a huge network of beliefs, which you're lumping into one. But that's a whole nother issue. I apologize. But it's something I'd be interested in talking to you about sometime. Anyway.
It reminds me of how annoyed I get when people try to boil down a worldview based upon one small aspect of it.
Yeah.
So anyways, I've just negotiated, I think, a debate. Well, I haven't talked to G-Man yet, but if I do, Vadim is going to moderate a debate between me and G-Man for Gus's charity toward the end of next month or early February.
I knew it was something like Darth because it was.
Yeah, I couldn't think of it.
Vader.
I knew, but I wanted. I was like, if I debate G-Man for this charity thing, and especially on him trying to prove I'm an atheist, who would make a really good moderator? And I was like, fuck, Creationist Cat would be awesome for this, or at least even a slave owner. So. That would be kind of an added bonus to me actually debating G-Man for people to make fun of. So, because I try to avoid him anymore, you know that, right? I mean, G-Man's just
he's kind of a vandal of hangouts, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't debate people anymore, but for Gus, I will make an exception. And if any of them want to debate me on something, I will do it for his charitable things.
I don't know. I think the whole notion that we actually have debates is kind of a fallacy.
Yeah, no, I'm not into debating, and I don't think you have to debate to be a part of the great debate community. Discussions are a form of debating in a way, right? To have formal debates.
We have discussions and arguments. That's about it. Yeah.
Sure. But I mean, if they really want to have a more formalized debate with me, I mean, I can't really say no to help Gus out, right? I mean, that would be pretty shitty of me. Since I can't really do it financially, I have to find other means, and so I'm happy to, if it makes everybody happy and G-Man gets a little bit of a glee out of it because he's been bugging to debate me, I will make a concession, right? Because it's not like I'm scared of these guys. The only reason I don't debate them literally is I know how bad it pisses them off. Other than that, I don't give a fuck. I'll talk about it any time with them. But anyways, I thought that was pretty cool of CC to be considering that. But he's going on vacation for a little while. So anyways, moving on.
I wanted to ask the uniformity of nature. That's basically everything boils down to that, right? So we can't really do anything without uniformity of nature.
Well, there are other things too, right? Like we can't. We could talk about the reliability of our cognition, our cognitive faculties. We could talk about the normativity of laws of action, right? Ethics. We could talk about.
I guess my second question. My second question would be so we're bound by the laws of uniform nature that God created. Is He bound by those same laws?
No.
Special plating.
I would say that's what it means by created, right? God is the.
Even if you were to go from a theological framework, I don't think that's necessarily accurate. I think that if he's interacting within this reality, he'd have to conform to those rules, kind of like a game designer having to work within the framework of the game that they created.
Okay, but I'm defending Christian theism specifically, not just general theism.
So God can contradict himself?
No. Why does it follow? How does it follow from God preceding human norms of rationality that God is in contradiction to those human forms of rationality?
Well, I asked if God can, if he's bound by the laws of uniformity of nature and all that, the laws, and you said he's not bound by those laws. So then he could contradict himself.
I'm not saying where's the middle step there. Like why?
I don't know. When you talk to me, you got to dumb it down. I don't know anything about philosophy.
Sure.
He's saying that God can use hacks,
like stopping the sun in the sky, or stopping the Earth's rotation, rather, resurrecting the dead, parting the Red Sea. These are against the laws he established.
God's got cheat codes.
Yeah,
he established these laws.
Hold on.
God
they're
mode.
Not against. I wouldn't say they're against anything, right? What I would say is that they're just irregular events, right? Because I think everything is caused by God. So if something happens, some law governing the event, it's that there's God governing the event, and miracles take place where God does not govern them in a way that's
astronomically speaking. Do you know what would happen if you stopped, so to speak, the sun in the sky, which would technically be just like halting the Earth right where it is?
Yeah. Talk about a train wreck.
Yeah.
Oh.
You'd kind of have a cascade failure because the gravitational masses would affect each other, and that sudden stop, considering the movement rate alone, just.
That would be to beg the question, right? Like that would be to assume that things like.
The movement of the it assumes things like the movement of the Earth, the movement of the galaxy, the movement of the universe, the expansion. It assumes basically all of physics.
Are you talking about
is applicable in that situation in the same way as in any other situation, right? And that's exactly what's being aided in the instance of a miracle. So it's just question begging to say this would mess it up.
Frank, are you talking about Joshua 10, the long day?
No, that was just an example. The question was is if we're bound by the laws of uniformity, the three laws, whatever, is God bound by those laws? And Jimmy said no, and I said, well, then God can contradict himself then. And Jimmy said no, and I'm like,
I meant Shadow, the guy with the squirrel.
Yeah, I was indeed referencing that. Yeah. Now, granted, I do realize that based upon how observations work and this kind of stuff, there are other ways to make it so there's more of a perceptual thing than an actual literal thing. But once you take that as being literal, I mean, all physics breaks down.
Yeah, I actually I've uploaded a 2-part video on that on my channel. That Shemesh, the sun, and the moon are actually deities. They're not the actual, objects in the sky. So,
well, the back and forth there is,
yeah, I've seen that one.
Has always been both theological. I mean, the line between what a deity was and what you see in the sky is not at all clear to pre-moderns.
It's the interesting thing about the text. Like, you can go and check it out. It's titled Yahweh and the Sun. Joshua's Long Day.
Robert Price has this hypothesis also.
It's interesting that the battle itself would have taken months to happen, not in one day. So it's to do with specific solar deities that's being attacked, not quote unquote, the sun stopping in the sky and all that. So yeah. Anyway.
Hey, real quick, 13. Do I when I go into that that account thingy, when I go to live streaming and it actually says use YouTube as, and then it says moderator FLV whatever thing, that whole long big thing, and then do you put create channel?
You don't need to create a channel. All you need to do is go through Hangouts itself, and then just stream from the Hangout. You don't need to actually have a connected account for it on the YouTube side.
But every time I do that, it actually says you have to create account. Everything I'm trying on here says create account.
Let me take a look. I haven't actually tried. You may have to. I haven't actually dicked with it since making it.
Okay.
I have to load up a different browser. Give me a second, see if
and you might have to verify it too, by the way.
I shouldn't have to on my end.
It's
I'll
got
see.
a little verify button there.
I'll take a look at it.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
Give me a second. I haven't actually logged out in Lisi now. I'm not on Chrome right now. I can mess with that right quick.
Right. Actually, I'm gonna log out of it, then you'll go back in later.
Yeah, multiple people can be logged into at the same time. So.
Okay. We're trying to figure out so we could. What we're going to do here is, at some point, have a system where I'm going to be logged into a special Google business account that streams to my feed, and it's completely unable to be sniped. So
let me get
thanks to Shadow
cheat key here.
And you can have 25 people, which is going to be fun because I'm going to try that once one of these days.
I'm going to have to show you how to lock the room once you get to a certain level because, yeah, it gets unmanageable really quick, especially if you don't have a bunch of agreeable folks in there.
25 flat earthers.
Let me get my key up here.
That'd be awesome.
Ooh,
I hear what, by the way, Lydia, I hear what you say, by the way, but I just wasn't paying attention for the last 3 minutes because I was trying to figure it out.
Oh, no, I wasn't here. I wasn't saying anything in the last few minutes. This was amusing in general.
Somebody's spamming my videos right now. I
wasn't directing that at anyone in particular. It was kind of a plaint of my general experience on Google Hangouts.
What
was the criterion of universality in your view again?
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, Steve.
I don't even remember what the hell we're talking about, to be honest with you.
Epistemology, you say one of the criteria for being a properly basic belief is something about universality. How did that go?
Oh, here they are. The properly basic belief conditions. They are unstated assumptions. They are universally held. They are an ingredient to rationality and reasonableness to such a degree that their denial manifests itself as obvious irrationality and even madness. They cannot be defended except on pains of circularity, and they are irreversible, not to confuse with indubitable or inerrant. We have no grounds for rejecting them because we have to employ them in the very act of reasoning about why we're rejecting them. So I like that one too, because that makes sense to me. If I'm going to reject that the universe exists, I have to be able to reason about the universe to make that determination, right? But by doing that, I have to actually assume that the universe exists to do so, because if not, I have some kind of circularity shit, right?
There's no additional registration you need. All you need to do is just log into the account and go to hangouts.google.com and start a video call.
Hangouts.google.com.
Hangouts.google.com. Hangouts.google.com.
Oh, you could still do it.
Just go to video call.
You could do it. You could do it through okay.
Yeah.
You could do it through HOAs through Google Hangout because it's a business account because they took it away from the normal account. Gotcha. See, that shit makes sense now.
And then just click on video call and it'll open it up.
Not much in Google does, but
yeah, I know.
Okay.
Steve, how do you know your view is universally? What does it mean to be universally held? I mean, not how do you know? What does it mean if the view is universally held? Like everyone believes in it.
Universe exists. I think that's pretty well universally held. I mean, somebody could deny it and say the universe it doesn't, right? But at that point, you're dealing with that whole you being irrational thing, because we can't even have a conversation about the universe if you think the universe doesn't exist. So it has to be universal. We all accept that universe exists, right? We have to all accept that to have a conversation about it.
That's not it. The criteria. It has to be for properly basic belief. It has to be universally held. Does that mean it has to be held by all people?
No, it has to be not necessarily universally accepted, but something that in order to have any kind of, you know what? I'm gonna have to like phrase this better. And I'm not really paying attention, so I'm gonna actually back out real quick because I want to get this finished. But I will continue another time. But a lot of people do know the 5 or 6 criteria. Maybe they can like explain it better than I can right now, because I'm kind of like doing 3 things, and I'm gonna sound like an idiot if I continue on this path. Okay. So I'm just gonna politely like step out and finish what I'm doing here. Okay.
Steve, can I ask you one quick question before you go?
Of course.
Just real quick, would you say that the properly basic beliefs need to meet each one of those criteria, so that only if it meets all together those
I pretty much think it has to be all the criteria, yeah, to be properly basic. Cool. not basic, but just properly basic. Something we can say, okay, if it meets these 5 conditions, I can take it as an axiom, a presupposition, or brute fact. Excuse me. I just sneezed. Good thing I'm muted, but I will be back. I want to work on this for a second. Wow, did I just kill the hangout, guys? I mean, what
no, it's okay.
I'm doing something else, and then everything goes to shit. So whatever.
I'm distracted as well, trying to get something else going here.
Yeah, I can't set up this other account, do this, and watch porn at the same time. Okay, I'm not that coordinated.
Well, we're not going to argue with you on that one.
Yeah, no shit, right? Wow, chicka wow.
But yeah, I mean, it's actually fairly simple. Like I said, just go to hangoutsgoogle.com, bounce in there, enter in your stream key and that kind of stuff in under your outputs. And what you want to do is you want to create a new output, and it's going to, let's see now, you go to your custom output, and under the stream name, that's where you put the stream key in, and the RMTP URL, you can find that on your YouTube page as well on your regular account.
Okay. Yeah, I think.
And that's all you need to worry about entering in is the RMT URL and the stream name.
Yeah, so I don't even need XSplit with that, do I?
That's what I'm doing with XSplit. Is I'm just entering those 2, and then I click to broadcast.
But do I have to use XSplit?
I do use XSplit. I don't know what you'd be streaming from, because I don't think you can do it just straight up through your thing, because you're in an off-air hangout. You need to stream from that off-air to your actual channel.
Okay, so I would just basically I would take my stream code and I would put it in the XSplit.
Yeah,
and then start the hangout.
You just set that up as a new output.
As a new output. Okay.
Yeah. And it's the output type is custom RTMP.
Okay, I'll figure that out, I think. Hey, morning, Ozzy. Yeah, we're doing philosophy this morning. What the hell wrong with us? It's early in the morning doing philosophy.
I have no fucking idea.
Yeah, but I don't know. Well, I mean, I enjoy talking to Jimmy. I just think the thing is that Jimmy has had a lot of people have these conversations with him, and I just don't know if he's ever changed. This
what was the discussion that I missed?
Just he's a presuppositionist, and we most of us, if not all of us, feel that presuppositionism is a rather disingenuous way of having a discussion. It doesn't really get you anywhere, right? I mean,
it makes us ask interesting and important questions. It doesn't
get
you anywhere.
Yeah, it's interesting, sure, but I mean, I will always boil down to one thing: my worldview, as it stands now. I can say that the universe as I see it to be, as an assumption, does not require any other conditions. His does, which makes mine more properly basic than his.
Any conversations I've been in about the presupposition thing, when I get hit with it, it boils down to one thing: that I'm lying.
Oh yeah, Ozzy wants to come in now that I got it.
I'm pretty sure on that, and I'm pretty.
Do you need a space? I'll drop out for Ozzy.
Oh,
It also includes
self
self lying. You could also
There's 10 in here.
Oh, we do. Shit.
Yeah, I'll just drop for Ozzy if he'll.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. But by the way, Ozzy, I invited you last night to shoot the shit with Aaron Robb, but you weren't available. Aaron dropped in for a while. We had a great. How long was Aaron in for? Quite some time. We had a really good fun time.
I'd say not that long, considering how often he was having mic problems. But
yeah, so it was about an hour. But it was fun. That was a great. Yeah, thank you, Jimmy, for the conversation. Absolutely. I always like talking to Jimmy Stevens. He's one of the more eloquent theists that I know.
Ozzy,
you missed out Aaron the other day. I would have liked you to drop by and say hi. It's probably been a while since you talked to him. He's running for state senate, by the way, dude.
Yeah, I caught a bit of that, actually. I was up at part-time sleeping last night, and I caught a few minutes of that.
Oh, did you? Cool.
Yeah, I don't know if it was live or if I was watching it after the fact, but anyway. Is my audio really funny? I think
you're a little echoey.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I need to drop for a second. I screwed up my mic here. We'll be right back.
Yeah, you will come back in after you're out of the toilet.
Yeah, in Texas, yeah, go pee first.
That's what it sounded like, didn't it?
Yeah, he's running for Texas senator, so 2 years from now. Which is, I mean, you got to realize that Texas is not a bastion of atheist, people there. It's not. They're not really friendly toward atheists unless you're in Austin or something, right?
Well, what it comes down to is that there's a number of areas that are going blue in Texas, and we don't have Republican candidates. So that it's kind of one of those things. You run as a Democrat in an area where there's no Democrats running, and the Democrats are going to vote for you. You don't even necessarily have to do ads or anything like that.
But I still think it would be an interesting situation if he wins. Okay, try your mic now, Ozzy.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Much better.
Oh, okay.
A bit better. You still sound a little bit like you're underwater, but not as bad.
Oh.
And yeah, maybe. I mean, are you eating your mic or?
No, not at all. Hang on. There's settings. Is this any better?
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, I just got done working. Vadim.
No, I don't.
Human slave for creationist cat.
Oh yeah, Vadim.
Yeah, I just got done talking to him this morning to negotiate a for the guest's charity. He's going to moderate a debate between G-Man and I.
Oh really?
Yeah.
You got about what?
Well, G-Man said the other day that he's going to dedicate 2017 to unmasking me and showing everybody that I'm a hardcore atheist.
Oh, okay.
And so I'm like, look, if I have to waste my time debating G-Man, I might as well do it for a good cause, right? Charity for Gus, because I can't do it financially. I at least do this. And I'm like, yeah, he's been bugging me to debate him. Here's an opportunity where I can actually say, it gives me a reason to debate him, because before I never want to debate the guy, right? I'm always saying I don't want to debate them because it pisses them off, right? So now I can at least say, okay, I can at least debate them for a charity thing, right? Because I don't mind debating them. I just don't like to.
Yeah.
It's a waste of my time. But anyways, welcome, my friend.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, everyone, by the way.
Merry Christmas.
I haven't been around much.
Yeah, it's okay. We haven't forgotten about you too much.
Well, I just heard you talking about properly basic beliefs. I just woke up and I'm just having my cup of coffee, and I heard you guys talking about properly basic beliefs. So I thought
you can actually unpack this at this hour. Good grief.
And yeah, well, maybe it depends. I don't know what was being said about it.
I don't know. We hardly ever talk about him anymore, except Jimmy came in. It became a natural extension of the precept thing. So Jimmy wanted to do precept. So
right.
One thing that might be worth pointing out is that there's different subsets of foundationalists, right? Like Steve, I think you're kind of assuming that a type of reformed epistemology, but not all foundationalists would agree that our most basic beliefs aren't justified. Like there are some who do argue. But Descartes is an example of someone who Cartesian foundationalism is like the easiest example of someone who believes that all of our beliefs are justified.
Right, I do agree with reformed epistemology, but I always say that you cannot doxastically justify your properly basic beliefs, but there may be a non-doxastic way of doing it. There is, I'm not aware of it, but some people have argued that there are other ways other than doxastically justifying a properly basic belief. But I would leave that to somebody like maybe Ozzy that can argue that kind of position. I would be way out of my ability to do so.
Justification.
Steve.
Well-groundedness, or is it like propositional justification, like inferential justification?
I guess again, I don't know what the way to go on that would be. I just heard that some people said that you can do that way.
I don't know what the expression doxastically justify means. I don't know. I'm not. It's
the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy has this distinction between like propositional and doxastic justification, and it says doxastic is well-groundedness, but then other people will use doxastic justification as in the way that beliefs are like inferentially justified from each other, and then non-doxastic justification would be like by the senses or something.
And I've read similar things, and I honestly I get confused, and I don't know which one's which, and
Yeah. Okay. No, I do understand the distinction. Okay. Yeah. This is the jargon I'm more familiar with, or the way of cashing out that distinction is in terms of inferential and non-inferential justification. The idea is that there are forms of justification. There are beliefs that can be justified inferentially by a chain of inference, by applying inference rules. You know, like if A implies B, A therefore B. Right. Well, if I come to the conclusion B and I used a rule like modus ponens to get there, I used an inference rule. I've inferred B from A. And if A implies B, right? So I've used two propositions and an inference rule to arrive at a conclusion. So there I've got a belief that is arrived at inferentially. I simply inferred it, right? But then there are some people who think that, well, you know, not all our beliefs are arrived at this way. Some are arrived at in a more immediate way. I mean, think about when you perceive something, when you look at something. Is there really anything like an inference rule going on there? When I turn my head and I look and I see my coffee mug sitting next to me, right? Am I inferring from the visual experience that I'm seeing a coffee mug? Or am I just having the experience of a coffee mug directly, immediately, with no process of inference? I mean, surely there's some kind of, maybe something like information processing going on at the level of hardware in my brain, but at the level of propositions and thoughts and sentences, nothing like that is going on in my head. Right. This is why a dog who can't use any inference rules can look and see my coffee mug, right? But he can't see that it's a coffee mug, but he sees the coffee mug.
Yeah, does he see it as a coffee?
Trivially speaking, there's some inferential going on, but for the most part, you don't require any kind of inferential to say, okay, I am looking at this exists.
Well, there's a process going on. There's a causal process going on, but do you want to call every causal process an inferential process? That's the idea.
Then you would have no distinction between a non-inferential, would you?
Well, I think it makes sense to make a distinction between inferential processes and non-inferential processes. I think, for instance, when you look and turn your head and you see something and you directly have an experience and a belief immediately pops into your head, you know, that like there's a coffee mug there, right? And I don't even think the sentence "there's a coffee mug." I just have the belief that there's a coffee mug. I don't even think that proposition. I just am filled with the view is now part of my view of reality that there's a coffee mug there, right? I think that happens non-inferentially. It doesn't happen non-causally. It doesn't happen for no reason. There's a causal process, but I don't think there's a process of inference. I don't think inference would be the right word to use in such an instance.
You would say that the dog also has that propositional.
Yes. No, he doesn't have a propositional belief. The dog sees the cup, and the dog, I believe, believes that there's a cup there, but the dog doesn't believe that there is a cup there, right? The dog cannot represent to itself that state of affairs, right? The dog sees that holds that state of affairs is the case, but the dog doesn't know that it holds that right? The dog cannot
overanalyze.
The dog can't represent to itself a proposition, right?
When I hear inferential, I think of something like, okay, you hear a gunshot, you see a gun, you hear a gunshot, you walk around the corner, you see a gun sitting there, smoke coming out of it. You can inferentially say that gun fired something a few seconds ago.
Well,
that's drawing an inference.
That's coming to a conclusion, but the question is coming to a conclusion always the process of an inference? For instance, if I see a smoking gun, because I know something about, guns and what happens after they've been fired and what is likely to be implied by a smoking gun, I think in my case there's an inferential act there, right?
But in the case of say a dog, you see that somebody's holding a metal object. There's this wispy stuff coming out of it, and there was a loud noise.
Yeah,
it's just observational.
Right. Does there have to be? He's not making any. The dog can't make any inferential judgment on that.
Like, are we ability to such that it inherently includes language? Because if so, then sure, a dog can do it. But like, you could also say that a dog has categories in his head in a way that lets him navigate reality. They just don't have words; they're just sort of intuitions.
Right.
And so the dog has.
Yeah, I think that is the case. Yeah, I mean, I think that a male dog has the category bitch in his head, right? Such that he doesn't mistake a female dog for a male dog, right? When he wants to, when he's in lust and when she's in estrus, right? But I mean, I don't think the dog has a sort of anything more than a category. The dog doesn't have a sentence in its head that is a female dog over there, right? That requires.
Yeah, he doesn't have any. He doesn't have any language in his head.
Right. The point is that the dog's thought processes are more rudimentary.
Does inference have to be linguistic? Like, couldn't the dog have these categorical relations in his head? You know, he has this category of what we would call bitch. He has the category of what we would call hound or whatever, and he knows there are certain relationships by virtue of the what the category is, by virtue of his memory and understanding of that category, even though there's no language, and so he can manipulate the relationships and the categories in his head to make inferences that if I do this at this time, then this is bad. But like, he doesn't think of it that way. He doesn't say in his head, if I do this at this time. He just sort of intuits it.
Right. Yeah.
But it's still inferential.
Well, again, it all depends on what you mean by inferential, right? I mean, sometimes what we mean by inference is the manipulation of propositions to arrive at certain conclusions, either validly or invalidly, right? But sometimes by inferential, we mean we mean something more inclusive, which is, I think, what Steve was talking about, and what you're now talking about is any process within the mind that leads one to come to a belief or some kind of conclusion, whether or not it involves the manipulation of propositions, right? Now, those people who are distinguishing between beliefs that are arrived at inferentially and those that are arrived at non-inferentially, they are typically using the word inferential there to refer to processes that are based in propositions that have to do with a linguistic capacity, right? Now, you could say, well, isn't that a kind of chauvinism? Do we have to limit it? No, we don't have to, but we can, right? It's just a matter of definitions here. This is simply semantics in the trivial sense of, well, what do you mean by an inference here? Do you mean something like any causal process, any causal chain that leads you to a belief, or do you mean a certain subset of causal processes, namely the ones that require language and an ability to express to yourself certain propositions, right? If that's what you mean, then you can distinguish, as we've been doing, between inferential and non-inferential, right? So it just depends on what you mean by inferential. You can hold it broadly, and in which case every belief that you arrive at is inferential, or you can sort of cleave the word inferential in such a way that it refers to propositions, and in which case then you can meaningfully distinguish between inferential and non-inferential. And I think that's a meaningful distinction, I think.
What about learning language, though? Like, wouldn't that be like when you learn language, when you have these, or when you're learning when the dog is learning, is just being born and forming new categories? They're not even inferential in the broad sense. He's literally just now forming the categories for the first time. He's not relating them to the other categories. So wouldn't that fit into yet another category, which is, so you have the strict definition of inference, which includes specifically propositions. But then in non-inferential, you would have these two subsets. You would have non-inferential, which are the result of these intuitive inference-like processes. But then you have, but there's still categorization going on. Or there's not categorization, but the relationships of categories going on. And then you would have the very act of creating categories, the formation of the idea. And then that itself is a new attitude, if that makes sense.
I'm a little hazy on what you mean by the formation of the idea. Like, that is already sounding a little bit, linguistic and propositional.
Well, when a child, so a child doesn't have language, but they know they can recognize their mother, right? They can respond to their mother in
Yeah. They can discriminate between mom and non-mom. Yeah.
Yeah. So this ability to discriminate, they formulated this pre-linguistic category, right? It's not really linguistic. Well, a dog can also create these categories, and a dog can reason with non-linguistic categories because he knows the relationships between certain categories, and he could probably think through them. Like, so Aristotle had the example of the dog could sniff in one direction and on the road and sniff in the other direction of the road, and by process of elimination just go down the middle road or something like that. That would be inferential, even though it's not linguistic, it's not propositional. But on the other hand, you would have this truly non-inferential in either sense of inferential, either in the broad or the short sense. Whereas that's the first time the child begins to recognize their mother. They now have this new intention, right, in their head, and it's just this category which we would call mother, right? If that makes, and that's its own thing. It's like, yeah.
So the idea is that the child initially doesn't have a mental category of mother, but at some point it acquires somehow something like the concept of mother, but it doesn't represent to itself, this is mom, but it is in fact able to discriminate or distinguish between that which is its mom and that which is not its mom, right? It doesn't mistake any old thing for mom.
Yeah, it's this person with familiar voice that has been hearing in utero for 9 months.
Yeah, that might be part of the concept. Yeah. The problem is, as soon as we talk about concepts, and you're talking about non-linguistic beings like dogs or pre-linguistic children and human children and so forth, as soon as you start talking about concepts, it gets a little funny because our concept of concept is almost invariably tied to a linguistic notion, right? The concept of a cup. I mean, okay, I'll give you a cup is a little ambiguous. Consider a twin cam engine. Okay, if there's a twin cam engine on my kitchen floor, okay, all right, I walk into my kitchen and I walk in there and I know what a twin cam engine is and I know what it looks like and I go, hey, what's this twin cam engine doing right in the middle of my kitchen floor, right? I walk in and I see there's a twin cam engine. A gorilla could walk in and also see the twin cam engine, but what the gorilla could not see is that it is a twin cam engine, right? It can't form that concept, right?
His concept of,
go ahead.
Yes. Like, are you saying that our concepts include the actual word, right?
Yeah. In our case, our concepts almost always are specifiable propositionally with a that clause, right? I don't just see that I don't just see the cup. I see that it is a cup when I see the cup. When I look up in the sky, pre-dawn and dawn, and I see the morning star, I don't just see a point of light. I see that it is the morning star. I also see that it is Venus. I also know that it is the evening star and Hesperus and Phosphorus that has all these other qualities, right? I see all of that. I see that, right? But I didn't always see all of those things, right? So a difficulty whenever we talk about concepts is, and we're applying the word concept to animals and pre-linguistic humans or non-linguistic humans, is that very often our concept takes for granted that a person could express it propositionally, right? It's very hard to talk about mental states without propositions. You can't. I can't talk about a particular mental state that a dog is having or a cat is having or a pre-linguistic child is having without using language, right? I've got to use language, right? And if I want to characterize what its mental state is, I have to specify it using propositions. But of course, there's something, I'm kind of doing violence to what I'm trying to talk about here, because I understand that the dog and the pre-linguistic child are not operating with propositions. So the dog can see, the twin cam engine, but the dog can't see that it's a twin cam engine, but I could see both. But the only way that I can express what the dog is seeing right now is by saying, well, it's looking at a twin cam engine, it's having an experience of a twin cam engine, but it's not having an experience that is a twin cam engine, right? It's having an experience of a twin cam engine, just like I'm having an experience of a twin cam engine, but it can't experience that is a twin cam engine. which is kind of weird, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I find it relatively easy to follow. I guess I'm.
Well,
that's easy to follow. The distinction is not hard to understand. What I'm trying to get at here is that it's always hard to talk about the non-propositional mental states that an entity is having, because you have to use propositions to describe the mental state that it's having, which means you are not actually accurately describing its mental states. You're describing the mental state as you would have it, not as it has it, right? So you always have to do violence to the thing that you're trying to characterize, right? The mental operation or the character or the quality of the mental state that you're trying to capture is never properly captured when you use language, when you're talking about a being that doesn't have language, right?
Well, and also, if I may, right quick, there's actually been shown that having a word for a thing helps us really have the concept of it. For example, and I just put a link on the side that's referencing this, humans didn't even see the color blue until modern times when we actually defined it into existence, so to speak, when we defined that differentiation point.
Well,
yeah, well, ironic timing.
I think people could probably.
Like the word helps it, makes it easier to specify. Like, but the thing, the actual sense experience has to precede the term.
But we weren't able to differentiate blue until we come up with a word for it, and that's kind of the distinction.
Well, how could we have come up with a word for blue if we couldn't differentiate it? No, we had to have been able to differentiate it. There just might not have been any systematic way of doing so.
The actual ability to differentiate. It's harder to differentiate.
That's what I was going to point out. Is this is the controversy that came up with the rationalists and the empiricists, right? Is which comes first? Like, do we start out with these categories of interpretation and communication, right? Whatever they may be, if they're propositional or not. Do we have innate ideas?
They're given.
Are concepts inherent to our mind? You know, all these things. Do those come first? Or, Frank, like you were saying, do we in fact discover these things totally new?
I say it's
apart from any kind of pre-established.
It's my view that it's both discovered and invented because, Chomsky. We have this natural disposition to do these things. But the natural disposition itself is broad and vague. And so when the disposition actualizes itself, it actualizes itself differently in each individual according to their culture and their environment and all the like.
But development of the concept seems to be linked inexorably to the differentiation.
Yeah. But the I would say both evolutionarily and linguistic and in the development of language, the perception is prior, but our ability to, because we've evolved to formulate language, we are more able to formulate languages, and so with that language more easily differentiate things because we can pinpoint them out with a singular term,
and we can create new categories.
Yes, but I don't know if I made sense. I always say that. Yeah.
Considering I tried to finish your sentence, I think you made sense enough.
Okay, yeah, cool. I feel like I killed the room.
Yeah, it's okay. There's always pauses.
No, well, this stuff is just really fun, right? I mean,
where's my banjo? I should have the banjo ready when you have these pauses. God damn it.
Hey, Blue.
Hello, everybody. Hello.
Funny, I said blue and blue appeared.
Mm-hmm.
Part of that, maybe we just couldn't perceive them. The joke was just there, waiting to be made.
Yeah. What were you about to say, Ozzy?
Oh, I was just going to say that this stuff is really hairy. This stuff is hard to talk about because you're trying to talk about something that can't be talked about, right? You really are trying to talk about a mental state that is non-linguistic in nature. Well, how can you possibly talk about it in a way that is true to it, right?
Yeah, asking somebody that's pre-linguistic won't help you any.
Ozzy, were you listening in when we were talking about qualia and my I don't know if this is a firm position, but that I was saying I don't actually think that the color red exists except only in our minds, as we are perceiving that to be the color red. But if we didn't exist, that condition, that universal that's called red, wouldn't really even exist. Now we can assign a wavelength to it, right? We can say, okay, anything that falls in this wavelength. But what we're actually perceiving is a matter of perception, and that to perceive that you have to have people. But does that make sense?
Well, yeah, I mean, qualia is the inner subjective mental experience, right? It's the subjective mental quality. That's why we call it qualia. It has to do with a qualitative character, right? So, I mean, the color red isn't a certain wavelength, right? Certain wavelengths may occasion an experience of redness, but that experience of redness, that thing going on in your mind, right? That the raw feel, as it's sometimes said, the raw feel of redness, right? The red blare of a trumpet, the way things seem to be to you, that seeming, right? That's the qualia. That's what people mean by qualia, right? That is, it would seem, at least on its surface, at face value, it would seem that all our knowledge of the world is mediated through qualia, through these raw experiences, right?
There's really no other way it could be, because I mean, in order to have it be otherwise, you'd have to step outside somehow of
what it is to be human.
Yeah, I mean, no, not even that. Like, step outside. I mean, in order to read an instrument, you're still perceiving,
right?
So you can't just put it off on an instrument.
But I can say that there is, like, for example, my computer. I can say, okay, this exists. I mean, it has a physical construction to it, right?
In
and I'm not trying
in
to
some way. I mean, there's something's going on.
Yeah, right. But the color red itself, I don't know if it has existence.
Well,
in what way? In order for something to exist, does it have to be a physical thing?
Well, does a concept exist?
Yeah.
Does it?
There are concepts, right? I mean, we use concepts all the time, so they exist, right? We have to remember that exist is a funny word, right?
Yeah, they exist as an abstract, at least.
As an abstract, okay, they exist in an abstract, sure.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, there can be different modes of existence.
But see, but my computer would exist regardless if there's humans or not, right? Nobody would know what a cell is called, but it would still exist.
But would it be a computer? Does your computer exist?
I think it still would.
Does an arrangement of something, a pattern of something? But is that?
I still think it would be a computer, but I don't think. Again, if we didn't exist, would an actual color exist if there wasn't anything to perceive it? I know that goes to the whole if a tree falls in the forest does it make a sound kind of thing.
I think where Unspeakable was going with that, if we didn't have the word for a computer, would it still be rightful to refer to it as such? And
yes, it would.
Why?
Because we do have the word for computer. So if we didn't have the word for computer, well, we still have it. So even though we're imagining we don't have it, because we have it, we can refer to it as computer.
You're basically saying we'd have a different term for it, but
okay, I think you guys are missing my point. Whatever we call it is irrelevant. What I'm saying, if all humans didn't exist, there would be no perception of red anywhere. Would there?
What about animal eyes?
Yeah, we don't necessarily know the different spectrums that animals see in.
Yeah, we would have no idea. We've never.
They wouldn't call it red.
Yeah, we've never communicated with an animal to see what they think of a color red, right?
Unspeakable. Can I just want to the point I was making, I didn't word it well. X hypothesized the thing we're talking about is a computer, right? The very hypothesis of us not existing includes that this thing we're talking about is called a computer. So I can call it a computer X hypothesized, right? You've already stated that it's a computer, that we just don't have a term for it. So that's a better way of putting it. The very hypothesis you presented presuppose that the thing we're talking about is rightly called a computer. There. As for Steve's point, I agree that without minds, qualia can't exist because qualia are mental, but they still exist, right? They're not like opinions, right? They have this objective reality. Like my mind exists. It's a fact that my mind exists. And so too, it is a fact that qualia exist. It's a mind dependent fact. Yes, my mind. If it weren't for my mind, my mind.
It's a mind dependent qualia, right? Mind dependent fact, like you said.
But hang on, Steve. But the idea is this: don't get bogged down into the idea that something only exists if it exists independently of any and all minds. Look, there are things that exist independently of our minds, presumably. Okay, like my coffee mug. Okay. That hunk of matter presumably exists independently of anybody's mind, right? I mean, if every mind just, died, okay, the universe would still be here, the coffee mug would still be here. It wouldn't serve anybody as a coffee mug, but it would still be the thing that it is. It would still be this object, right? Mm-hmm. It exists independently of any and all minds, okay? But there are also mind-dependent facts. Right? So it's a fact that there's a coffee mug here, and it's a fact that there's a Mount Everest, okay? But it's also a fact that I have a toothache, okay? When I have a toothache. Okay?
Do you have a toothache?
I don't, as a matter of fact. But
He
it's,
said,
God,
but let's
good.
just say, I mean, I could think of something else. Okay, I have tennis elbow. Okay, so from a little too much shoveling lately. Okay, so it's a fact that I have a pain in my elbow right now. Okay, now that is not a fact that exists independently of all minds. It's a fact that exists independently of everybody else's mind, but it's not independent of my mind. There are mind-dependent facts and there are mind-independent facts, right? But if you were to say, well, if it's mind-dependent, it's not a fact, I would say, well, I've got news for you. You have a notion of fact that is leaving out relevant features of the world. I mean, it is certainly relevant. I mean, if you want a catalog of every feature of reality, you better be including pains and itches and tickles and orgasms and feelings of pride and shame and lust and disgust and every thought and concept that we have, because those are all features of reality, right? You're not capturing reality if you have a vision of reality that excludes subjective mental experiences, right?
Okay.
So subjective mental experiences exist. Now, that doesn't mean that they exist in some spooky realm and in some platonic realm, or that they're non-physical. They may ultimately be groundable in the physics and materiality. That might be true. I mean, materialism. I mean, I'm not a materialist, but I mean, materialism might be true, right?
You're not a materialist?
No, I'm not. In either sense of the word, I'm not a materialist. But I'm not a dualist either, right? I'm what's called a neutral monist. I don't know what the ultimate ontology of reality is. I'm assuming that it's monistic, that it's not dualistic. So I'm a monist, but I'm neutral as to what the actual ontology of all of reality is, right? And I think our current conception of the physical isn't rich enough to capture a lot of the features of reality, like subjectivity, rationality, intentionality, consciousness. Or even presently, our concept of material simply cannot account for those, simply does not capture those, doesn't predict that those features of reality would exist and arise at all. And so I'm sort of very agnostic as to whether or not materialism will ever succeed in that. It seems to me we've not made any strong progress on that. But that's another kettle of fish. But the point, Steve, that I'm trying to make here is don't make the mistake of thinking that something only is real or only exists if it's mind independent. Look, reality is clearly made up of different kinds of facts. You know, there are social facts. You know, like this is a $10 bill. That's a social fact. That Donald Trump is the president-elect of the United States. That's a social fact. It's a fact that rests on people having certain ideas in their heads, right? And whether or not something is read to you is a private fact. It's a fact about what's going on inside your mind, right? It's dependent on your mind, just like the pain in my elbow is in my mind, right? There are objective correlates of the pain in my elbow, right? There are C fibers firing in my brain. You know, there's a whole causal story, neurological story that can be told about that. But you could tell that whole story without ever predicting that series of events in my neurophysiology feels awful. Okay, but the fact that it feels awful, that I wish it would stop, right? That is the qualia. That's the subjective feature here, and it's real. I mean, you don't have an exhaustive account of reality if your account of reality leaves those out.
So even if it's psychosomatic, it would still be real by the way you're saying it, right? Because if you're still feeling that pain psychosomatically, even if it has no neurological reasoning or any underlying systemic cause, is that qualia something?
Yeah,
it makes no difference either way. Pain is pain.
Supposing I'm when you dream at night, right? Okay. When you dream at night, you have a full virtual reality illusion. You're immersed in a reality that doesn't exist. You're walking around in the reality of Game of Thrones. Okay?
Yeah, I love my dreams. I'm telling you.
Okay, well, now when you're dreaming, think about that. When you're dreaming, you are having visual and auditory and tactile experiences. You're seeing things, hearing things, feeling things, smelling things, right? Doing things. Things are responding causally in that world. So vividly real is it that you fall for it and you think it's real. That's why nightmares are awful. It's because we experience them as real. Okay.
And
Now,
this is the point at which Carl Jung would argue that, in a sense, they are real in an experiential sense.
Well, the experiences are real in the sense that you're having the experience, but they are not connected to the world in the appropriate way, right? So, if I dream that I'm president, I wake up and I don't just then walk into the White House, right? Because I'm in fact not president, but I dreamt that I was president, right? It's just like reading a novel, right? It ain't real, right? But the idea is this: you don't have to worry about what's causing it. Of course, there is a cause of all of your pains and your experiences and even your dream experiences, and when you're hallucinating and when you're tripping out on drugs, or whether it's psychosomatic or whatever. There's going to be some cause, presumably, of that. It's not just happening uncaused. There's some cause, but the point is those experiences, right? As the way things appear to you, right? The fact that there's a way that things seem to you, right? That there's something that it's like to be you, right? All of that's part of the qualia, right? That is a set of facts about reality that needs explaining, right? Or it needs explaining away.
Damned relativists.
I'm probably going to say this wrong.
No, Steve, I'm just curious. Can I get your feedback on that? Does that make sense?
I'm following along on exactly what you're saying. I was just curious. So if I say dreams are real, right? And some kind of in an abstract concept way. Oh God, dude, what was he? Cheetos, man. Sticking my ear.
Oh,
right
sorry, I hit the button.
I cockroaches were crawling my ear
instead of on. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Just like, what was that? Again, may not be the right term, but if you posit that like the dreams actually exist in some way, isn't that a form of like reification or hyperstantiation in some ways to say that, okay, I am now asserting that this dream is something that has tangibility to it?
No. Like when I say that dreams are real, what I mean is dreams happen, right? But the things that are happening in the dream, they didn't actually happen in the world, right?
Right.
Okay. But dreams happen, right?
Things happen in your head seem to me to be in the world.
And
that's where I kind of go, oh wow, when you think of dream, you think, okay, dreams aren't real, right? Because that you always say dreams aren't real.
Well, they're not. They didn't happen.
We are in the world. Where's the line between internal and external? Like, we are inside the world. We are part of. So anything that happens inside of our quote of our experience is happening in the world.
But no, but supposing you dream that you're fat, supposing that you dream that you're like morbidly obese, and that in real life
this happens frequently.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe you.
Ironically.
And okay. Well, maybe I touched on something there. Sorry. But we all have a. My wife's cackling in the background here. We all have dreams about things that don't actually happen. We just take them to be real in the dream because we always assume that our experiences are veridical unless we have some reason to think that they're not, right? Unless I have some reason to think that I'm being systematically deceived, or my senses are failing me, or my mind's not operating properly, I assume that my mind is properly functioning, and that the experiences that I'm having are caused by what's actually happening around me, right? Perception is not just like watching a movie. Perception, you always assume that if I see a mug in front of me, I assume that the experience of part of the perception of seeing a mug in front of me is the sense that there is a mug there causing me to have the experience of
Oh, certainly.
Right?
There is a difference. I'm honestly inquiring what the difference is.
Well, I'm
not saying there is no difference. There's a functional necessity to those assumptions. But I don't necessarily think that the line is as hard and fast as we tend to make it. I think it's I don't know.
Well, I think it's not very hard to sort of make the distinction between dreaming and reality, right? The reason what happens, you wake up in the morning, okay, and you realize, hey, I'm lying in bed. It seems to me that seconds ago I was, being, chased by some highwayman on horseback or something like that, and you realize the experiences that you're having now of being a 21st century person lying in a bed, you know, and you remember going to sleep and stuff like that. All of those experiences you're having right now are completely at odds with the set of experiences that you were just having moments ago. And you
Right.
pass an
But how many
judgment on
times have I woken up? How many times have I dreamed that I was going into the bathroom and taking a pee, and then realizing I still had to pee, and then dreaming this? I repeatedly dreamed this, and then eventually I wake up and actually go to the bathroom.
Right, but in only one of those
there's
cases did you actually go to the bathroom. You said it
No.
yourself, right? In only one of those did you actually go to the bathroom. In the others, you merely had experiences of going to the bathroom.
Right, but sometimes
you
it's
weren't
difficult to
actually
tell.
experiencing. Well, of course you no, but the fact that you can't tell the difference between two states doesn't mean that there's no difference between the two states, right? The very notion of dreaming is like the notion of hallucination. It's the concept that you can have experiences that are indistinguishable from the real, the experience that is actually caused by those things, but where those experiences are not caused by those states of affairs. So the idea is a veridical perception is a perception where the perception is in fact true in the sense that the perception is in fact causally the result of what you think it is. And a dream or a hallucination is an instance where you have exactly the same qualia, the same first-person subjective mental experiences, but they are not given rise to by the state of affairs that you thought that it was giving rise to them. They are simply the products of your mind. It's simply neurons firing in your brain, and neuron firings in your brain not caused by the state of affairs that would ordinarily occasion that experience, right? That's I mean, it's not a very problematic concept or distinction, right? I mean, we do it all the time. It's how we manage every morning to wake up and go, "Ooh, I was dreaming," right? But there's no guarantee that that experience of waking up and going, "Ooh, I was dreaming. Man, that was a terrible nightmare. I'm glad I'm not actually in that situation." There's no guarantee that you are not in that very moment still asleep and dreaming that. I mean, I've had the experience. We've probably all had the experience of dreaming within a dream, of waking up from a dream and going, "Phew, I'm glad that's over." And then you wake up from that and you realize, "Holy hell!" Right? And I've had iterations of this. I was studying Descartes at the time, and the dream argument, and this was on my mind an awful lot. And I can remember waking up and then waking up and then waking up and going, "Holy hell! How long does this rabbit hole go? Like, you know, how many times am I going to have this experience of waking up and passing ontological judgment on what I just experienced and saying that wasn't real, but this now is real?" I mean, there's no way to tell, but that's because all of our experience of reality is mediated by these seemings, by these perceptions, right? And there's nothing else to go on, right? It's all we have.
I think maybe Steve, when you were earlier talking about the extra mentality of qualia, maybe what you meant was that qualia are not opinion dependent, so that in the state of knowledge where I'm experiencing qualia, my beliefs later on about that state have no effect on the matter of fact where I was in these seemings or experiencing the qualia.
Well, no,
Right,
I
like I
don't
can
know.
see-
Would a quality change though? I mean, our percent, like I mentioned with the experiment with the glasses, that when the teacher gave the student the glasses and everything was upside down, their brain corrected that, right? Their quality had changed, right? Even it was the brain that did that. So could the quality change for how our perception of red is? And I'm not talking about like with rods and cones and like that. I'm talking about an actual perceptional change that's completely in our brain.
But that's what I'm saying, right? It's like the question you're asking presupposes that there was some difference in the experience of the eye of the beholder, right? Like if I'm seeing the color red and then I look away and I see something that's blue, right? That hypothetical that I was just talking about right there presupposes that it's a historical fact that I saw something red, right? And it makes no sense to bring up the situation where I see red and then see blue and then ask whether or not I saw red. Like that's the very thing being presupposed, right? And your opinion.
Well, I mean, I don't have to. Again, though, if I said I thought I may have seen something red, my brain posited as red, but then if I have to look at it again, I'm like, oh, you know what? I was actually, my brain was altered state, whatever. I'm actually looking at it now and realizing it's actually blue.
The blue dress.
Yeah, the blue
So you're
green, the
asking
blue
if
green
you can be
dress. Perfect
fooled.
example. Yeah, the blue purple. What is it? The blue, black, green,
Yeah.
gold. That was a perfect example, right? Yeah. So it's not a historical fact because that was a completely perception. By the way, it was blue and gold, wasn't it?
Actually, it was blue and black. However, some people saw it as white and gold.
Yeah, that's right. It's blue and black. That's right. Yeah, that's a great example, right? Because I don't know how you can call it historical fact when we perceive things one way and then we maybe look at it at a different time and perceive things a different way.
No, but okay, but think of the question this way, right? Like you looked at the blue and black dress. You're assuming there's a fact of the matter about the color of that dress when you go back to correct yourself, which means even though you thought, oh, I'm seeing a blue and white dress in this moment, it's actually a fact of the matter that you're not seeing blue and white in that moment. You were seeing black and gold, or whichever way it was.
There's an equivocation
You're seeing the
going on between the meanings of blue and white. Like the qualia, you are in fact seeing that qualia.
Yeah.
But
okay, you said a quality, but what is that quality? What is the
different.
quality you're seeing?
Yeah, no, you're seeing the quality. So when we use terms qualitatively rather than quantitatively, when we're using the term red or black or blue to reference the qualia rather than the external state of affairs, we're using it indexically, right? I'm indexing my subjective first person experience of blue. So when I see that dress, I actually am seeing a blue and black dress, right? Until I look at it from a different angle, in which point I'm seeing it differently. I am, it's this is how it works, right? But on the other hand, the question is whether or not I'm seeing it blue and black in the sense of the wavelength of blue, the wavelength which we associate with the term blue, or the wavelength which we associate with the term black, as opposed to that qualia which we associate with the term blue, or that qualia which we associate with the term black, right? The qualia is indexical. You can't, unless you're deeply self-deceived, you cannot be wrong about when you say that you saw blue or black, right? That's incorrigible with the exception of self-deception. But what isn't incorrigible is the claim whether or not it's blue or black when you're referring to the wavelength, when you're referring to the scientific description of things as opposed to the qualitative description of things, if that makes sense.
I think another way to put this potentially, and I'm not sure, I might have gotten lost a little ways down the line here, but when I see the color red, I can't necessarily verify that you're seeing the same color red in terms of qualia, but at the same point, we're both seeing the same thing.
Right. When you're saying you're seeing the same thing, you're referring to the thing out in the world that causes the qualitative experience, right? What we don't have access to, what we both have access to, presumably, is things in the world that cause experiences of redness and the sound of middle C or whatever. Okay, but what we don't have access to is one another's first-person subjective qualitative experiences. That presumably is private or something like that, right?
It's forever isolated to yourself, right?
What's
we're forever isolated from experiencing each other's qualia, right?
Right, and that's part of what Frank was talking about when he was saying that these experiences are indexical. They're tied to you. They're tied to the here and now, right? I am being appeared to redly here now, right?
Adverbialism.
What's that?
He's always so deity-like. I appeared, and here I am in the hangout. I was summoned by my minions.
No. I am being appeared to. Like when I look at a red, if I'm looking like at a red car, and I'm having the experience of redness, right? This is a way that people like A.J. Ayer used to express this. They would say things like, "I'm being appeared to redly," right? Right. I'm being appeared to. Something is appearing to me, right? In a red mode. Okay. Now, is that thing actually red? Well, I don't know. And you'll see it and you'll say to me, yeah, it looks red to me too, right? But are we in fact having qualitatively the same subjective experience? Well, there's no way to check. There's no way to confer and find out what's going on in your mind, what's going on in my mind. All we know is that thing that I'm calling red right now is systematically similar to all the other things that I've always been told were red, and that's how it is to you. But it could look a completely different color to you. We would still both call it red because we were told that thing that we're seeing now, this is what we call red, right? So that's the
right. And that happens
the
with colorblind
quandary.
people all the time, though, don't they?
What?
Certain people that are born colorblind, they maybe went their whole life saying this is the color that I'm supposed to call this, but then they find out they're colorblind and they're not seeing it. We know now that they're not seeing it the same way we are. We don't know what they're seeing, but
right.
we know
The reason
the way we are.
The reason they discovered that they're colorblind in part is at a certain point they fail to make certain discriminations that the rest of us can make.
Right.
Or they just make mistakes, right? I have a friend who's green blind, for instance, and he can't distinguish certain colors, right? But he has learned little tricks so that he can sort of pass for someone who can see all the shades of green that the rest of us can. Okay. But so he's learned little tricks to cue in on and say, okay, when people are saying that it's this shade of green, it's because it looks this way in this light, and so he can do it sometimes, but he can't always do it, right? But it's precisely because he's not seeing things systematically in the way that we do that we're able to realize, oh, he's not seeing things the same way at all. He really is seeing things differently. There really are things he can't see that I can see, right? And it's only because there are these failures of discrimination on his part that he can't. And it's sometimes hard for us to imagine a case like that. But imagine aliens come from another world and they say there's this new shade of red that we see that you don't see. I mean, it's not new to us; it's new to you. But and you're like, what are you talking about? What other shades of red could there be? I mean, here's a continuum. I see all the shades of red, right? From a whitish pink to a purpley red, and every color in between. It's a smooth continuum of color. What shade of red am I not seeing, right? And you might think they could never, ever convince me that this shade of red doesn't exist, or that it does exist. You might say, because
we have people like that.
Show it to me.
We have people on Earth like that now. Like, was it tetrachromat?
Yeah. I mean, there are birds that see on a 5-based color system, right? And ours works on a tertiary system with 3 primary colors, right? I mean, there are literally insects and birds out there that see colors that we can't see. They make discriminations that we can't see. They insects that see into the ultraviolet, for instance, like bees and so forth, right? But anyway, but the idea is that even if everyone were to make all the same discriminations so that we were all systematically proceeding in the same way, we would still have this leftover question. Yeah, but how does it look to you? Are you really, in fact, seeing the same thing? Because if your spectrum was inverted, exactly the opposite of mine, but systematically inverted, we would never be able to tell by pointing at objects. We would always call them the same colors. You'd say, yep, that's red, but it would look red to me and blue to you. But you'd still be calling it red. And we'd look at a blue object and the same thing would happen, right? And so we would never discover that. So the idea is that we don't see qualia. The idea is we have qualia. Don't think of qualia as an experience.
It's not the thing itself, it's the experience of the thing.
Right? It's the experiencing.
It's experiencing. Okay, yeah. I can see that. Sure.
Talking about the seeming that we're talking about.
Yeah. Right. It's our experience of
qualia. Doesn't that experience have a physical? I mean, there are things going on in your brain when you see red or you see someone you don't like. Can't these be described physically too?
Yeah, sure. Okay, but hang on though.
Physical causes.
Sorry.
Hang on though. When you're talking about the experience of the thing, the way that we experience it is different on a lot of levels in terms of the way that input is processed, and this is part of the differentiation from one person to the next in terms of qualia.
Well, if we're having if we're having a dream, right? If I visualize the color red in my dream, obviously there's no external thing. There's no photons involved. It's my brain actually conceptualizing this red. I'm trying to think how I should word this. That's what gets me confused, because if red is just based upon like a photon or something like that, and I understand that qualia is our experiencing of that, is that the same thing as say that that the red has well, I don't know how to go with that. I mean, it's just weird to think that
before you go any further, before Ozzy jumps out, can I ask him one quick question? What color is your cup and what's in it? Because you keep referencing the cup.
It's a kind of a taupe beigey brown. It's kind of coffee colored. It's the
Cool.
It's coffee colored.
I've been wondering this whole time because you keep mentioning a cup. I'm like, that cup has to be in front of him somewhere. I just picture you keep glancing at it.
But our quality is the experiencing of that red color, even if that red color isn't from any kind of external source, right?
Well, no, but the idea is this: your brain is able to take a stimulus that's happening presumably by something causing it out in the world, okay, and generating a first-person subjective mental state, which we call the experience of redness. But your brain is capable of producing that experience even in the absence of that thing out in the world, right? That's why we're able to hallucinate. That's why we're able to dream, right? Your brain is capable of doing this, right? And I mean, one thing that we haven't talked about here is, I mean, there's a lot of people that don't even believe in qualia. They think it's a very, very dubious concept, right? They think that it might just be the product of a confused ontology, which it might be. I'm actually somewhat sympathetic to some of those arguments. But I mean, at first pass, I'm inclined to think that qualia are real and need to be accounted for. And if you're not going to account for them, then you have to explain them away, and you're going to have a fairly convincing argument to explain them away. Anyway, Steve, I don't know if that answers your question, but I need to get going. My breakfast.
Enjoy your breakfast, man.
Thanks, gentlemen. Okay, bye.
Thank you, Ozzy. Appreciate it very much, man.
I'm sad Ozzy's gone.
Oh, I know. I just like Ozzy comes in like, okay, drink the mana, just drink it in.
I just want to know what color the damn cup was. You get it up.
He said beige, wasn't he? But
no, he did before he left, obviously. But I'm saying during the entire length of the conversation prior to that.
So we're gonna play a little game. We're gonna have a little fun here. We got, I guess, I don't know if we got a troll or a flat earther, and I want to know the difference.
Guys, I'm gonna go.
Oh, thank you, Frank.
So
flat Earth Jackal, I need to know if you're an actual flat earther or you're just a troll. If you're troll, then you're wasting your time. But if you're actual flat earther, then yeah, I think it's a troll.
You're also wasting our time, but we enjoy it.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Lou, thank you. That's a brilliant way of saying that. That's awesome. You would also be, you're wasting our time, but at least we'd get something out of it, because we like to fuck with dumb people a lot, and flat earthers are the bottom of the barrel. But if somebody's just trolling, then it's just a waste of our time.
I'd like to see the evidence that they present for flat Earth, though. I'd like to see what they present.
Oh, you really don't. It's scary, stupid, dude.
Have you ever played Minecraft?
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, dude, I had a chick today. She I forget, I don't remember her name. She was trying to convince us that inertia had to do with magnetism. That inertia, the ability for an object to stay in motion without being acted on by an outside force, the resistance it has to change a vector, was only because of the magnetism in the object. And I'm like, you are functionally retarded. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, what? And then she's like, well, I have a degree in environmental sciences. I was like, bitch, I don't give a shit if you got 4 PhDs. You are one dumb chick. They're like the free channers over there. Oh my God, are they fucking stupid? It's just laughable. I mean, I understand that these flat earthers come to YouTube and kind of, get with each other, and they all stroke each other's ego. Oh, we're so smart. None of them passed fucking 5th grade. Well,
I'm arguing with the Black Hebrew Israelite about evolution now.
Yeah, there you go. BHIs, baby. NASA is real. You can actually go and look at real pictures. They didn't even have CGI back in the 1960s, right? In 1969, we went to the moon. CGI was not even a thing, dude. These are actual real pictures. Now, if you want to give us a flat Earth model, hey, we'll take a look at it. I'll get it to the right people. You can actually demonstrate that the Earth is flat. We'll have the right. Well, very intelligent people look at it. But you need to explain observations. You need to explain the gibbous phases of Venus. You need to explain retrograde motion of Mercury. You need to explain the fusion reaction of the sun, or whatever reaction you want to posit to have energy.
The problem with flat earthers is that you present them with reality and they reject it immediately.
Well,
my first conversation I ever got in with one was insisting that you can't get a nonstop flight from LAX to Australia. So I brought up links to about a dozen pages where you could get one, and he was insisting that it didn't exist even after showing him the pages where you could book the flight.
Dude, Von Helden, Von Helden one time was like, "Oh, the ISS doesn't exist." And then we're like, "It does exist. It's in low Earth orbit." And we tried to explain the low Earth orbit is 99 to 1,200 miles, and the ISS is like 250, 260, and anything above the Kármán line, which is 62.5 miles, is in outer space. Because he's like, the ISS isn't, and they don't even claim it's in outer space. They just claim it's in a low Earth orbit, and that's inside the atmosphere. I'm like, no, it's over the Kármán line.
Yeah.
Right. And I said, it's outside the Kármán line. And he said, what's that? And I showed him on Wikipedia, and he's like, "Oh, you just made that shit up. You just wrote that."
You just made up something and wrote it on Wikipedia. Full article.
Von Helden, dude. Come on.
Wow, that sounds like the dumb fuck of the year for sure to me.
He is a dumb fuck
of the year.
He might win. He might win.
Don't start that now.
Oh, we got Jake. Yeah, we got Jack in here, dude. Jack, by the way, Blue is overtaken because his little fan club. He's got Helton winning right now. Darwin's is dying, dude.
What are the numbers?
Let me look. I might have to. You know what? I almost have to switch my.
I would wait 30 minutes before you look. How about that?
He's gonna have like 12,000 people. Blue's the most maniacal person I know. It's just scary.
That's just that laugh.
Remind me never to piss you off. Okay, just remind me.
Everybody knows.
I piss him off all the time.
Von Helden is 31 votes ahead right now.
Yeah, you try to.
Yeah, you're damn straight I do.
Darwin's, however, oh my God. Let's see, Darwin's is how many points behind right now? 84.
Yeah, heathens called me a douchebag last night just because I got a long block list. Oh.
Okay.
That's no reason to call me a douchebag just because I block people.
Yeah, you call people douchebags when they're douchebags, right?
No, I call people douchebags for sports. For sport, man.
Okay, listen. How about we just do this? How about we just do this? Hey, by the way, Flat Earth Jackal, how about you just go on believing that the Earth is flat, never go to work for a decent company, never have anybody give you any respect, never have any understanding of mathematics, physics, astrophysics, cosmology, aerodynamics, fluid theory, reactor. I was going to say reactor kinematics. That's what I was like, wait a minute, that's part of what I studied. Yeah.
Not to mention the vast conspiracy involved in all these people pretending that their Earth is round. You know
it's got to be massive, right? It's got to be massive.
You know how much? And and if there's a flat Earth, where's the fucking edge? Where do I go over, motherfucker?
Actually, they claim that the Earth is ringed with Antarctica. Essentially, that it's just this giant fucking ice wall, like out of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, that's funny because okay, if that was true, right? And they said that people have told me, oh, if you go to Antarctica, the not the NSA, but the fucking UN or whatever has ships patrolling those areas. And if you did the math and how many hundreds of thousands of miles of square miles you would have to cover, it would require 10,000 ships, people. 10K. Now you go out there and you find me 10,000 ships out there, and we will have a discussion. But until then, you guys are fucking delusional.
That I don't even think that'd be enough ships for what they're proposing, honestly.
The minimum was 10,000. If you
for the few honest flat earthers that are out there, Steve, I think your breath would be better invested if you would just point them to be consistent with their own viewpoint, right? Because most of these guys, again, are coming to thinking that their Christian scriptures operate as an informant on the matter.
Sure.
Right? But then you can just ask them for interaction that refutes their flat earthism, right? And then you don't have to get into all the details about their
weird thing is that the shape and the relative size of the Earth, not quite accurate enough, but relative size of the Earth was calculated in the year 400 BC, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, they can come up with all the conspiratorial crap they want. When it comes down to it, it's basic physics. And if they don't know basic physics, fuck off. Show me the physics and I'll listen to you. But until then, people that believe in flat Earth are the dumbest fucking humans on the planet. Seriously, they are the bottom of the fucking barrel. And this
It's
is
not
this is
even-
hard
you
for me
don't
to
even have
say
to-
because I hate young Earth creationism, but my God, flat Earth is worse.
Forgive me for saying, but you don't even have to have that good a knowledge of physics or science in general to know who's telling the truth and who is not. That just, I mean, that's obvious.
But that's what I'm saying. Is like suppose for the sake of the Mysterian out there, the guy who's like, yeah, I don't really know how to explain, how around the sun looks this way, or how ships disappear into the sea. Like I don't understand. I don't know how to explain that, but I do know. I believe what the Bible says, right? Like if that's their position, none of this conversation about the science of it is going to affect them. Like it's more effective.
That's the point at which you point him to St. Augustine, where he specifically was speaking against Christians that were going around claiming that the earth is flat, saying even the heathen knows this, and was basically scolding Christians for making Christianity and Christians look stupid.
Mockery, yeah. There were people being mocked for that. And matter of fact, same thing when it came to the heliocentric model, right? I mean, the wise people knew that the earth was not the center of the universe. But the Christian church at the time was like, no, we have a special place, but the scientists were like, no, we really don't. This is somebody who's educated by somebody who's not educated, and I think Vince is right. This guy's not a true flat earther. I think this is a troll. True flat earthers could actually give us, they at least try sometime to get put forth some bullshit. This guy's just trolling. He's not a true flat earther.
But yeah, when you're talking about historical religious leaders saying, stop making us look stupid, guys, at that point they won't listen either, and that's kind of bizarre.
Yeah. Well, Flat Earth Jackal says he's real as it gets. Okay, well, if you're real Flat Jackal, how about we answer? We'll ask you like a couple really simple questions, and see how well you do. How about this? Explain how the sun goes below the horizon at night, maintaining the constant angular diameter from sun up to zenith to sundown, including the green flash that could be produced by the final portion of the top of the sun going over the horizon, creating this illusion of a greenish flash, which just has to do with the wavelengths of light. If you can make a flat Earth model that has nothing to do with perspective. Okay, perspective doesn't go below the horizon. I know I'm being far too technical. He's a flat earther, but whatever. When you have two parallel lines, Jackal, when you look at the distance, perspective allows those two lines to try to converge with each other, but they never cross each other. Okay, the law of perspective prevents those lines from crossing. The sun goes below the horizon. That is not possible with convergence.
Hang on. I'm still actually the thing I'm still waiting from flat earthers is to explain the length of the seasons up in some places in Canada as well as Alaska.
Well, that could be the next question. Let us figure this one out first. The sun going below the horizon is like you're saying I have railroad tracks going to the horizon, and at some point those railroad tracks cross at the horizon. Okay, we know the railroad tracks don't cross at the horizon. You can go down there and walk and see that. So now explain why the sun goes below the horizon, because it sure the hell ain't perspective. Oh my God. Lord Stephen Christ. Oh, Jesus, dude, I will allow any flat earther around here, but Lord Stephen Christ, you are insane. I don't want to have anything to do with you. I'm blocking you before you even have a chance
He's
to do anything.
funny.
No, I want to hear that guy. Come on,
no,
man.
I do not deal with. He's insane, and I don't deal with mental patients. He's gone. I don't deal with mental patients. Sorry.
Oops.
Yeah.
What was that name of that girl he was stalking? He made all those videos about.
He's dangerous. He's psychotic.
Right.
He's criminally.
Hang on. Was this around the time of the Bride for Christ video that you're talking about, Blue?
Maybe I'm thinking of a different knucklehead.
No, Lord Stephen Christ put out a video at one point looking for a quote bride for Christ.
Yeah, he thinks it's Jesus. I don't mind nut job flat earthers, but he's a whole special case. I'll let Van Helton in here before I will.
I don't know. The concave Earth thing amuses the shit out of me, though.
Oh, I'd love for Von Helton to come in here. Oh, I'd give that.
Heretic says that they did the same about you and me when they banned us yesterday. Yeah, I don't ban flat earthers. I ban Lord Stephen Christ because he is a psychopath. That's a difference. I don't deal with.
For the same reason we don't suffer Rob Beasley.
Yeah, Rob and Jason Burns and any of those guys, right?
Hey, Jason Burns will be welcome in here, I would hope.
I don't. You know what? I've never talked to the guy, so I would give him a chance. Maybe
he's not a flat earther.
I would let Brett Keane in even.
Well, Brett Keane's just a slime ball.
Yeah, but Brett Keane's not going to snipe.
He might.
I don't think so.
If he figured out how, I wouldn't see him not doing it.
Maybe.
He would. He's done it at Nadia's Hangouts.
Has he? Brett did? Really? No,
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised on that.
He doesn't have any integrity. I mean, come on.
So
he
if I
came
were-
into,
wait, hang on.
he came into
I w-
Nadia's and she gave him mods and he just
Went nuts.
suddenly started. Yeah, he actually kicked everybody from the hangout, including
Uh,
Nadia.
Nadia. He asked, "What's the evidence for the Earth going around the Sun?" Very simple. The gibbous phases of the Venus can only be accounted for by a round model using a heliocentric. It cannot be accounted by any kind of Potomac model because if you look at the angle, you won't ever see the gibbous phase of Venus from our position unless the Sun is actually further away than Venus is.
Also, the proximity to the sun based upon the orbit that we have going is what makes the seasons.
And it's the season. What's the reason for the season? Axial tilt.
You got it.
Mm-hmm.
As well as the orbit of this planet as well, around the sun. Because there's a distance differential as well, isn't there?
Somewhere. Let me see if I can find
It's
it.
very small, but yes, we're closer to the sun now in December than we are at any other time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's closer during winter than it is summer. It's weird.
But it's really close. I mean, like 20 miles or something really?
I don't know.
20 miles. This says 20 miles.
Well, that's how small it is.
Do you know how we know? People ask, how do we know what the energy power supply of the sun is? How do we know how the sun works? And the reality is, all we do is we have a model that says, okay, if this is how it is by proton-proton reactions causing fusion from hydrogen to helium, it will produce this type of neutrino. This new type of neutrino is going to have this specific energy, right? If we detect these neutrinos at the specific energy coming from the sun, that validates the model. Guess what? If we see neutrinos coming from the sun at this particular, wavelength or frequency, depending on how you want to do it, one the inverse of each other. So we know that the model works. We know that there's fusion going on in the sun. If the sun was 5 miles fucking away or 20 miles or 30 miles away, we would be incinerated at the amount of energy coming off there.
Von Helton said the sun was about 90 miles away. So there's another reason.
Yeah,
Helton is not even sure what year it is.
That's fairly standard flat Earth, though.
Well, Steve, would you say the one of the driving factors of the Catholic Church to keep a centered universe, the universe spinning about the individual, has more to do with like a confidence with finding God within oneself, meaning where one uses no instrumentality outside of themselves in order to come to any conclusion, because one must be within the body of Christ, like confident that they are the centers.
In other words, they don't want people to have independent thought, but have to rely on the church for everything, including thought.
Or a complete reduction of perspectivism just down to the individual node, right? Everybody has to scrap in kind of a born again Protestant.
I don't think that's really consistent with it.
Well,
there's some collective think there.
It comes from.
I wish I could find this picture I'm looking for. God dang it! There's a really good picture that I have, and I cannot find it. I should find it on it.
I think it's more trying to keep as close as they can to the very rudimentary read of Genesis, so that they can keep their original sin crap.
That's right. I think that's part of it too.
I mean, if they didn't have to worry about maintaining original sin, a lot of this shit they'd be able to let go of.
Yeah, they'd be able to accept a little bit more about reality.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just weird to think like, well, I consider myself the center of my own universe, but I believe in the truth that, that satellites go around the Earth and that we're on a sphere. So there's certain things I accept, but I still, from a perspective, we're all the center of our universe.
Well, I mean, you think you're the center of the universe. You think you're the center of the universe because you're fat enough to be the center of the universe.
Oh. I'm not.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that he doesn't have kids? Those are just little satellites that have been sucked into his orbit.
Exactly. They got into his range of gravitational range. No, he's not even that big. I'm just fucking.
I don't know. I'm just. There was somebody we used to joke about that with ages ago. This guy we knew that was really big. Was actually the founder of the New England role-playing organization Nero up in the Northeast. And yeah, he had a couple of kids, and people would joke that those were just kids that had been sucked into his orbit because he was so damn big.
Oh, I think I did find it. Is this it? Is that Flat Earther still in the? Oh, I do have it. Is that Flat Earther still in the live feed?
No, not watching it.
Can somebody check real quick? I guess I can. Damn it.
I'm on the couch. Fuck that.
Well, it doesn't matter whether yours. I'm gonna show you guys. I'm gonna show you guys this anyways. One sec. Okay, make sure all the porn's gone. Okay, check. Okay, so do you guys see this?
Yeah, it's right behind the donkey porn.
Oh shit. Okay, let me get rid of the donkey porn. Yeah. Okay, got it. So this might be. I can't really make this bigger, but what this is actually showing is that. Maybe I can't now. Yeah, never mind. Okay, so if this is a Potalic model, and the Earth is here.
Ptolemaic.
Ptolemaic. Yeah. Oh my God, I'm having a hard time today.
Ptolemaic. There's no P.
You don't pronounce the P. You don't pronounce the P.
You know what it is? Ptolemaic.
Pterosaurus.
Ptolemaic. I'm thinking of Tycho. Right? I'm getting it. So it's Tycho Brahe and Ptolemaic models. But anyway, so
Pterosaurus one.
Yeah. So in this model, when Venus is here, you can see that there's actually a gibbous phase here and here, okay, and here, because this is where the sun is located in with respect to Venus going, with the epicycle. Remember, you have orbitals going around the Earth, and then each planet has its own epicycle in the orbital path. Remember, okay, so. This was only so slimmer, right? But what we see is this. We see a much bigger gibbous phase. So as Earth is going around this way, and Venus is going around this way with this inner circle, when Venus is conjunction right here, we see it, no lit side, but when it starts going around here, as we progress this way, now we see half of it phase, right? Half of it lit up, and then as all the way on the other side, we see it full, right? We don't see that with this type of model. That is why we know the Copernican model works, because the Earth is here, the inner orbit of Venus is here, and then the sun. So when somebody asks, what's the evidence of a round Earth, round planets for Copernican model, this is it right here, because we can see the gibbous phase, we can see the full phase. The only explanation for this is the sun is the center of the mass, and all the planets orbit around that. So flat earthers, you're fucking stupid.
There's also a couple planets that, if you're not looking at it from that perspective, just kind of stop in reverse directions periodically, and that
Mercury has retrograde.
Yeah.
So
I thought Venus was retrograde.
No, Mercury is retrograde. Does Venus have a retrograde motion?
Actually, it is Venus, I believe.
No.
Mercury.
No, all the planets go the same way except Venus. Venus is the retrograde one.
Is it?
My daughter did a project on the planets ages ago, and I seem to remember it being Venus.
And Bubbly doesn't forget shit, so there you go.
I forget plenty of things.
I don't forget anything. I wish I
But
could.
I don't forget science projects that are involve video productions that I do with my daughter. It was my very first green screen, actually.
How'd the project go?
Oh, she got an A+.
Very good. Good for her. Good job.
You know what's funny? We're all wrong. The planets that do retrograde are Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. They all have a retrograde motion.
What?
Yeah, planetary retrogrades. They all have a retrograde.
Well, that retrograde's relative term.
But Mars has a retrograde, a really distinct retrograde.
Are you talking about
apparent retrograde motion? Right here. Go look it up.
Exactly, Steve. Oftentimes an orthographic is required for relational description of saying one thing's in retrograde or not in retrograde. So I think that link was perfect.
Do
Meaning, whenever one imagines the universe, if you're not seeing it in a collage, isn't it from a one vantage point? And if you're seeing it from a vantage point, unless it was above, right, then you could figure out a relational angle as whether or not the planet was moving away and around.
I got sidetracked there. Yeah, probably. Yeah, because Vapor Explanatory says it right. Retrograde motion is simply the appearance of the planets in reverse motion across the sky. And I guess at some point, all of them will, because no matter if you, I'm trying to visualize in my head, if we're like in the inner circle or elliptical, and then you have a planet, like the planet on the outside, as our planet comes around the sun, at some point that planet's going to look like it's going to appear to stop, move backwards a little bit, and then continue on. Right.
That's how we knew there were planets. I think retrograde may have a different meaning than I'm using it in the terms that
I was thinking it meant spinning the opposite direction.
Oh, that's rotation.
Yeah, I was thinking
Venus is in the
retrograde rotation. That's right. My bad.
Yeah, that's what's confusing me too, because I was like, okay, wait a minute. I'm visualizing planets in my head. I've seen the one from Mars before, and I thought Mercury did, and then I thought Venus did. I'm like, okay, wait a minute here. What's going on here? Now I realize that, yeah, I guess all of them kind of do have a retrograde. But yeah, the only one that's rotating opposite would be Venus. And then I think one of the moons of Saturn too, isn't it?
I don't remember.
But anyways.
Her little tour of the universe thing didn't go that far.
Did the flat earther learn something? No, because he doesn't want to learn, because flat earthers are stupid.
Yeah, the science project was supposed to be doing something that was either supposed to be a red presentation in front or done as a video format. And it was supposed to be one of these things like, a tour of the universe. So I had her actually set up so it was like the space Titanic kind of thing, and using a time and relative dimension drive to get out past Mars and this kind of stuff. And it was kind of fun. But we had her in front of a screen, and we did a little mock-up of the ship behind her via blue screen and this kind of stuff, and had her standing like she was doing the promo ad for a Starliner. Did I just fall into the... I think I lost audio.
No, you're still in.
Okay.
Steve just left the hangout, so that's why he just put you right back.
Oh, okay.
Well, I think I'm more interested in the pathos or the neurosis of a flat earther, and how they come to that, as well as born again Christians. I'm trying to like track pathos instead of just.
Born-agains are more interesting than the flat earthers. The flat earthers come to it like any other conspiracy nut, ultimately.
Well, but I keep thinking that they have to start kind of like with the idea that, hey, I don't feel the Earth moving through time or through space. I don't feel these things, so they're starting with their perception, kind of like where the limit of their universe is, where their skin ends or something.
Well, the questions they ask are like those asked by like 6-year-olds of, well, why do the people in Australia fall off? It's like, oh, come on.
Right, I know.
I think the flat earthers come to that because they grow up knowing the Earth is round, right? And they hear other people talking about conspiracies, the government's lying to us, and they, for some reason, something happened in their life, they want to feel special, so they lock onto these conspiracies. Like, now they're this special person who knows something that, the rest of the population of the world are just sheep and being lied to and just falling into this conformity. And they're on the outside. They're on the fringe. They know what's actually going on. They're better off than other people, To me, that's what it is. I don't think it has anything to actually believing in the flat earth. I think it's just the concept of being on the outside, looking at everyone else on the inside.
But I'll challenge you to this. Is there any fact that you believe that the mass of the population doesn't believe, and you also believe that it may be a conspiracy? Because that essentially is what you're saying. Like, for instance, I don't believe in God, but even though the masses believe in God, so they can turn around and say my position is a conspiracy theory when it comes to evidence for God versus evidence for around Earth.
I think it's something a little bit different. Really, the way things have been going is we've been progressing so quickly in terms of technology, society, all these other things. And there's kind of this desire to go back to simpler understandings and simpler times and simpler ways. And I think it's more of a fight against all the advancement, both culturally and scientifically. And I think in this case, they're just going back way the fuck too far, to the way back to when we thought that the world was flat, for crying out loud.
It is.
I think it's just really a fight against modernity.
But TJ, the schools of thought bridging, is that part of the complexity that you think is going on? Like, people find it too complex not to just master one field, but to then integrate it with knowledges of another field that might show, might yield something like somebody that's
trying to oversimplify the world around them.
Wait.
Just trying to oversimplify the world around them.
Well, meaning at one point, wouldn't every human individual reach a complexity that would be too confounding for them to understand?
I don't necessarily want to go that way, because I think that's a very individualized kind of thing.
Well, I want to hear. I've seen one way wants to get in. One way said, "I think flat earther movement is all about hatred towards the Enlightenment." And I'm like, wait a minute, aren't you a young Earth creationist? Because if you're a young Earth creationist, I don't know if you should be making fun of flat earthers. Now, I guess that is the only group that young Earths can get away with making fun of. But I mean, we talk about reality here. If you, I thought so.
I think it's important for young Earthers to actually distance themselves from the flat Earthers, because for years and years, I've been on here 10 freaking years now, roundabout 10, 11 years.
They do overlap.
And we actually had been kind of teasing for years, going, okay, great, but are you going to claim next that the Earth is flat? Well, lo and behold, then they started to. And it's like, okay, now y'all are just making everybody look stupid. And when you're claiming that the Bible says the Earth is flat, something that's just so absurdly wrong, you're making Christians look like idiots. So I think that they need to distance themselves from the flatheads.
But you don't see the sweet irony of a young Earth creationist going, yeah, these people are even too fucked up for us.
Yeah, I do see the irony. But,
okay. One way, send me a message and I will get you the link.
But yeah, I mean, I definitely see the irony, but I do think it's important for them to distance themselves from people that are making claims that are so demonstrably false. Not to say the young Earth stuff isn't, but you get my point. I mean, one of these things you have to sit there and know things about science and carbon dating and strata and all this other stuff to discern. The other one, basically, if you go up high enough in a hot air balloon, as long as your eyes work well enough that you can tell the difference from one side to the other, you're going to notice.
Yeah. Those flat earthers. Yeah. How dare they tell those Christians? A Christian casting a stone at a flat earther. Well, the flat earther is stupid, but the Christian believes a carpenter rose from the dead. So, it's the same.
Well, hang on. We only got
which is more likely, that the Earth is flat or that a carpenter came back to life after being dead a couple of days? I'm sorry, but I think the carpenter might be slightly more likely.
That does seem more likely, but that is,
We've only got about an hour, a little more than an hour on stream. It's like 6 hours in plus, so it's probably closer to.
Start doing the stream thing from the corporate things. That's one thing you're going to have to watch, because you will not have a timer. You can go 24 freaking hours a day, and it'll never stop you.
Wow, serious?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you mean I could run the Hangout 24/7 if I wanted to?
Yeah, actually, I got porn bombed. Does it? I got porn bombed on my old channel at one point, and as a protest, I took all the shuffles, loaded them up, and played them back to back. And I was running for, I think, 22 or 23 days straight.
Wow. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna have to practice with that later on. I'll probably after this Hangout, I'm gonna take a nap and then.
Everything after 12 hours is not saved, though.
Oh, anything after 12 hours is not saved.
Anything after 12 hours is not saved when it's over. Yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't think it's anything over 8 hours.
No, it'll save up to 11 point something. I don't know exactly how much. I know the longest one I ever got up was 11 something.
Is that the business accounts perk you get?
No, it's just the way that Google works.
Oh, well, who the fuck wants to sit through a 12-hour hang of mine?
People don't want to sit through an 8-hour hang of yours. Who are you kidding?
Who the hell wants to come into my hangs at all? I don't get it.
Oh, that's different. You're participating.
Oh, okay. Yeah, one way. Send me a thing.
We get little participation medals.
You participated. You win.
You're the host. You don't get the medals.
Yeah, y'all need to watch the Sunday morning Jason Burns report too. Let me put that link in there, motherfucker.
Damn it.
Yeah, fuck that.
Fuck you, man.
Yeah, fuck Jay Boo.
I do a weekly show, man. 2.5 years of weekly reporting on Jason Burns, man.
Hey, One Way, didn't One Way have a?
Didn't he fall off the internet?
No, he's still around.
No, one of his recent videos has got like 2,000 views already.
I thought he like rolled out of bed and bounced away from the internet or something.
Yeah,
No.
It's 12 hours on the type of system I'm going to be using here. It's actually a 12-hour hang you can have. It's 11 hours 59 minutes.
Yeah, it's 11 something. I don't know exactly what, as I said, but
it's also snipe proof too. It can't be sniped, and it's just
nope,
it's got
because it does not create an external external chat. So
yeah, but I have to work out the logistics to do it with the stream and all that, and it's not going to be terribly complicated. But I don't want to fuck with it right now. Actually,
now I can just drag into something later and just do a screen share and show you what the fuck you need to do to set it up. It's easy.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be terribly that hard. But once I start doing that, then I'm going to be doing it that way probably a lot more often because it's just easier, I think.
Well, not having to worry about being sniped is kind of a big deal. And when I verified that was the case with these, I'm like, okay, I'll just set up an account that other people can use.
Yes, Nevin, it's a business account. So we could actually give out the link, and it doesn't matter if people, because when people try to come in, it's so you have to get permission, right? You have to give them permission. So
yeah, it makes a doorbell ringing kind of noise and pops up with this window of so and so is requesting to join, and then you can either approve or decline.
And even if they do come in, they can't snipe even then, right?
No, but you can also announce their arrival because it pops up with so and so is trying to join, and on their end it's like waiting for permission to join, and they are stuck in limbo for a couple of seconds. It also doesn't show who's in the hangout when you try to join, which kind of throws people off sometimes too.
Does it look like it's empty or something?
It just doesn't say. Basically, it just doesn't tell you who's in there. It just says waiting to join, and at that point, inside the hangout, you have a little window up saying either approve or reject. And if you click reject, fuck them, they're not coming in. But also, if a whole bunch of people try to mob your hangout and join at the same time, at the third request all at once, it will automatically ask you if you want to lock the room down. And you can lock the rooms at any point. You can either make it so people can join or people can't by just locking it. I'll show you how that works at some point when I get you on the mod and walk you through it.
You still got cameraman too on that one?
No. And to compensate for that, to prevent anyone from showing anything that they shouldn't, what I always do is I always turn off the bandwidth so all you get is icons.
That's a good idea.
Oh, okay. So okay. So it's just
I just turn off the bandwidth all the way off so all you get is icons. If wants a screen share tough shit, give me a link. If you can't give me a link, I can't do it.
But they could still come in with some kind of dirty icon, couldn't they?
Well, the thing is, when they go to join, you see the icon.
See, they think
so. The little icon pops up with this person's trying to join. You see the icon, and you look at it, going, "What the? No, I don't think so. Fuck you," and reject.
Rez, I just gave you the link. One Way doesn't come up for me. I don't know why I can't give him the link. It just doesn't. Some of these things don't exist.
Hey, either that or you do like Brett Keane does, and just white box someone and leave their account up all day, so nobody even if somebody does porn bomb, it won't show.
Yeah, I don't like that though.
The other thing that I've done, now hang on a second. I don't have XSplit running, or do I? Hang on. Yes, I do. What am I talking about? Here we go. So I can set a screen like this, for example, white box myself, and just add screen region. Let's see now, screen cap. Grab this little chunk here. I'm on the right browser for this, and I can just have the little icons show up here and move them wherever I want them to be, so that that's what it's going to show on the screen, and not have the full window up there.
Hey, Reds, do you know who said they might moderate a debate between G-Man and I for Gus's fundraiser?
Fill me in.
The human slave of creationist cat.
Oh, there you go. I thought he had a bigger problem with those people than. You know what? Never mind. He's weird.
I like creationist cat, but he's going on vacation or he's going to Canada for about a month. He'll be back toward the end of January, but he said he would definitely probably do that after he got back. So I was like, look, if I'm going to be a G-Man, I want to make it into a spectacle. You know,
Yeah,
like, who's the biggest spectacle I can get? Either Creationist Cat or a human slave would be just fine. And I pitched it to him, and he's like, yeah, cool.
By the way, I went ahead and clicked this little button that says refresh, and Von Helton's at 405 with True Empiricism at 374. You better get your shit together, Steve.
Fuck it at this point. Fuck it. Just fuck it. I don't care. Let the world burn.
Wow, that is the
Von Helton. Von Helton will win.
Of depressed. That is depression. Right
no,
there.
you know what? I think we need to get Von disqualified from mental conditions. Somewhere along the lines, I'm sure he got diagnosed with something.
Again, you know what the rules are.
That's right. Well, how about we just ask him? Here, I'll invite him right now.
Oh God, no! Oh God, no! Please, for the love of fuck, no!
Too late.
Oh, come on! I just got here.
He won't show up, dude. But I did invite him.
Oh my goodness!
I got One Way coming in, so it's funny. One Way, I'd like One Way guys. By the way, he's a nice guy, but it's so funny because he's sort of dissing on flat earthers. I'm like, wait a minute, you're a young earther. Then I thought about, I was like, wait, the only group dumber than young earthers is flat earthers. So I guess it makes sense for you to be able to diss on him. All right, poor guy.
Okay, well, I think I might be able to fix this little problem with Von Helton and get True Empiricism to win Dumb Fuck of the Year.
Well, I've still got a few tricks up my sleeve. I'm still pushing for True. I haven't given up. But I'm going to hold off a little bit till I open up the.
I thought only we could cheat, Red. I thought you couldn't cheat. Damn.
Well, I can't cheat. I can have other people do it for me, though.
Oh, okay, that's true. Right. Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter because Von Helton's going to win, man.
Well, we have a few channels at our disposal of about 40,000 plus another 20, about 60,000 people. So I've talked to them and I've held off, but they said that right after Christmas, if True isn't well ahead, they will make videos and ask their people to vote for him. So I'm picking out the big guns.
I'll be
King Crockett Duck and Argument for Ignorance. Yeah, they got 60,000 between them.
All I'm saying, Steve, is that I'm going to upload a video soon. And after this video is uploaded, you are going to like it very much. But there's a cost. You will have to you're going to have to give me the best hand job you have ever given anybody when I get to California.
Well, here's the thing. I'll give you a hand job. It just won't be my hands.
You'll have to cup it. You'll have to stroke it.
I will get one of my dead hookers and use that. Okay.
You'll have to move it in such a way that
Stop, please.
Hammer time. Thank you. I don't have the skill set you have to determine which ones are pure trolls and which ones actually think they're flat earthers, or which ones are actual ones. So there's a flat earther in our live feed now. I just think he's a troll. I don't think he's actually a flat earther, but he may be. But he's one of those real. Okay, there's different levels of flat earther stupidity as well, right? I mean, not all one size fits all. But the bottom of the ones are like, you have no pictures of a fucking round earth. Show me evidence of a fucking round earth. At that point, you're dealing with somebody with a mental deficiency, and I don't really want to play with them that much, right?
Well, let me take a look and see who this dude is, because I actually haven't clicked onto the little outside chat just to make the comment. Let's see.
Do you know Tim Osmond?
Yeah, I know Tim Osmond.
Yeah, he sniped my hangout earlier. They made a video, someone made a video about it, and I'm like,
I hope that guy gets cancer. I watched that little troll video of his. I have never seen a more
dishonest,
self-absorbed bitch in my life. Yeah, I hope he dies, and I hope you're listening, Timmy. I would love to fucking end your life right now.
He'll fuck you up the ass, and I give you the courtesy of a reach around.
Let's see. No, I never heard of this flatter jackal douchebag, but let's see. But I do.
Insane people on the internet. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rich.
I do have a folder that I keep, and the folder is so big that all the pictures don't actually load right away, as you can see from this little thing I'm sharing. Each one of these images that's struggling to load on my computer is an 11,000 by 11,000 image of the Earth taken from the Himawari satellite. And these 11,000 by 11,000, let me just emphasize that, taken every 10 minutes from the Himawari satellite, you can actually stitch these together and make a time lapse and make the most awesome 4K video you have ever seen in your entire fucking life. This particular observation shows a solar eclipse on the actual face of the Earth. It's pretty fucking awesome.
Wow.
Hey, yeah, they don't seem to realize that. One thing, they don't seem to realize that with the Himawari satellite. When you look at a picture, right, it's just like a vector graphic. You could actually zoom in and not get pixelization. You don't have loss of fidelity. That means it's taking a super fucking high resolution. There's a lot of data.
There's going to be another one. There's going to be another one. The United States just launched its version of the Himawari satellite, but it's not called Himawari. It's called GOES. And this satellite is going to be active in like the next month or so. It's just fine tuning its orbit right now, but it's going to take a picture just like this. But instead of it being one picture every 10 minutes, it's going to be one picture every 30 seconds.
Oh my God, the technology to do that. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, that's not technology. That's people just drawing that by CGI every.
Well, I did post a $5,000 challenge. The $5,000 challenge was, if you can replicate what we're seeing right here on my screen and give me one image every 10 minutes in which where I can put them together and make a time lapse, and in a way that comports with giving us accurate weather predictions, I'll give you $5,000, and you have to do it for the entire day, all 24 hours. If you can do that, then congratulations, you just won yourself some money.
And a Nobel Prize.
And a Nobel Prize, because you would have proven a couple things right then and there. Actually, let me click onto one of these images right here and show you something really fucking awesome. So, as you can see, the images are so fucking large that they take forever to actually load. But here's the full-fledged image right there. Look how much I can zoom in onto this image and not get any pixelization whatsoever.
And this is where
that's amazing.
Yeah, let me present you. This is what the flat earther has to understand. This is not some fucking picture or CGI. I mean, this is something that would require a massive fucking amount of computer power to do this kind of rendering all the time.
Oh yeah, by the way,
I do rendering, and oh my God, it takes fucking forever.
By the way, I want to point out something here. Okay, so here you can see cloud formations with this loop. Over here, you can see the hotspot that they say doesn't exist. Oh, look at that! It's a hotspot. Go figure. And another thing that I want here is, if you go to the very bottom of the frame where Australia is, and you zoom in right here, you can actually see the city. You can actually see cities right there. You can actually see, you know, the individual cloud formations at this level of detail. Again, this is an 11,000 by 11,000 image taken from a satellite in geostationary orbit. It's pretty fucking awesome.
Oh yeah.
Is this the technology they use to try to help when I forgot the Indian airplane crashed and the airplane crashed in the Indian Ocean? People were trying to find it using satellite images. Are these some of the images that they were trying to use?
They wouldn't be using these images. These images would not be used to detect something like ship. These images are used for weather prediction, and also for getting a global awareness, a global situational awareness of the weather and climate. The images that they would be using would actually be from tracking satellites. Tracking satellites, instead of taking a picture of the Earth as a whole, they take little narrow band strips, and there's a constellation of satellites that do this. And when the constellation of satellites go one here, one here, one here, one here, one here, and one here, they stitch all the images together and see the whole picture very close to Earth. And there they can find any shipwreck, any downed planes, any cars. They can. It's really that high detail. It's pretty fucking awesome.
It's pretty amazing.
And I'll see if I can find the. Oh wait, I didn't mean to do that. Hang on. Let me fix that real quick. There we go.
Did you see who popped in with us last night for about an hour?
Oh, you mean on Raw?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh yeah, here you see that big spot in the middle of the frame? That is a solar eclipse.
That's pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah, I've
That
got
is a
that
solar
on
eclipse.
Google Google Plus page.
And guess what? Guess what? I can actually zoom in onto the dark spot. Look at that. Look at the detail on that shit.
How come the stars aren't back rendered on the planet images?
No stars, can't be real.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
wait a minute. Was that an actual question or was that a joke?
Well, you know, I'm like playing devil's advocate to some extent, but I noticed that a large, you know, that one of the criticisms is that you know, from space you should see, like you were in a desert, you should see, as opposed to a city, you should see more stars than you know, and so from space you would assume that you would see a very grand plethora of background.
Yep, you would, except for one problem. There's a Earth in the image, and cameras work on this called exposure. And so if you were to set the exposure so that you could see the stars in the background, the Earth would be so overexposed that you couldn't use it.
Well, that's what I thought the answer would be. I thought there should still be some remnant of that exposure somewhere for even, but maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe.
No, I mean, think about the same thing. When you go to a football game, right, and you got some bright lights up there, if you want to take a picture of those lights and stuff like that and not have them be like overexposed, you don't even see any stars with your naked eye, right? Because they're all washed out. So
no, you don't see. The last time I went to the Raymond James Stadium, they have these bright lights that shine on the Tampa Bay Stadium, and if you were to look straight up, as we do when monster trucks come in, because I fucking love monster trucks, you can't see any stars. You can see absolutely no stars, and because your eyes work on the same exposure concept as cameras do, and this camera is set for a certain exposure that we can make observations of the Earth, not the stars behind it. We have the James Webb Space Telescope.
Now, what they could do is change the exposure, block out the Earth, and then they get a star field if they wanted.
They do. They do for another one. It's called what was it? I think it's called like SDO or some shit like that. They actually have an Earth occulter or an Earth omitter, where it omits the Earth from the image, where they can actually make a pretty accurate map of the stars out there.
Yeah.
Hey, Red, you just mentioned the James Webb Space Telescope. What's the timetable on that? Does anyone know?
2018.
2018. Although I am very pissed off about it.
Is it going to L2? Still?
No, it's going to L2. I'm not pissed off about it actually being made and launched and stuff like that. What I'm pissed off about is that America is not going to be launching it.
China?
What? We're not launching James Webb.
We are not launching James Webb.
Why?
Because apparently it's a joint venture between NASA and ESA, and ESA is going to be supplying the rocket. It's going to be launched on the Ariane 5. And
so European Space Agency?
European Space Agency is going to be launching it for us.
That looks like a pretty dope picture you got there. Do you have a link to that, Red, where I could download all those?
You're going to have to get in contact with a YouTuber by the name of Sean Hufford, because all of these came from him. He has
that looks like serious high res.
Oh, it is.
Yeah,
I mean,
and the flat earth in life, you go, oh, that's all fake. Yeah, well, you know what? I'll listen to any flat earther, but if all you got is, oh, it's fake, and you have no explanation as to why, then I don't need you around.
Let's
have a little threshold for trolls right now.
Let's see just how high res. Up. Yep. Oh shit. Up. What the fuck? Oh.
Hey, there's a sailboat?
Oh. Booyah!
It's pretty. By the way, we don't see it. I just have awesome. We don't see it as high res as you do, because just this limitation we have the hangout.
Oh, okay. Well, if it is only at about this point that I actually start seeing some pixelation. So pay attention to this little cloud formation right here, and let's see how small it gets when we look at the whole thing.
Anyways, I'm putting out the link again for Vote for Ronnie. Again, we are going to have this conservative push, but those of you who have voted for like Matt Slick or Antonio or any of those guys that just are so far behind, you're going to have to make a decision. You want Von Helton or do you want true empiricism? So I'm hoping you pick true empiricism, but that's up to you guys. But
I really don't like either of them myself, but okay.
well, the link is in there, and I hope everybody goes and changes their votes and votes for Ronnie.
Hey, I've already changed my support because of that debate I had.
That was fucked up, man.
Yeah.
Did you see what he's been doing to negation of P? He's like, Ned doesn't know what he's talking about. He's like, fucking Ned owned you.
Steve, can I just ask you a quick question? You mentioned that you are familiar with rendering projects in 3D animation, right?
Somewhat,
do you use 3D Studio Max?
No, I use Blender.
Maya 4D, or which program do you use?
Blender and GIMP.
Oh, Blender. Okay. All right.
But
yeah, I was
all
just
kind
curious.
of similar. I mean,
I love doing 3D modeling, and it takes hours to render frames.
I have a hard time with the 3D modeling itself. I was doing a project, and I actually had somebody do it for me to see how it would be done, and it was Dave V, not one of those Davids. But anyways, he did a really awesome picture of Nomad from Star Trek, and I'm like, holy fuck, the detail he put on this. It was just amazing. Matter of fact, I'll see if I can find it for you. One sec. You guys want to see it really picture what you can do in this 3D modeling?
Yeah. I was just curious.
The hell lot better than my Nomad.
Only because I am interested in 3D modeling, and I do own several of those programs.
Sure. Let me see if I can.
Vaughn has his own internet meme. Jesus.
I know. That's pretty.
It would be fascinating to actually build one of these flat Earth models and then just walk around in there and show them. Why is Polaris over there? You
need to contact one of my best friends. Her name is Kara, and she is, I guess, a professional at 3D modeling, and she made a flat Earth model and showed just how much of an absurd idea it actually is.
That'd be pretty dope. Kara, you said?
Yes, Kara, and she comes on my channel every now and then, and I can also talk to her through Skype and have her come in here and show her models. Let's see if I can actually do that right now. She says she's online.
One of the biggest.
I'll have to find it for you later. I can't find it right now.
Well, no rush. I mean, you can send it to me later. I sent you a message so you know where I'm at. But one of the biggest things was lunar. The lunar spheres, or the lunar eclipses and the solar eclipses. Like, how in the world can people actually? I guess what the flat earthers say is that the moon emanates its own light source somehow. That doesn't make any sense to me.
But by the way, and I don't mean to disparage you, because I like you, dude. You know that. But for a young earther to when we look at young earther, it's the same way that you're looking at flat earther, right? We're going, how do people think this way, right?
Sure. Right. From my perspective, it is a fully matured Earth that was created. I don't know how many years ago, but it's created with the appearance of age, in my view, right? If that's what you're getting at.
Okay, but the problem is, if it has the appearance of age, to us, it is that old, period. Right? Because
it appears that way, right? That's all you can gather. That's all I can gather, too. I agree with you there.
Okay.
Well, I mean, keep in mind, these people deny pretty much everything. I mean, one of the biggest things that they were denying, actually, one of the biggest butthurt moments I can remember with flat earthers was space travel or launching stuff into space. So I don't know if you know this. I've probably never talked to you before, but what I do whenever there is a rocket launch is I actually go see it. And I would pretty much say that my footage is the best footage of amateur video rocket launches that you probably ever seen in your entire fucking life. And they were having this big bitch fit over the Falcon 9 landings. Have you ever seen those rockets that come back down? They were saying those are fake, because what happens is that when the rocket comes back down, the second stage isn't attached. So where did it go? Well, it obviously went into orbit, so they don't want that to be a real thing. I actually recorded a landing for myself, and not only was I there, but Vincent Jones, who is also in the chat, was there to see it with me, and his footage was also on the video that I uploaded on YouTube.
Yeah, but that's just a 3D hologram. Did you have like a heat monitor to, film the heat of the rocket coming down?
I saw the smoke, and I also saw it pretty much go from. I saw it go all the way up and all the way down. I don't think they have 3D holograms that can reach up into the upper atmosphere.
Well, there we go then. That's the limit of what you think. You think that they don't have that, and the flat earther will say they do have that. And
no, I'm pretty sure they don't, and I can actually prove it. Because what did they need to make who is that one fucker that died that they made a hologram of? That one rapper dude.
Oh, Tupac.
Tupac, thank you. You want to know what they had to do to make that hologram work?
It wasn't a hologram. He just hasn't died. I mean, he faked his own death.
Okay, really Steve, enough with the trolling. So, do you know how they did the hologram?
Probably with lasers.
Okay, they did it with an overhead projector, and it was actually being shown on a medium. There was a piece of glass there, and what happened when Snoop Dogg, who is the only person in that entire show that I actually know, walked down front, he was actually walking in front of the glass, so it looked like they were both on stage. There is a medium that is needed for you to project onto so that everyone can see it. You can't just make a hologram go into thin air. It doesn't work that way. And now, what if I told you, my friend, that
what if I told you
that when I saw the Falcon 9 landing, and when Vince saw the Falcon 9 landing, that where the Falcon was actually coming back down, it was clear as crystal outside.
Yeah, well, David Copperfield moved the Statue of Liberty, so checkmate.
David Copperfield didn't do shit. And
it's the Illuminati.
Yeah,
actually, I have
one was fastened to the ground, and the other one was leaving the ground. I mean, that's a huge difference, right?
Let's see what we got here, because I do videos. All right, so you guys should be seeing this right now.
I'd have to call bullshit on the hologram thing, because if there was such a thing, the entertainment industry would be all over that shit.
Dude, porn would be so awesome.
No, kidding.
All right, so here's let's see if I can find it. Okay. All right, so this is it coming back down. Actually, let me
I just wanted to commend you on your usage of Sony Vegas. That's an awesome program.
Yes.
I have Sony Vega. That is a good program, isn't it?
So take a look at this. This is it coming back down. And then you're going to see it go out once again. And so the rocket is now currently in free fall with these winglets kind of thing going on. This is when it's really close to the ground. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to slow it down so that you guys can see what the hell's going on. Let me make this screen as big as it can go. All right, and we're going to stop it. Actually, no, let's play a little bit more. Let's play a little bit right there. All right, so right here, you should see the legs actually deploying. And this is in slow motion. And there's the power lines and trees and whatnot. The legs are now fully deployed. And there's the rocket. And then as it comes back down, you'll see the smoke and badassery flare up. Let's see. There it goes. There's the smoke and badassery from behind the trees. And then as soon as it touches down, rocket turns off.
Aliens.
Looks like a hologram to me.
I don't see any stars behind it. I'm sorry.
Clearly, aliens invading us.
Aliens.
You are definitely working for the Armada, the
Illuminati.
No, the Alien Armada. What they call it, not Asgard. The what's the lead thing for evasion force? You know, can't remember the name of it. Fuck, am I tired? It starts with an A.
Yeah,
What's it called?
they did a hologram thing of Michael Jackson.
I think they would just chalk it up to a psyop or something on Red's part. No, I think this is legitimate footage. Looks awesome.
And on top of, actually, let me fast forward this real quick because you'll actually see it go through the clouds on top. But you'll notice that when it comes back down through the clouds, and then it's in the open again. And that's why, you know, this hologram argument basically fails miserably. Not only that, I heard the sonic boom, so there was something definitely physical doing over 726 miles per hour as it was heading towards the heavens. I was even wearing a shirt that day that said the Falcon 9 rocket, because you can't pray this shit into space. Oh, there's a puff. Did you guys see that? A little puff right there.
Yeah.
I don't know what that.
But don't they argue about the arc? Like somehow, oh my gosh, it's going sideways, and then it just revolves around the Earth rather than getting into space or something like that.
Oh yeah,
I think that's very fascinating.
No, they don't understand that rockets have to curve in order to get into space.
Yeah, in order to get into the orbit, right?
Yeah, they start off vertical, and then they have to like curve to go into an orbital position.
Go up there and then do a 90-degree turn or something.
It's a very subtle arc, and so the way it works is that imagine you have a tennis ball, all right, and you're on the Earth. Let's just say you're high enough so that there's no atmosphere causing any drag. You throw that tennis ball sideways, it's going to curve and then eventually fall down to the ground. If you throw it harder, it's going to curve and fall to the ground again, but a little bit further away. Now, what if you turned into Goku and went Super Saiyan 3 and then chucked that shit so hard that the curve of its arc matched the curve of the Earth? Basically, what would happen is that the ball would always be curving towards Earth, but the Earth would always be curving away from it just as fast. And so it's a never-ending free fall. That is an orbit. Now, we don't have the ability to go Super Saiyan 3 and chuck that shit really hard, but we do have a Falcon 9 rocket that can get that shit done.
We got rockets.
It's awesome rockets, and also one more thing.
They're beautiful.
I also have that was just one launch that I have done. That particular launch was called a Desert Files launch. These are all the videos of it actually happening, and you may notice some GoPro videos here as well. That's because some flat earthers say I didn't actually record it. I have a video of me actually doing the recording. Like I shit you not. That's a GoPro video of me looking at my camera. Let me there it is. Let me go further still. That works. See, I have a video of me taking a video of this rocket actually doing the landing.
That's just embedded CGI. I think you need to take a flat earther along with the rocket launch.
Well, there's plenty to choose from. Which rocket launch that I filmed do you want to see? Because I got plenty. Look at this shit.
That's funny though. Like even in that, you know, like we were just showing there, Red. It's like video evidence of the video evidence.
Yeah.
It's like how far? You want to go turtles all the way down?
Pretty much.
Yeah, and also Steve McRae also had a launch dedicated to him.
I did. Mine was a Delta 4.
Yep, this was this was yours, and I actually took this image of the smoke trail. You can kind of see it was a nice clear night. This is a long exposure shot, and as you can see, there's the smoke trail from after the fact. And this was before the fact. This is a really crappy image of the Delta sitting on the launch pad. I think I might
That's
have
that's why he
there we
dedicated it to me. He's like, oh, this is video shit. I'll give it to Steve.
Well, hey, this image
I'm
is actually
kidding.
pretty
I
good.
love that. No, it was. Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean, look at that. You got all the lights focused on it. Like, this is where the badassery is going to happen. Check it out, bitches. And then, let's see. This is a close-up view of the Delta sitting on the launch pad. And let me go ahead and bring this up. And this, as you can see, the atmosphere shimmer. Very nice day outside. Very nice and clear, but the atmosphere trembling kind of thing going on. So, but watch this. Once the fire and burn starts happening, you'll actually see these platforms actually retract away. Let's see if I can get, there it is right there. The platforms retract away, and the rocket lifts off with 2 solid rocket boosters on that SOB. And this was Steve's launch right here.
Is the flat earther in the live feed grasping any of this? Probably not, right?
Probably not. But when you get up a little bit higher in altitude, you can actually see bits and pieces like little dots breaking off. That's actually ice from the outside tank, or ice that was on the outside of the tank, because of how super cold they actually have to get the fuel. I think this one uses a mix of liquid oxygen and kerosene, and then as it gets used, they have solid rocket boosters to kind of give it a little push, give it a little nudge, because, you know, a little help is good.
Yeah, the flat earthers, this is not evidence of a round earth. This is evidence of a fucking rocket launch, you dumbass. Jesus fucking Christ, these goddamn flat earthers are stupid.
Yeah, I know. But Steve, this is why I kind of dedicate was because of this shot right here. There's the solid rocket boosters falling away. See them rotating. See, look at these things. I'll pause it right there. You can actually see these 2 solid rocket boosters as they're rotating backwards.
Clearly.
That's badass right there. Fucking love it. All right, I'm done screen sharing. I'm done gloating. Although in my defense, I think I deserve the right to gloat.
You gloat. You gloat.
That was awesome footage, yeah.
So now the flat earthers has to say, okay, how do these rockets don't work in space? And then they give us like these physics and explain to us very simply why rockets don't work. I would love to hear that.
I think Red said it best in his own video, because reasons.
Because reasons, yeah. That's true. Red is right on that. I mean, that's all they do. I mean, I went over this free chant thing, and oh my God, I don't know why I do it to myself. I mean, there's a certain level of stupidity that even I'm not prepared for.
Yeah.
Okay, dude, this chick over there, her name was, I don't know, Jackal, or I don't know, fucking way, whatever it was. She was saying about inertia, and I said, well, okay, can you tell me what inertia is? Just give me just a really basic thing, right? She's like, well, inertia has to do with magnetism, and inertia is a dampening field because of the dielectric between 2 opposite poles.
What the fuck?
And I'm like, what the fuck is this chick saying? I'm like, are you being serious here? She was rambling off the fucking biggest bullshit jargon I've ever heard about. She's like, I have a degree in environmental engineering. I know physics. I'm like, bitch, you ain't to fucking know fucking shit if you think inertia has to do with magnetism.
Okay, hang on. There's 2 questions I want to ask, or answer, I should say. Number 1, how do rockets work in a vacuum? Number 2, how can the atmosphere stay next to a vacuum? I'm assuming they're asking about why doesn't the atmosphere simply bleed off into space?
You pick one, I pick one. I get one. Which one you want?
Aw.
Oh, come on, you having all the... All right, fine.
All right, fine. You do... You know what? I can go all desert file on the second one. So
can I do the second one? Can I do the second one?
Fine, you can do the second one.
Yes,
all right, but I'm doing the first one. Okay, so the fact is that rockets work in space because they don't push against anything. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. And what it uses for that reaction is that it spews fuel that it brought with it out the ass end at, like, what was the velocity? Mach 5, I think it is on launch. On sea level, I think. Mach 5, yeah. So try this. Sit on a skateboard or a longboard, something that rolls easy, and have with you a medicine ball or something heavy that you don't mind breaking. And then with all of your strength, push that medicine ball away from you. Toss it forward. You will start rolling backwards. Now, question. Did you push against the air when you did that? Or did you push against the medicine ball or the weight that caused you to actually go backwards? You pushed against the weight. But then you have to realize something. That same concept works with rockets. And that same concept would work whether it be in a vacuum or in atmosphere. But then you said, oh, but wait, Red, you're so stupid. Rockets don't work on medicine balls. You're right. But notice another thing, that when you, hang on, but when you did that, you lost mass. You lost mass while you were being pushed backwards because you got rid of it to use it to accelerate yourself backwards on that skateboard. Question, Steve, do rockets lose mass as they're going into space?
They burn up mass as they're going up. And matter of fact, they get more efficient as they lose mass.
Yeah, so as the fuel is used, the mass is being used, and that potential energy is being converted into what, Steve?
Kinetic energy.
Thank you. And when you have this awesome law of physics, in play, it doesn't really matter whether it's in atmosphere or whether it's not. Now, if a person is going to say that rockets do not work in space because of vacuum, then they obviously don't know what Newton's laws are. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. The same reason a baseball bat would hit a baseball in space is the same exact reason a rocket would work in space, is because every action has an equal and opposite reaction. What we're using for the action is the fuel by spewing it out at Mach 5. That's going to cause a reaction of the rocket going forward. Good.
Yep. Can I do the second one real quick?
Fine.
All right, ask me the question. Ask me the question.
All right. How can the Earth have an atmosphere? Why doesn't it bleed off into the vacuum of space?
Gravity. Have you heard of fucking gravity?
Damn it.
All right. Was that too technical?
Hey, if I
so basically,
I wanted to do the desert file.
You could do it. You do it better. Go ahead.
Just interject.
Oh no, we're having fun. Wait
a second.
Wait, Red. Do gravity. Come on.
From a Christian perspective, when I look at these flat Earth models, I often wonder the same thing. Like, how can they not say, like, they're very fond of saying something like, if you believe in the ball Earth model, why aren't the clouds, like you said, right, tearing off into space?
Because they have kinetic energy.
Or why is the water sticking to it? Those sorts of things. But then at the same time, you have to ask them, where in the world do you get this idea? Like, how do you explain the sun and the moon in your own model floating above terra firma, if you will? Like, if you want to say magnetism, then you can say, why can't we just say gravity?
Hang on, this hangout's going to end soon. We're almost at our 8 hours, so let me address his question real quick before we go completely different.
It's just a terrific irony that I'm trying to point out. That's all.
Oh yeah, they don't have a model. But here's the thing. Okay, so he says, well, we could say words like gravity. Okay, but gravity could be actually modeled by something called the law of gravity. It's a very simple formula you made to learn it in 5th grade. Force equals G, big G, m1, m2 divided by r squared. You have a mass of an object, right, us, and you have a mass of the object, the Earth. You times them together, you get a product. You times it by big G, and you divide it by the ratio of the distance between our center and the center of the Earth, and you have a force. That force is huge, okay? It's pretty damn significant because the Earth is big, okay? That is why we don't go floating off into fucking space. Now, if a flat earther can't understand that, then there's no hope for them to ever even grasp basic concepts because.
And also in reply to this electromagnetism as a awesome substitute, keep in mind that the value for G was determining using lead spheres.
Yeah, the type of material would be, relevant. I mean, but she's saying the fucking inertia deals with magnetism. Okay, the Newton's first law of motion is a very simple law of inertia. It's very, very simple. Just but any object tends to remain in a constant vector or uniform state of motion unless acted upon by an outside exerted force. She thought that literally that meant, oh well, no, magnetism is causing this deflection because of dialectics, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking? I mean, this shit
because of dialectics. What?
Yeah, well, there's a dielectric material in a capacitor. Okay, it's a type of material like you have a titanium capacitor, you have an air dielectric. It's a material that has a permeability.
Different use of dialectic.
Yeah, not dialectic as in like a conversation.
Yeah, that's what I was like. What
type of material in the center of a capacitor? Okay?
And also
the farads of it.
Also, Mr. Jackal, if you want, I can show you a experiment that was done in Italy from a professor actually measuring the value of big G using a Cavendish scale. Torsion balances have been used to find very, very small forces. And so the gravity is a very weak force. After all, the value of G is what, 6.67 times 10 to negative 11?
It's very light. It's very low. Yeah.
And so with that very low force factor, you need a very sensitive scale. And so that's what the Cavendish experiment was. It was a very sensitive scale. And here's another thing that Jism doesn't even understand when I was trying to explain this to him. When you're using lead spheres, something that won't be pulled to each other by magnetism, it kind of defeats your little magnet argument.
All right, so hang on one second. I want to give this guy one chance to respond, and then I'm kicking him out because I don't have it used for trolls. Because if he's not a true flat earther, I have no interest in him. I want a true flat earther. So he has one chance to answer either Red's explanation of why rockets work in space or why we are on the Earth because of gravity. You have one chance. If you say anything like faith-based bullshit, you're this, whatever. I want physics. If you don't answer me with physics, then you're just going to be removed because I don't want trolls. I want honest people that really believe flat Earth bullshit. Okay, so
all right. So being that we have demonstrated that he doesn't know what the fuck he's saying, and
I'll put him in timeout, then I'm gonna block him if he doesn't want to answer the question.
Yeah. So we've.
Hey, Steve, how many satellites do you think are going around the moon now? I mean, just out of curiosity. I mean, we have gravity, we have orbits. Why don't we have a lot of satellites going around the moon currently?
You mean like artificial satellites?
Yeah, and
because there's nothing to broadcast there. What the?
Satellites go in low Earth orbit between 99 miles and 100 to 1,000, 1,200 miles. Let's say 1,200 miles, so 1,200. That's way, way, way nowhere even close to the distance of the moon. There's moon is like 275,000 miles.
Moon orbit setting a satellites around the moon.
We only have one satellite that's currently in orbit around the moon, and that's the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. And it's there for one reason and one reason only: to take continuous scans of the moon, so that we have a very up-to-date map of its surface features. Other than that, what other reason do we have to put a fucking satellite around the moon?
Oh well, I would only assume for.
By the way, hey guys, hang on, Michael. Before we go off here, I got to interject. I'm sorry. This is true. I have checked it out. Carrie Fisher has died.
Oh wow.
Oh. What?
Yes. Reported by New Rolling Stone magazine.
That's official.
It's crazy.
2016. Fuck you in your fucking ass, you piece of shit.
Don't listen to 2016. More celebrities.
Wait. Stop antagonizing it. You may make it angrier.
That's right. We got 4 days left in this motherfucker.
Mike, it's not over yet. It's not.
Stevie Wonder and Bob Dylan will be dead if you don't shut up.
Yeah. Don't make it angry. It's already pissed off at enough.
First of all, Bob Dylan died 30 years ago. I just didn't know it.
All right. Hashtag fuck 2016.
Yeah.
What is with all these famous people dying in 2016?
No,
they're fucking old.
Right?
But all in the same fucking year and with days left to go? This is bullshit.
Well, it's more so that it's just people that we're familiar with.
Yeah, that walking carpet is finally out of her way. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I feel
She was great in Star Wars.
I know. I'm going to go look up Star Wars lines right now.
Yeah, at least you got to be in one more film before, you know.
Well, really, she wasn't.
Great. She was great.
In Rogue One, it was a CGI version of her from 30 years ago.
No, I'm not talking Rogue One, though. I'm talking, what is it? The New Hope Strikes Back. That's it.
The Force Awakens.
I know what it's actually called.
Wow. She was really good in that Austin Powers movie. Remember, she plays kind of a therapist right at the start.
Yeah. Hey, yes. Hey, Steve. When this hangout goes not live, I'll need to speak to you about something.
Ooh, we get private time. I like our private time.
I like our private time too. We need to talk about that.
It won't work, Red. It won't work.
Hang on. We need to talk about that one thing that involves that one dude and that one guy and my dick.
That was only that one time.
That was only that one time, but we need to talk about it again.
Okay.
Okay.
I took good notes, so
well, there you go. As long as you take. Did you also draw a very accurate picture?
Yeah, but it was I had to use like microprint.
Oh, by the way, sorry. By the way, sorry for being AFK so long. I had to go to the store and get something to stick in my butt.
You need to go nanoprint next time.
What are you face palming for, Heavy? I'm talking about my insulin.
I am really bummed, man. I mean, could it go the fucking?
I had no clue.
Couldn't it go 4 more goddamn days with the 2016 curse? And what's worse is, I swear to God, I was tweeting people the other day, and one of the tweets was tagged with Steve-O from Jackass and Godless Mom, who has a podcast. And I was kidding around with both of them. And I said, I said, you guys want a money-making idea for t-shirts? Because she was selling like t-shirts and asking Steve-O if he wanted some. And I said, you need if you're going to market t-shirts, market celebs. I survived 2016, and then market if they die before the next 5 days, whatever it was, they get their money back. Because they're gonna be dead. Who the fuck cares, right? But they're not actually get it because they're dead. And I tweeted her the other day. I was like, what's his name died yesterday? Was the day before? Who was it that just passed?
George Michael.
And I was like, don't you wish you would have taken me up on my idea? This is $1 million fucking idea.
Come on, man, you gotta have faith, right?
Steve.
Oh boy, you are fired. You are fucking fired.
I just said I wanted a 20%, but if Steve-O takes my fucking idea, I want my 20%.
Wow.
The worst Bo Diddley cover ever. You gotta have faith. Ugh.
Why couldn't it have been Ronnie?
We should be so lucky.
I'm just kidding. I don't want to wish ill will on anybody, but seriously, why could it have been Ronnie?
Well, I kind of would.
I do wish ill will on lots of people all the time.
Oh yeah, you're just a mean son of a bitch, though, dude. Seriously.
Hey, that's not.
But that's why we like him. We like him because he's a mean son of a bitch.
No, I like Blue. Blue is blue. What are you gonna do?
Because mean son of a bitch.
I bet if you ever locked
I'm not mean all the time. I'm capable of other shit too.
Why would you have a satellite go around the moon?
Blue, are you capable of love? Are you capable of being loved?
No.
I guess not.
No, clearly not.
I'm sorry, there's a problem with the connection. Hold on, I didn't hear. Could you repeat that, please?
He told you to go love yourself.
Could you yeah exactly. Go touch yourself appropriately. Wow, I'm really bummed.
Damn, Carrie Fisher. Oh my God.
Yeah.
But this has been one hell of a year. Muhammad Ali, Prince, Carrie Fisher.
Okay, but who was the first one to die in January? The big names. Do you remember? I do.
Clint Eastwood.
Glenn Fry.
Glenn Fry?
From the Eagles. He died in January of this year. You don't remember
I can already tell that the first episode of South Park is going to be ripping all of these famous people to shreds.
Oh, sure.
It's going to happen, people. Watch for the episode. This is a prophecy from Red's rhetoric. It's going to happen.
It's just Red being a twat.
Well, that's because I actually know how they do.
Oh, I'm sorry. Angry, you'll get very angry over that one. A twat.
Thank you.
There we go.
Much better.
Don't want angry pumpkins getting angrier.
Yes. Let's see.
So instead of just calling flat earthers, stupid and being like really angry at them, I'm trying to acknowledge the fact of them.
We
right?
We don't call them stupid. All right, that's wrong. We call them dumb fucks.
Yeah, and you missed the point. We want, okay, first of all, we want legitimate flat earthers to have a dialogue with, right? I don't want trolls to just sit there and go, oh, you balls, you fling monkey poo at each other. That's, you know what? That's the bottom of the barrel, the ball, and barrel, the ball, and barrel, right? I mean, I can stick my finger up my ass and sniff it and get a better conversation with it.
Yes.
So, I mean, there's just no point of having them around. If somebody says I'm a flat earther, I can show you why the earth is flat, and we can spend 8 hours talking about it. I'm cool with that, right? I'm probably not going to even insult the guy. I'm be like, yeah, in my back of my mind, this guy's stupid. But if he's trying, right? That's a different story, right? But I don't see that with flat earth.
Yes,
ever.
I am capable of love. Thank you. Motherfucker.
That part.
Oh yeah. Hey,
motherfucker, I'm capable of love.
Can you be loved?
Hang on.
Yes.
Let me say
Yes.
something. Let me say something real quick. Hi, Hannah. How's it going?
Hi, Hannah.
Does Hannah know that Princess Leia passed away? That Carrie Fisher died this morning?
Yeah. Well, now she does.
Yeah, now she does.
Now she does. Good going, Steve.
Yeah. What's next, Harrison? Huh? Is that what you're gonna do to us 2016? You fucking piece of shit year.
Oh no.
Fuck yourself.
But I also wanted Annabelle to give me a call over G+, because I need to speak to her about something to do with my contributions to fundraiser, because I got something pretty big planned.
You're going to donate one of your testicles?
Well, I'm thinking about it.
Oh, but only to Hannah. I get it. Only if Hannah receives it. I get it.
Hey, Hannah, I don't know if you paid attention the other day when I offered that I will have a debate with G-Man on your channel or on Hogtie's channel. I've gotten Creationist Cat's slave owner. What's God damn it? Latham? Is that how you pronounce his name? What's his
Creationist Cat slave owner?
Yeah.
In other words, it's human.
Human slave.
What's his human slave called?
Vadim.
Vadim. Yeah, Vadim. Yeah. So Vadim says he's actually going to be able to into January probably be a moderator for that. So it's either going to be on Hannah's or Hogtie's channel because he's a good friend with Hogtie. But if you run into G-Man, let him know that the offer's on the table, that I will do a debate with him on, he has to show that I'm an atheist for charity to help Gus's fundraiser out. Okay, Hannah? Is that fair?
Gonna go good.
Well, now, Steve, of course, he will prove you're an atheist in his own eyes.
In his own eyes. Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah. And like I said, I wanted somebody fun to moderate, and I thought, maybe Creationist Cat would be the best, so it would be fun for that. Yeah, Cece's worthless human slave.
I think.
How many seconds do you have left?
I think G-Man has a shot.
Actually, I just found out it's an hour. I still got an hour.
Oh,
yes.
G-Man has a shot there, Steve.
What's that? Money shot? What?
G-Man has a shot in that debate, unlike most of them.
What? Proving that I'm an atheist?
Right.
I don't see how.
Well,
I know what I am.
Well, okay. Now, his argument pertaining to atheists is that all atheists are their own gods. Therefore, they believe in God. So if he's proving that you're an atheist, he's proving you don't believe in yourself. Wait a minute.
I don't exist. I mean, he's the one that actually said that atheists don't exist. So, I mean, either I a lying bastard. You see, the problem is if he proves that I'm an atheist and he also proves that I don't exist, then he hasn't really proved anything because he's actually proving that I don't exist. So how could I have any kind of position to begin with? It's kind of like weird, kind of Inception circular.
Oh, the Paraman. Wow.
Yes, exactly. It gives me an existential crisis, though, thinking about it. It's like, wait a minute, is there a possibility I may not exist? G-Man might actually destroy my reality? Fuck this shit.
So I guess I'll wait an hour, then I'll teach you how to do this shit.
But like I said, I wanted to help Gus out, and the only way I could actually think about doing that was to say, fuck it, I'll have a debate with these fuckers, man. Like I said, I've always said the only reason I don't debate them is just because I know it pisses the fuck off. And it just bores me. I don't like to debate, but whatever. So I'm not scared of G-Man.
Well, the whole debate format is inherently flawed to start with. They get to gish gallop all the fuck around. And
yeah, it gives them an advantage, right? Right.
That's why we need a conversation, just a regular conversation, like we're having in here.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree
One-on-one
more.
with the moderator. You know,
But they don't like that, right? That's
Because-
the weak spot.
right, because they want to just say their piece and gish gallop all over the fucking place, and don't want to answer questions, don't want to face facts. And
Come on, man. This isn't a normal conversation. Blue, you're here.
Oh, you're funny.
Tom,
Hey,
Tom
hey,
Ra-
hey, Blue, hey, Blue. Blue, just do me a favor. For next year, be just as pissed off as you are now, because that's when you're at your most entertaining, and I like that.
Right?
Yeah, try a different color for a change. See how that works out for you.
Don't do red.
Go fuck yourself.
Tom Rabbit's having a hangout. Carrie Fisher becomes another casualty of the patriarch. Russian characters. Really?
What?
You're already kind of, promoting. Oh man, that's just
The
cool,
patriarchy
Tom.
killed Carrie Fisher. That's right.
The patriarch killed Carrie Fisher.
That's right.
So is he trying to take the old Nadia slot for dumbest fucking hangout name of the week?
Yeah, I like Tom, but I can't listen to his hangouts anymore. They just have no purpose to them, it seems.
Oh,
Well, their purpose is to be a clusterfuck.
They are in the clusterfuck, yes.
I mean, I thought my hangouts were clusterfucks, but holy shit, have I got a lot to learn.
Let me tell you a story.
Clusterfucks.
Let me tell you a story right quick about anger. One time, I saw that Tommy Hall had made a parody video about me. He made a video mocking me called the Sunday Morning Jason Burns Report.
Okay.
And I was so angry that day. I turned it on and I was like, this is it. If this boy fucks, I'm going to Texas and I'm going to kill him. I'm going to run him over with his own fucking lawnmower. It's the funniest video I've ever saw. Tommy Hall absolutely skewered me. I'll leave a link. It's really funny. I was completely not expecting it. I was expecting to be angry, but Tommy Hall just destroyed me.
Oh yeah, speaking of getting absolutely destroyed, are you guys going to tune in tomorrow to see G-Man completely destroy me?
When is this? What's the scheduled time for that?
I'm sure that's what you're concerned about.
Yeah, I'm very concerned
What is
because
the scheduled
G-Man
time for
says that he has a bulletproof argument and is going to totally destroy me tomorrow on Hannah's channel.
Oh, what time?
You know what? That is actually a really good question.
Well, as we know from talking to G-Man, there's nothing that's really anything proof as long as you have a hammer and a screwdriver.
He's going to demonstrate to you that the God of the Gaps is not a bad argument.
I'm guessing that's what he's trying to
You
do.
need to come up with a more formal definition.
Okay. All I know for a fact is this. This is where it started. It started with True Empiricism and me having a debate. G-Man got butthurt because I guess his boyfriend was getting just eviscerated, and then he wants to now throw his hat into the ring. So I guess what he's going to try and do is continue on the conversation. He's either going to do one of two things. He's either going to argue that what True Empiricism was doing is not God of the Gaps, which, by the way, good fucking luck, or he's going to try and go all full chocolate atheist on us and say that God of the Gaps is actually not a bad thing and that we shouldn't really be, I don't know, ragging on him for using God of the Gaps. So he's either going to go one of two ways, but I don't care which way he goes because either way, I'll be able to fucking shove that shit up his ass.
That's true, but Brez can go either way pretty quickly. Yeah,
Of course. Tell him about that one time, Steve.
That was that one way.
Okay. You sure it wasn't two way?
I did it that one way.
But one way in front of the other one.
There was
we got one way in here actually, so yeah, he probably thinks we're talking about here.
But yeah, I really don't know. Oh, hang on.
If I have the time, because I don't think there's Talking Shit Tuesday today, by the way. So you're not coming over.
Vince just messaged me and says, I'm going to guess that G-Man is going to go full ad hom, in all honesty.
What was the purpose of your hangouts again, Steve?
When I figure that out, I'll let you know, okay?
That's cruel.
Okay,
who said that? That's cruel.
Okay, reach into your pants, grab your testicles, and squeeze real hard. That's the goal of the hangout.
That's pretty much it. That's usually what it ends up to be.
Yeah.
That's shit.
Okay, I'm doing that. Now what?
There you go. That's step number one. Now number 2, twist and drop. Twist and drop.
Twist and drop.
Twist and yank.
You've heard twist and drop. Twist and drop.
I'm smoking weed.
Yeah.
That's when you give yourself a pile driver. You grab your nuts, twist, and drop.
You got it.
I'm not doing that.
And if you twist hard enough, you'll actually drop a pile. Just saying.
I'm not doing that.
Well, then you forfeit this debate. TM George.
I
lost
find
a railing.
Halo.
Find a railing and jump on it and land on your nuts on the railing.
I've done that actually. It's called sliding down the railing and landing wrong.
I'm smoking weed in this motherfucker.
When you get on the railing and you think this will be fun to slide down, and then you're about halfway down and you see that it actually has one of those big round post balls in front of you. You're like, oh fuck, I'm screwed.
Hey, can we get some likes on this video? I guess we had some trolls come over and dislike. Not that I really cared. Nobody, the like to dislike ratio makes no difference on these videos because nobody ever goes back and watches these shit. So
the dislikes count as like 1/10 of a like or something like that.
No,
Steve,
they actually
when you say
actually they count 1 for 1 as far as like pushing it up on the the feeds, because the more likes and dislikes you have, it doesn't matter whether YouTube thinks that if you have 1,000 dislikes and no likes, it doesn't matter then. That means if somebody's watching this shit. That's all they care about.
I thought that it was a 10-to-1 ratio on dislikes, though. Yeah, okay. I might be wrong.
I don't think so.
I heard it was 5
Ozzy,
they changed this shit.
somebody had asked if Ozzy was here. No, Ozzy was here for a while. He left. And we had Aaron Raw last night. Yes. And the producer for the Atheist Experience.
God, y'all were so weird with Aaron.
You are such a
weren't.
I gotta say, man.
No, the
I was
entire
not
room
weird.
was fucking weird, man. I don't know.
What? Dude.
I mean, maybe it's because
maybe
it's because I've been in plenty of shows hanging with him in the past, but
I was chill, dude.
I'm kind of like, what's with all this weird, like, oh, it's Aaron Raw. I'm like, yeah, he's a dude on the
I
internet.
wasn't like that. I've talked to him before.
All right, hang on. Were they?
Hey,
were
he's a
they
big
sim-
leaguer. He's
but
a big
hang on,
leaguer.
hang on. Were they hugging his nuts or were they swinging off of him?
No,
I
like
was giving him hard questions about his state senatorial race. So
They weren't that hard.
yes, they were. What
No,
the
they
fuck are you talking? I asked him what the turnout in his district was, and that motherfucker didn't know it.
Should ask about what do you think of cap and trade, and do you advocate the raising of the debt limit for the 2018 fiscal year?
That might have been a hard question, but you know.
Yes, it is essential, Steve, to mention that this is a state Senate race, not a Senate race. That makes all the difference in the world in the United States.
It really does. I mean,
State Senate is local. Senate is, national. That's the guy who goes to Washington. If Aaron Raw wins, he'll go to Austin.
yeah, he's running for state legislature, not federal.
Yeah, Texas State Senate.
Yeah,
good job.
But I don't know how many senators they have down there because they have. He said that like they
don't even give you a Secret Service agent for that shit. They don't even give you a lifetime slave for that shit.
Oh.
Say, Red, since you like me angry, you saw that video where I challenged all Sandy Hook deniers to a duel.
Actually, I did not. Can you send me the link?
Oh, and
hell yeah,
Red Eye just posted. Okay, this was not in 2016, but do you know who passed away just prior to 2016?
Who?
That's when we lost Lemmy.
That's right. That was like
right before
November of last year.
Yeah, it was 1 year from today. It was December 27th. Fuck, man. What is it right after the holidays, people? Right near the holidays. God.
Behold the king of kings. Yeah, I can't fucking do it. But yeah, that
The
fucking
baby
sucks.
Jesus needs celebrities to wipe his bumhole.
It's all about the game and how you play it.
You lose. You mentioned the game. Oh, damn, so did I.
You lost. You lose.
Yeah.
Win.
Winners. Winner, chicken dinner.
If you think the murders at Sandy Hook were a hoax,
Background.
Yeah, careful.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm stopping. Sorry, I thought I could play it here. I'm stopping now. I'll send you the link right now. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, send me a link so I can go ahead and watch it. And let's see.
1 minute long.
There's a new.
Not a single fucking book card is taking me up on the offer either.
Hey,
Those
Blue, there's a
cowards.
new hashtag in the chat that I want you to respond to. It's hashtag fuck Blue.
Oh, well, who says
Where the hell
that?
that come from?
Somebody by name of Lottie Speaks.
Yeah, you're
Well,
kidding.
why
Yeah,
doesn't
hashtag
young
fuck Blue.
Lonnie come in here and discuss it with me? What's wrong with me, Lonnie? I seem to be not too bad, at least compared to the rest of these motherfuckers out there. What's wrong with me, Nick?
You can't love anyone. That's the problem. We discussed that earlier. Remember?
No. I answered that question, motherfucker. I answered that question.
He could
It
be
was a
loved.
bad
He could be
connection,
loved.
and then I answered it. So shut up.
He could definitely be loved. But
Yeah, well, it's not my
somebody.
Oh, never mind. Fuck Blue.
Yep, Vaughn is indeed winning, Annabelle. I see the score, and I have to. Yeah. Also, Lucifer Almighty just repeated the hashtag.
I'll tell you what, me and Annabelle may disagree on other issues, but we are working like a glove in hand on this Von Helton Dumb Fuck of the Year 2016 award.
It's,
wait a minute. So you wait. So you're saying you guys put on rubber gloves and now you're handling Von Helton? What?
Well, wouldn't you wear rubber gloves before you hit that motherfucker? You might catch a disease. Shit.
Actually, that is a very good point. I mean, Von Helton stupid is the type that can be very contagious.
No, it's not. I think it's exclusive to him.
And-
Contagious? No. Is stupid contagious?
Yeah.
I think
It can
when
be.
you have
Yeah, it
that
can be.
level of it, it can be.
Especially on the
It's definitely-
internet.
It's definitely influential upon other people. Sure.
So Von Helton is now in the lead with 405 votes. True Empiricism is in second place with 374 votes. So
31 vote lead.
essentially, we need to do something by this day, because on this day, that's when it all gets counted. No exceptions.
Yeah, all you need to do is
Wait,
enter
wait,
into
wait.
conversation
I
with
thought
Von Helton and find out whether he's ever gotten a clinical diagnosis or not.
Yep.
Yeah. No. I think we got 4 days, right?
You got 4 days. You gotta make
Okay, and
something
then
happen in those 4
Everybody
days.
that
Don't
voted,
even-
everybody.
Don't even try. Never mind. Never
Everybody
mind.
that-
We're
everybody
watching
that
that
voted
thing.
for True.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, Red.
You either got
I'll
to get
send
more
you that
votes
thing.
for True or find a way to get Von Helton properly disqualified.
Well, I need to ask him, right? But and by the way, and Brad's, correct me if I'm wrong here. If he says he has been diagnosed with something, regardless if it's true or not, we have to accept that.
It has to be a
Move on
proper
and-
clinical diagnosis.
Yes, I
Yeah, he
actually
claims
have
to
to
be
see
Asking for a
evidence.
doctor's note.
No,
You don't have to
because,
see
because
evidence.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's pretty
Yes,
clear
cool.
to me that none of these fuckheads actually want to win this award. This is an award you don't want to win. And so anyone can just say, "Oh, I'm sorry,
Darwin's
I'm
want
just
to win it.
clinically insane," and then they can get themselves disqualified. That's not how the fuck I roll. In order for Von Helton to be disqualified, he has to show me something like either from a doctor's note or whatever, saying that he is insane. Now, the only reason I made the exception for Rob Beasley was because I actually heard him being taken to the happy house. when he was hanging out. I actually heard him. Come on, Beasley. It's time to go to the happy house. No, not the happy
I
house.
feel like I should take
Wait a
a
minute.
bow for recording that shit.
So someone who is insane cannot win Dumb Fuck of the Year.
You
Right.
have to be a dumb fuck by choice, not disability.
Not mental defect.
Woohoo! I'll never win it.
Yeah, you're
And
safe.
so essentially, if
I
you
am
guys-
absolutely fucking safe. Woohoo!
it has to be something where it's like, if I look at this, it needs to be like signed and documented and whatnot, but I have not seen that from Von Helton. Do I think he's fucking insane? Yes, but I can't go on my subjective feelings on the matter. So until then, he's staying on the list.
Hey, Reds, next year, if everybody else except for you jumps 200 IQ points, are you willing to put yourself on the list for Dumb Fuck of the Year?
Everyone else jumps 200 IQ points?
Yeah.
Which scale?
If that happened, Red wouldn't be out making videos, making a fool of himself. He'd be listening to all these people who got smarter than him.
Well, I mean, you'd probably dog the contest, though, right?
No, there's always going to be stupid people.
Okay.
Got that right. Say, Brad, broadcast my video here.
No.
Can you do that?
No.
No. Okay.
I've been
Sorry, not allowed.
striked too many
Oh.
times.
Okay, yeah, never mind. You're right. No, sorry, Steve. You're right. I understand. Never mind.
Yeah, so
Just watch it.
So we got four days to get True's vote count up, and so Steve, if you do have any secret weapons, I recommend you unleash all hell right now.
Yeah, I'll make something happen tonight. When I do this new feed, I'm gonna test it out. I'm gonna have like 25 people come to the hangout, but I'll contact King Crocoduck again and arguing from ignorance.
We need 31. You need 31 to break even. You need 31 to break even with Von Helton.
If all these people if all 400 people went to go create some stock accounts, working, because Blue has like 30 of them, you all create one.
I do not.
Win. Motherfucker, you got a lot. How many stock accounts you got?
I know you guys believe me, but I haven't used any of my socks yet to vote on that video. Really?
Goddamn, get a jump of like 30.
No, I'm saving them for the goddamn 31st.
Oh, I'm gonna do a last minute ballot stuff. Oh, I like that. That is slick.
When is it end? Wait a minute. Midnight Central Time or Eastern Time, Red?
It's gonna be midnight Eastern because I'm Eastern.
Okay.
And so as soon as
I only have about 10 socks or 5 socks, and I can't remember half of them anyway, so I'd have to make some new ones. No, I haven't used my socks on the Reds Rhetoric Dumb Fuck of the Year award yet.
So we can pretty much expect that to jump from 405 to around 415.
Oh, you can't be able to tell because Von Helton will be continually acquiring votes from other sources. As I told Steve, this ain't just me. It's Annabelle. It's
he's gonna get 4chan.
It's Annabelle. It's Hillbilly Jim.
No, 4chan's not interested in this round. We tried to get Antonio with 4chan, but they didn't bite.
Somebody's like Yvette's on 3chan. Yeah, Yvette lives on 3chan. She has no life. That chick is just weird. I mean, she's just all fucked up.
Oh,
I
wow.
have no interest in. What's that?
Yeah, see.
Did you know this chick Yvette? She was over on 3chan Lite.
No, I don't know any
dumbass chick.
But I will say this. I'm pretty much just going to say I think it's impossible for me to actually get rid of Von Helton by disqualifying him. So you guys are going to have to deal with it the old-fashioned way, and that's by getting more votes. Steve,
okay.
I'm not going to say I have confidence in you, but I'm gonna say that you give very good hand jobs, and that should be enough to propel you, to motivate you to get 32 fucking votes. God damn it.
Well, like I said, the people that like voted for Darwin's and Antonio, they're going to have to switch votes to something because obviously they're not going to pull it out.
Well, like I said,
it's not switching votes, as Red has said. It's adding votes. It's voting for someone else too.
So there's a voting tabulature. So guys, if you want to change your votes now, go do it. It's really between Ronnie and
that link. That link is not the voting link. That's the link to the list. You have to go.
Yeah, whatever. It gives you the voting list, though. You can get it from there.
So you click on the actual
then they
name
can
and
vote
it
for
goes.
Von Helton.
I think there needs to be a scientific neurotic game next year. I think I might set that up for all of you that are scientifically neurotic. You get
I mean, that's something.
When you're brought to the wall about your science, you get distressed and hence you're neurotic. Oh yeah, I'm going to line it up in Reds, and Steve, you two are definitely in on it.
What is this guy Lopez? Why don't you want to remove her logo? She already reported for infringement. Who the fuck is she talking about? What logo?
Now what's going on?
What logo?
I don't know. He says, why don't you remove her logo? She already reported for infringement. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Okay. Who the fuck is this dude?
I have no fucking idea.
God bless you. Welcome to you, young man or
There's
woman.
so many fucking nutters out there. But
Yeah,
that's crazy. I didn't want to do with her. I just blocked her. I was like, this chick is just not even worth my fucking time. She has the IQ of a vegetable. I mean, I've literally I've talked to turnips. Don't ask me why, but I've talked to turnips who are more conversational.
Well, that's not really saying much with some people.
Wondering why the fuck you're talking to turnips.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. Don't worry about it, right? What I do is what I do, man.
That works.
Yeah, I don't know what he meant. What the hell is he talking about? I don't know who he's talking to. Is she the same as Nadia? No.
Yeah, that video
That was
has
weird.
200 dislikes or something.
Which video has 200 dislikes?
Oh, my video challenging hoax tarts to a duel.
Oh.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and do this. But Steve, like I said, once this hangout goes not live, I'll tell you something that I think you might actually enjoy.
Actually, I'm probably going to end it in about 1 minute.
All right, well then.
Sorry, I don't want to run out because I'm tired. I don't want to lay down.
And get the fuck to work, bro.
All right, so let me end this, and you and I have quality time.
Good.
Okay. So, anyways, guys, thank you for joining us. We had Ozzy come in for a while. We had Jimmy Stevens come in, and prior to this, the last hangout, we had Aaron Raw come in. We also have the producer for the Atheist Experience.
Got it. Hang on. 8 p.m. Eastern. Thank you.
Oh, that's your time of your debate?
Yes.
8 p.m. tonight with G-Man and Red.
No. 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow, not today.
Not today, tomorrow.
Okay, tomorrow. And anyways,
The
Atheist Experience guy came in, and we're going to be having some conversation with him, and he's probably going to try to bring in like Tracy Harris or Peoples or Glazer. And anyways, we're going to get something going. So anyways, guys, good night.